Looks like I'm live. I think I can hear some feedback. Let me work on some of that. All right. Welcome to Tiger Tuesday Live. Here I am in my art room. I'm still tinkering on my art table here, so I hope you'll forgive me while I'm still a little bit distracted. My plan is to share with you a second camera that is looking down at my art table. So let me do that right now, and you can see what I'm talking about. Boom. That's my art table. And what I'm trying to do is just define the parameters of it so that I can do stuff within the camera. Now you'll notice that I'm kind of sideways a little bit, so you'll have to forgive me. Let's see. I have to go this way to make it work. So maybe I'll do artwork sideways. Let me know what you guys think, whomever's there. Also, let me do a quick little advertisement. This is all for the purposes of promoting Kickstart at tigerstail.com. We have 30 hours left before the campaign ends. We need 4 new backers to unlock our crazy 88 stretch goal. I can go back there to that computer and we can look at the desktop a little bit later. But I said that I would start doing some art at 12:30. It's 12:28 PST. Let's see if there's anyone around. I'm gonna go check comments on this thing. No one's commented yet. So let me just check my phone. So the phone says that I'm live. Anyway, I'm distracted, but that's nothing new. What I want to show you down here is something I shared on Instagram earlier. This is a printout of a sketch that I worked on, cleaned it up enough on Photoshop, and then printed it out on some Bristol board so that I could do some painting on it. Now, let me just reach back behind my art table and pull out some art supplies. So give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Actually, can I do this while still on the screen? I cannot. So here we have it, a little convenient tray of art supplies. You can see it there. Basically, this is my set of gouache watercolors that I occasionally pull out. I've assembled them in one spot for you. So let me move this aside and share with you some of what I'll be using. Sponge, essential. This is a little gray water. Where am I? Here I am. This was once a tea tin. Makes a great gray water and clear water mixer. So I'll need to fill that up with some water. Here we have some brushes. They're a little bit ragged, but come in useful. More watercolors. Look at that. Purple, in case well, there it is. Purple in case I need purple. I don't think I'll be using purple today, so that can stay in the box. I'm gonna move this aside and share with you some of my other tools I'll be using. There we have my palette. It's very messy, additionally so. Here's my big box of gouaches that I'll be pulling from. And then one of my most important tools are my collection of watercolor. Well, this is not watercolor, so this one just snuck in there. But watercolor soluble pencils. Key. When I illustrated my award-winning children's picture book, A Little Monk and a Mantis, I have a copy of it somewhere. I used watercolor pencils and then followed that up with some watercolor and gouache. So I'm going to do a similar thing for today's cover art, which I started earlier. How did I start it, you might ask? I did a pencil sketch. I don't have the sketchbook. It's somewhere, but I scanned it and then printed it out on this board so that I have like a basic rough to work with. Next thing I'm gonna need to do is get some water and just prepare my workspace. So let me share with you a little something while I step away from the camera to get some water. So first let me hide this. Let me hide this. And now let me share a special video. Sorry about that ad. I ended it short, but I have a special guest I'm excited to have with me, Mr. Barney Smith.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good. I was checking you out. You were on there I was watching your live stream for the good few minutes that you were doing it with your drawings and stuff.
Oh yeah, I still have that set up right here. I could add that.
Yeah.
I kind of stepped away so that I could fill up a little container of water, which, you know, water is a very dangerous thing to have in a space with other valuable papers and art
Right.
supplies and stuff. So I have it sequestered over here. But as you can see, I'm gonna fill in my little container. But I'll do that on screen. But also, wait a minute, far away. There we go.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. This is high drama right now.
Right. There you go.
All right. How are you, Barney? I'm so glad that you took some time out to join me.
You're welcome. Yeah. So because I know you're a big teacher as well, aren't you?
I am. I was just, it was funny because I was just on Instagram Live brewing some tea, so I have that right here. Look at this. This is a traditional Chinese teapot that was given to me by one of my tea gurus, and I ended up brewing tea that I did the label for. That
Right.
this tea guru hired me to do the illustration for the label, and it's such a delicious pu'er tea. Are you familiar with?
Oh yeah, I know. Oh, I love pu'er tea. That stuff is I love that rich aroma. If I had to choose, I drink. Are you familiar with David's tea? Do you know David's tea?
I don't. I know a David, but I don't think it's the same one we're talking about.
So there's and I think they're out of Quebec. It's a tea company, and I buy a lot of my loose leaf tea from them. And geez, I don't know. I got like Patrick. I got a eyebrow here that's bugging me right now. I can see it. Like I can barely see it on the top of my back, and it's distracting.
Well, sometimes I need the mustache wax to keep them going that way, because sometimes they'll curl in and get into my eyes. So I can relate.
So there's a place called David's Tea. It's and that's really one of the only teas I drink, and they have like some really good organic stuff. I kind of buy their stuff in bulk, and I have, really, learning about how different teas have to be brewed at different temperatures and steeped in certain times, and that's where I learned about pu'er. That's where I learned about matcha, the green teas, the white teas, the oolongs, all that kind of stuff from there. But it's funny because I can only drink. I'm very caffeine sensitive, so I can't have tea past like 12 noon, usually there. And then after 12 o'clock, I'll drink some herbals. I'll drink some rooibos teas. I'll drink some, and then I kind of like go from like the rooibos teas, all the way from the afternoons. And when I get to around like 7 p.m., I'll start drinking the chamomiles. And so like my wife tells me, like, you drink tea all the time. I'm like, I know, no, it's not the same tea though. You got your caffeine stuff in the morning, and then I might, Patrick, throw in a white tea around 1 p.m. I think that's okay. It's not as caffeinated as your pu'er teas.
Oh yeah.
But it was, oh man, I love it. They had and I don't know if I told you before, but I was in the Peace Corps for a few years, and I was in Niger. And the Tuaregs have this tea. What they do is they have a whole tea ceremony set up, and it's amazing. They'll take a shot, basically like a shot glass full of tea. But what they'll do is they have kind of like when you have the little teapot. What they'll do is they'll take some charcoal and stuff, and then they'll spin it around. They'll put the charcoal on there, and then with a chain on it. They'll light it, but to get it to burn, they'll spin it over their head to get the charcoal really bright red. Then they'll put the tea on top. And then what they'll do is they'll take that one shot they'll pour in about a teapot full of water in there. Then they'll take a shot glass full of tea, dump it in. Then they'll take a shot glass full of sugar, dump it in, and let it sit. And then you talk, it's just, tea isn't necessarily about drinking. It's about community, it's like, It's about hanging out. And so you drink it, and then once that they see it start to bubble up, then they'll pour it out, and then you'll give you and everybody has a little shot glass. They pour it down to everybody, and then you take a shot of the tea, and then what they'll do is then pour another tea cup, tea kettle full of water inside there, and then they'll take another shot glass full of sugar, dump it in, and they'll let it simmer. And you talk again for another 20 minutes or so, and everything, and they'll pour out some more tea. And you'll drink it, and it's like, it's not as bitter. It's almost like, okay, it basically kind of tastes like your grandmother's tea in that sense, because now it's kind of even with like the bitterness of the tea, and then what they'll do is they do a round 3. They'll pour another cup out, but they don't put any more tea. They put another shot glass full of sugar, dump it in, mix it in, and then what they do is then you sit there and you drink it, but then it's so sweet. It's almost like sugar water. It's so delicious. And
it's like kind of transitioning into a dessert.
Right. And the philosophy is that the first one is bitter like life. The second one is a little bitter like love, and then they said the last one's sweet like death. Like it's like this. Wow. Yeah, it's like this philosophy behind the tea. But,
well, there's a kung fu saying that I don't remember the Chinese, but it translates to you have to eat bitter before you can eat sweet.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And it talks about how you have to do the hard foundational work that's really quite boring before you can do any of the fancy things and do the stuff that you'll find rewarding. So it's so awesome. And then it also reminds me, like I on a tigerstail.com, I had some tea stuff, and one guest wrote, and he's a tea expert, he's a martial artist, and he's also a chef, right? So he wrote a book that combines high-end teas with French sauces and like French cuisine. And so he sent me the PDF of his book, which is, I mean, I cook. I learned how to cook because I hung out with my mom in the kitchen. So I don't have the skills of like a high-end sous chef, but just to be reading like, this is what you do with monkey pig tea, which isn't actually picked by monkeys. Spoiler alert. Or an oolong, and so he goes through the process of how do you brew it properly, and then how do you incorporate it into a French sauce.
Right.
But the reason I bring him up is because he let me excerpt parts of the book to kind of do like a general introduction to tea, and then over the new year he started writing about tea because tea is a big deal when you're celebrating the Lunar New Year, and I went into I did a little bit of a tea tour visiting my tea gurus. So what was I going to say? I was going to say that one thing that he wrote, and he wrote a little special New Year's essay, and one thing he said was how part of the history of China and tea, right, is obviously connected to colonialism.
Right.
But then as a way for the British colonialists to kind of take the leverage away from China, right, they started taking the tea plants, and this would be like a great movie the way he told me, because it was like lots of espionage just to smuggle tea trees out of China and then get them on ship and get them to Africa and to India to create the tea plantations.
Right.
And that's what created the whole culture of tea with milk and sugar, because the climate in those places didn't match the natural climate of the tea tree's native soil and native mountainous regions, and the way the wind and the moisture and the climate worked. So the tea leaves tended to be bitter when they were harvested. So that created this whole culture of milk and sugar in relation to tea. And so that was interesting. And then one thing he also mentioned, which really stuck with me, is that in the West, we describe tea according to the color of the leaves, right? Red leaf, white tea, or whatever. But in the East, they describe the tea based on the color of the beverage.
Okay.
So a red tea could be like a pu'er, which starts off red and then it lightens up, versus a white tea, which would be like a silver needle or a monkey peg, super fine.
Because I know when I was in Zimbabwe, there were some tea plantations there, and it was based off of also, it was like when you pick the leaf, like the younger leaves are the white, white tea and green tea, where then it's the ones that they age and they pluck, and they pluck at like the most mature ones that they dry out, which become the black teas. I found that interesting, is that it was all, a tea leaf is a tea leaf. It depends on when you pick it, and then how you process it depends on if it's going to be a white tea or green tea or
right, or roasting it for an oolong, or like fermenting it for a pu'er. I've been on this quest to confirm this story, and so far every tea guru I've asked has just chuckled and said, okay, but the story goes that the reason pu'er was invented was that the monks would hide their tea when the bandits would show up. And then since it was buried on the ground, that's how it would ferment. And then they would dig it up and they found it. They didn't want to waste it. So they tried it and they said, hey, this tastes pretty good. But it's kind of one of those, it sounds great, but it's probably not true.
Right.
But it's a fun little story,
Because like when you get the pu'er teas, that's where they almost kind of shave off, because it is kind of it is kind of fermented a bit, right?
Right. It's packed into like a hard cake and then stored. and then the fermentation process happens because sometimes those leaves are more moist as they're packed, or they're at different, sometimes they're at different ages, right? You have some teas that have been aged longer than others, and then they're packed together into a cake,
Right.
and then they're stored, and then that allows the flavor to evolve.
And what do you know about the Lapsang Souchong tea?
I don't know very much. I mean, that kind of goes into the realm of like the chais,
Right.
and so that's like a whole other. I mean, once again, I think that's where, in India, that initial introduction of tea into the community just blew up, and then of course they're gonna apply their own culture to it.
Right.
I mean, you can think of it in the same way as like the Thai iced tea, right? With the freaking condensed milk, and it's just like this delicious sweet thing.
Right.
So I mean, that is such a different thing than a hot, freshly brewed pot of pu'er where I've steeped it for all of 2 seconds.
Yeah, because the Lapsang Souchong tea, that's the one that is like super smoky too. That's like a real smoky tea.
Yeah. Oh, you get some, like I tried one pu'er that was aged inside bourbon barrels.
Oh wow.
And so it had this, I mean, it didn't taste like pu'er, it tasted like a shot of bourbon. So you couldn't have too much of it, it was like this whole other thing. But then it makes you wonder, were they hiding, the bitterness in this other way, right? So it's always this interesting like give and take that's going on. But then it depends on your palate, right? Like I don't claim to have a very sophisticated palate. When I sit in on these tea sessions with like, real masters, then it's almost like I borrow some sensitivity from them, and then I can perceive it more with the help with their help, if that makes any sense, because they could describe it, and then I could look for those notes. And
right.
I mean, I had the good fortune of sitting with my tea guru's tea guru.
Right.
He is like a kung fu master of tea, right? And so he was serving these cups of tea that were like, so precious that he would charge someone $90 just for the pot.
Right.
And steep it as many times as you want. And the thing is, with a good tea, you can steep it. Like this tea that I brewed today, I plan to just keep re-steeping it over the course of the day, and it'll get lighter and lighter and mellower, and eventually I'll just be drinking warm water with just a little bit of color, but right now it's just, oh wait, maybe I can show you. Let's see if I can do a little bit of magic here and just show you how dark a brew I'm drinking. Can you see that?
And that's your pu'er, you said, right?
Yeah. So that's like the first steeping of my pu'er tea.
Right.
It's called 11 Z's. It's a 2020. Watch me spill it, right? It wouldn't be the first time I did art with tea, though. So
right. See, so I just looked it up, Patrick. You can, for a mere, to get a tea sommelier, how do you say that word? A sommelier.
Sounds French.
Yeah, a tea sommelier course is almost $2,000. So, or a tea master course is about $3,500. So you can go to the International Tea Masters Association and be a tea master with a mere spending about $3,500. See, yeah.
I've talked to some of my tea gurus, and I've heard them explain what their tea masters required from them. And like if I recall correctly, one of the requirements was to never eat garlic again.
Oh, really?
It would ruin your taste buds, and you wouldn't be able to develop the sensitivity. And he had this whole regimen of like, you would have to drink only water for 30 days, and you'd have to do this whole like purgative process just to develop your senses and then rebuild them around tea. And so even some of my tea gurus were like, no, I'll stop here, so I just love those stories, because I know someone's doing it. I'm not going to do it, but I'm glad that someone's doing it. you know?
Right, exactly. Like I had like all my buddies that like, and it's funny is like once you know, when you kind of like you figure like some of my buddies who like decided, you know, being here in Vermont, probably the same like where you are in Northern California, like you know at least like 10 people that start their own brewery. You know, like it's just one of those things where like, so it's one of those it's one of those situations where everybody thinks, oh yeah, I can make my own beer. I'll do my own beer. I'll be my own brewmeister. And it's like it's really more complicated than you think it is. Like it's like the same thing with like, you know, like you say, like learning, you know, like teas, being a tea master. You know, it it's good to have practice, but like you say, like having to make that commitment to it, you know, it's hard. But,
Yeah, I mean that's the con of it all, right? That's the
right.
greatness, you know,
Yeah.
and I think right a key thing to knowing oneself is to also know one's limits, you know.
Right.
And so I
Right.
mean that's one thing, you know, like we've talked about, you know, I've just seen so many people who have been such high achievers on these things that I just knew that's not me, you know, but just to be there and to kind of try and tap into that and try and, you know, find the commonalities is a profound thing, you know.
And it's also in the, like what he's talking about, like the ability of like, you know, support and like, you know, creating that community is like no supporting somebody who wants to be an expert in that is really it's paramount, because then you are kind of like achieving the success together by supporting the person and doing, you know, succeeding. uh, it's the when I first started working for Doctors Without Borders, it was when I was there, it was I remember working in logistics. I remember my mentor, my supervisor at the time said, "All right, Barney, you need to make sure that make sure the ambulances are working, making sure like all the, you know, the inventory management and pharmaceuticals, making sure like the vaccines were stored at a certain temperature, making sure the HF radios and the VHF radios were all working, and making sure the generators were blah blah." Blah. Saying all these things, my jaw just started dropping. Like I don't know how to do any of this stuff. And he looked at me and he goes, I don't expect you to be an expert in all these, but I do expect you to know the experts in these things. So it was like that, kind of like from that philosophical approach of like being able to support the people who know these things and be able to utilize them as a resource, and also being able to, as you say, um, knowing, you know, having that kung fu that in the things that you're passionate about, you know. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree, and I think there's like it's kind of like that responsibility, or there's almost a heroic thing, right, to recognize when somebody else can be the hero in a situation, right? And
Right.
that's such a great thing in fiction, right? That's such an iconic trope, but then that stuff can play out in real life, you know,
Right.
and it's so there's wisdom in that, right? There's wisdom in being able to say this is the right person for the job, whether it's, you know, stopping the bandits from, you know, at the border, or if it's, you know, the person who can brew the best tea. I have to
Right.
go sharpen some pencils. It's right over there. So
All right. And it looks like you're working on that.
Mhm.
That's a tiger in your picture, huh?
That is that is my main character, Khan, right back there, right?
Right. Okay.
So what I've had to do is I made a point to give him very specific tiger stripes.
Right.
And so as a result, now I have to make sure that they're the same all the time, you know? And so there was once a time when I had that memorized. You know, I could pretty much just remember that there are certain and if you look at the little logo on the top of the screen, I don't know if you can see it, but that's also the same pattern I had to like build things around. And then yeah, it's a little bit nuts. But let's see if I can do. I might be giving you my ear. I can still see you.
Yeah, I can. No, that's good.
All right, and then I could still turn to some penciling. So basically, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Right, I mentioned earlier, I printed out. I did this sketch much smaller. Printed it out on some good quality paper, just so I have like a basic outline. And then what I'm gonna do is, let's see, that looks a little better. And then I just want to work out some details. Like this character I know pretty well, so I'm just gonna like block out the details that I want to paint.
Right.
Now, since I'm using watercolor pencil, these are watercolor soluble pencils, right? I'll be able to take the wet brush to them later and turn it into a painting. But right now, I just want to do the basic drawing so that I know what the character, the parameters of the character, how he should look. The cool thing is that when I did this drawing initially, I've drawn this particular image a few times already. I've done it digitally, I've done it with pencil, I've done it with ink. So I think there's a value to like returning to the same piece over and over again. You just kind of get to know it better. At least I do. And there was once a time when I was young and I used to just be like, I'm only going to draw something once and that's it. But now I just find that it's not a bad thing.
Right.
So here we have, I just look up every so often because this is a one-man show, Barney. You know all about one-man shows.
That's right.
But I have to say that you were one of the key inspirations that really let me like go out there and say, let me just do stuff live, flaws and all, and just like get the word out, I guess.
And you got about a day left on your Kickstarter too.
Last I checked, 30 some odd hours. So this evening, right? Like I hit launch at like 6:30 p.m. So 6:30 p.m. tonight will probably be the 24-hour mark.
Right.
If I've done my math correctly.
Yeah, it looks like you got 29 hours left.
Oh, well, yeah. So, it's crazy. It just feels completely different than what I would have imagined where I would be like right now.
Right.
Doing the Kickstarter. But it's, I don't know, this thing has turned into much more than just like the Kickstarter. It's become so much more than just like, hey, I want to do a comic book, right?
Right.
I've been doing these crazy interviews, one a month, right? Recording them, editing them, and producing these things. And then it's segued into live. I'm going to have a Kung Fu Master showing up in another half hour or so.
That's awesome.
And I'm so excited, right? Because Sifu Dong is someone we've worked together. I've done photo shoots with him. He's come over to the Kung Fu Magazine studios, and he's got the classic, he's the classic monk look. So we put him in monk robes, and but he's strong, so he's not like a thin little monk. He's a solid dude. So there's a whole different presence, But he's a local Bay Area guy, and he's like a student of one of the San Francisco legends, like there are like certain Chinatown, like first of all, Chinatown, right? San Francisco Chinatown is a historic thing, right? Like, I don't know, are you watching Warrior on HBO Max?
I am not. What did I just watch on HBO Max? I just watched the movie The French Dispatch.
I fell asleep to that movie the other night.
I'm reminding you, Elizabeth, to drink water.
Oh, my daughter has to drink water. I'm making sure our 7-year-old drinks water every couple hours because she keeps forgetting to drink water.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm reminding you.
I was just I was having a conversation with someone who was talking about his Zen water method, and I'm like, I want to know more. But so Warrior was based on a treatment that Bruce Lee originally wrote, and it takes place in San Francisco, like just at the beginning of the gold rush.
Okay.
And so it's like, it's a period piece. It's got kung fu in it.
Right.
But it's also got, it's kind of also like a little bit like Gangs of New York, if you remember that movie from ages ago. So it's like that. It's kind of got that Sopranos angle as well, right? So it's like all the different people in different positions of power.
Let me look that up.
But yeah, it started off as a Cinemax show, so it was a little bit pulpy and exploitative. But then it got renewed and picked up by HBO Max, and so it's just been scaling up and getting a little bit more, a little less pulpy and a little bit more sophisticated.
All right.
So like that first season was definitely for the fans of kung fu and that kind of drama, but then gradually it's getting a little more, it's finding its place, and that's been really exciting to see.
Right. Looking for it. The Warrior. You said it was The Warrior?
I think so, or it's just Warrior.
All right. Warrior. Oh, there it is. Oh, that looks pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna add it to my list.
It gets like, I wouldn't be offended if you fast forward through chunks of the first season, but then it starts building up traction in the second. And
I like that, but I like the around that time period. I've been really into I listen to old timey radio programs. So I listen to old Jack Benny and Superman and from the 30s and 40s, and then so I'm really I love, and I've been really getting into that era. So I like this too because it's only 10 episodes. There's something about it's easy to catch up on a show when it's only every season is 10 episodes or so.
Yeah. And it also it's interesting when you think of how Netflix kind of changed the way we watch television for a bit, but then now they're kind of suffering as a result, right?
Right.
Where people are kind of now wanting to go back to the weekly drip of a good show. But then it also shows when someone does a tight 10 episodes and they make good use of every episode, or when it just becomes a bloated 15 episode season,
Yeah.
But I'll have my friend Curtis will be showing up tonight, and we go off. That's what we do on the Comics Fu Show, right? We just go off on the minutia of pop culture as it relates to the martial arts, but we just like to jump into the minutia of pop culture anyway. So
I just been watching on Disney Plus. There's a kids show, which I've been really. It's funny because there's sometimes I just want to see just shows that don't make me think. Just something I can play in the background a bit. And there's one called The Secrets of Sulphur Springs. It's basically if you take David Lynch's Twin Peaks or something like that, but put it on the backdrop of the Disney Sunday movies of the 80s. So it's this kids friendly, time travel ghost story, science fiction-y, but it's through the eyes of kids kind of situation. Yeah, it's a pretty fun show to watch in the background.
Well, that sounds fun. We definitely I definitely have time for some cartoons in my life that I can play while I'm doing other things.
Yeah. No, this is live action too.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, and Moon Knight is coming out soon too.
Yeah, very excited about the potential for that. I saw a still of the Mr. Knight persona, right? They seem to be really taking on the newer elements as well.
Right. And did you hear that they're making a Willow TV show?
I did not hear about that.
Yeah.
That'll have you seen any of the teasers for the Lord of the Rings show?
That's going to be good too. Oh my goodness.
I'm hopeful. Did you just catch that? Are you a big fantasy fan?
Oh yeah, I like it. Yeah, yeah, I like. Yeah, I really like because there's different genres of fantasy, you know. And there's and I just learned it's called visionary fiction.
Mm.
Subgenre. It's like a Wrinkle in Time kind of stuff, where it's like this. It's like fantasy, but like it's more like uh, magical realism in a way. So it's like almost uh, it's fantasy and philosophy, but in the real world kind of situation. I just learned that's a subgenre, and once I started looking at the subgenre of visionary fiction, I realized that I like that stuff too. So
Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to frame. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because
right, yeah,
right, like in the same way that urban fantasy is a genre now, but when Interview with a Vampire came out, that was just what, a horror novel, you know, but
right,
that was like the template around which urban fantasy became a genre.
right.
I guess you could look at we could look at like Swamp Thing to be like the comic book equivalent of that, right? Like where it started out as just a horror comic, and
Right.
then it became so sophisticated that they built Vertigo Comics around that growing body of work,
Right.
you know? I mean, what's the timeline? It's like Swamp Thing, and then Hellblazer spins out of that, but that's still very horror. And then Sandman shows up, and that's the one that really goes past horror into like,
Yeah. So yeah, Neil Gaiman, man, I love his stuff. I just read. You would like this. Where is that book around here? So there's this book that is reminiscent of the Jungle Book. It was called the Graveyard Book.
that book's
And
been,
have you heard of the Graveyard Book?
I have, it's been recommended to me a couple of times. I haven't picked it up.
It's there's a lot of parallels to the Jungle Book on it because it's about this orphan boy who uh, basically the beginning of the book, it starts off with his family getting murdered, but he's this 15-month-old toddler who just wanders anyway. So by serendipitous happenstance, he walked out of the house while his family was getting murdered, and then he ends up strolling into it's called a dead graveyard. So side note for you, Patrick. My
Yes.
summer job growing up, I never worked at like fast food, or I never worked, in our small town. I grew up in a small town of 800 people. My family we were the grave diggers in the family. So my father dug graves since 81, and then he passed it on to my older brother. Then I did it for a lot of years, and it was great money, but it was only a summer job because here in the winter you can't dig graves in the wintertime. But anyway, long story short, the technical term for a full graveyard is called a dead graveyard. And then a graveyard that's a cemetery that still has plots that are still haven't been sold yet, it's called a live graveyard. So just a little trivia for you. So a dead graveyard is a cemetery that's full, there's no more room in it. So it just is basically, it's like no vacancy. Like there's
Oh yeah, all used up.
We're all filled up. So what you do is you'll see other places like that a lot of places will either have to expand out their cemetery, or they just like this cemetery is done, like it's full. So basically, like the first few pages of this book called the Graveyard Book is this baby just kind of like stumbles into basically a dead graveyard, a dead cemetery, and much like Mogwai, what happens is he ends up getting raised by the ghosts in the graveyard. So parallel to the wolves raising Mogwai, the ghosts raised the boy. And
Oh.
then the parallel between Khan, Bagheera, and here it's Silas, which is a vampire who lives in the graveyard, is kind of like Bagheera, who is also like a mentor to the boy.
That's awesome.
It's a great. You should. I read the graphic novel adaptation to it, and it was one of those things where like I'm really good at recognizing things after the fact, not while it was happening. So after I read it and I was kind of like digesting it, I'm like, man, this is kind of like the Jungle Book. Like it was like
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it. I've seen the cover, and I'm like, oh man, I'm a big fan of Neil Gaiman. It's just, he's just so prolific, right? You have to kind of pick and choose what you wanna have of his. At least I feel that way, Like,
what I like about his fantasy is it's like it's accessible. Like I meant like kids can read it, and like like grandparents can read it. Like he has that way of telling a universal story without seeming condescending, but also has a sense of magical realism to it. Like this is happening.
yes. And he also does this thing where he can like make his own fiction seem as though it's part of a bigger tradition. He can insert the Sandman into like Egyptian mythology, and it makes sense, and he just has that knack, like, American gods, right? He could do these, he could do these things where he twists what we expect from a mythology, but he does it in a way that makes it seem like it's a real,
right?
It was real, like it was there all along, and you don't know, because I mean, he's so well read that he probably did read the original version of Snow White before the Brothers Grimm adapted it, much less Disney or whatever,
Oh, it was good. Yeah, but check out, when you get a chance, that's a really fun book. I think there's a volume 2 I gotta find. What's funny, like I've just rediscovered, the local library. Like
I have a library literally right around the corner from my house.
Yeah.
But I'm always walking my dog past it, and I'm like,
yeah, forget the library. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I mean, nowadays I don't even know if it's open, right? Because of circumstances, right?
Yeah, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure you should because of your artwork in your book, you should see if you can do some talks or something in your local library.
Yeah. I've been really thinking about how many, like, it's been interesting. Like, I've been seeing how many martial artists I know now who have kids programs in their schools.
Right.
And I'm like, that must be why we're talking, because it's like the next step, need a comic for your students? I've got just the one,
Yeah. Yeah, because yours has this like educational piece to it too. Like, so it's important. Yeah.
It's that, and it's got like, there are definitely things that I hid inside the pages that are like oblique references to like kung fu lore, like certain characters are, I mean, they're very overt characters that are named specifically after, Bodhidharma, right? 14th patriarch of Buddhism, who's also the patriarch of martial arts, right? So he's in there. But then there are other monks that have like whose names are based on, the founder, the ostensible founders of specific martial art lineages.
Right.
And so I'm like, oh, well, I can name this background character. He's going to be mentioned once, and I can name him this character. And then those kung fu teachers will be like, wait a minute, it's so-and-so, So I've kind of done a few of those little things, which are fun.
Right. Cool. All right, Patrick, I got to jump off and make sure that kids are behaving themselves. So. Yeah.
Well, how can I say thank you for this delightful visit? This was awesome. We got to talk tea and
yeah, it's good. Yeah.
All of these other details.
All right, I'll follow you around too. I think I'm gonna pull up your YouTube and watch you in the distance too. So yeah.
Who knows who'll be showing up? I think I've got some indie publishers that have said, send me a link. I might stop by. So
right. Cool.
Who knows, But
All
you're
right,
the
I'll-
first.
I'll-
No one's
I'll
gonna
keep
take that away
watching.
from you.
Yeah, all right. Have a good one, Patrick.
Thank you, Barney. It was great
Bye.
to see you. Wow, that was fun. And surprising. So let me add some artwork back. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna step away again and play a little something for you. I have to check some of my other feeds to see if there's anything else going on. So if you'll bear with me, let me share with you some previous Tiger Talks. That's a good thing. So once again, you know, my technician is off today, but they'll be showing up later, I'm hoping. So here I am. Let me Hi, I'm just interrupting our pre-recorded session because I've got our newest guest, which I'm so excited he's arrived. So let me introduce you folks to our very special guest, Sifu Brandon Dong, who I'm just thrilled he's here. Let me just add him to this stream right now. Welcome, Brandon.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Sifu, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Year of the Tiger.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Indeed. I tell you, typical monkey of me, I grabbed the tiger's tail right on January 31st, and I've been holding on tight, and it's a miracle I'm still here.
You got to, especially, after all the challenges we've had the last year or two, grabbing onto the tail and holding on for the ride is definitely the way you want to go.
Indeed. But let me, I just threw you into the deep end of the pool. Let me give our viewers a little bit of an introduction, right? Sifu Brandon Dong, right, is a master from the Bay Area, who I hold in great regard, right? You're one of the students of one of Chinatown's pillars of the community, right? Doc Fei Wong, the legend.
Yes.
But
yeah, we've had long history in the Bay Area, out in the Sunset area. I've had the privilege to have many great teachers, from Grandmaster Doc Fei Wong to his son, Tai Sifu Jason Wong, to my other teacher in Sacramento, which I started with, which is Tai Sifu Alan Hubbard. So I've had an opportunity to learn from some great people.
that's so awesome. While we're on the topic, that's the word I'm struggling with. I'm going to be live all day, so it's going to be wild. But how about you share with us a little bit more of your origin story, right? We like to start with the fundamentals. So,
Oh, yes. Myself, I actually started my Kung Fu in Sacramento, of all places. You wouldn't think Kung Fu really came out of Sacramento. And in the time that I started, it really didn't. We didn't have too many Kung Fu schools in the Sacramento area. And being even outside of Sacramento, we had even less. So ironically, it was at a place I used to get my hair cut. It was right next door. So I found a school out there, and my teacher, Tai Sifu Alan Hubbard, who was actually a student of Grandmaster Doc Fei Wong's, which is just absolute coincidence, and it all worked out that way because historically, also my uncle, which I didn't know at the time, my uncle was also studied with Grandmaster Doc Fei Wong as well. So it's kind of been in the family blood. He's kind of been a family friend, and it wasn't until till I joined up that we started at Eastern Ways, and the ride has been a good 27 years, and we keep on pushing.
oh, that's amazing. I have one Doc Fei Wong story that I really love sharing. I mean, I've had the privilege of working with him as well as in the studios of Kung Fu Magazine. But there was one evening in Berkeley where I was invited to a samurai movie night. It was at a tea house called Taeon's, right? And it turns out I would later find out they were all students. And so here we are upstairs watching this samurai movie. It was an awesome. I can't remember the title, but great fun. And I look over and I'm like, wait a minute. I know this man, and I was just like starstruck sitting in this movie. And then, after the movie, we had a little bit of a conversation and, talked about the samurai movies and the themes and whatnot. And he had a lot of great wisdom, obviously.
Oh, he's such a wealth of knowledge. And it's been amazing. I came to Grandmaster School, I think it was 2009, 2010, after being up in Sacramento with Eastern Ways for 10 plus years. And I came out to Grandmaster Doc Fei Wong's studio. And this is after we've had years of training with him and gone on China trips with him. And it's so cool because we've gone to China, and the fact that Grandmaster knew more than our tour guys did, it was amazing. So he would like the tour guys would have their say, and then Grandmaster would turn around to the bus and say, "Well, you know, XYZ, da 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 da," and just give us like so many more facts that was about that area or what we were looking at. It was so cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I want to also mention this one other thing. You might know that I've been doing pre-recorded Tiger Talks on Tuesdays with various members of the Kung Fu community who can set some time aside.
Yeah.
It turns out, and correct me if I got this incorrectly, but it turns out just today, I released a video with your Hang, Brian Cuddle.
Oh yeah, Sifu Cuddle.
Right. So we talked. We zoomed. He called in from Geneva, which was awesome, and we had a little bit of a conversation. I got his perspective on Tiger Kung Fu, and he wrote the book Monkey Movement. Right. So I was really exploring that dynamic between tigers and monkeys, which is legendary.
Yeah, for sure.
The reason why I bring this up is because I want to get from you. First of all, did I use the term Hang correctly?
He is Sifu Cuddle and I we definitely came up through the arts together, and we actually ran Grandmaster School together for many years. So I don't know, I consider him a brother. I consider him a fellow Sifu. So yeah.
Right. Okay, because I'm trying to make sure I use the term Hang as like martial brother is kind of what I'm trying.
Yeah.
Because as you know, my mission, right, is to try and translate what these obscure details, which I've absorbed because I've worked for Kung Fu Magazine for 20 plus years, right? But
definitely.
So for me, this is part of my vernacular. But here I am, bringing comics to like a wider audience, and some of them may not even understand where am I going with some of these terms. So rather than
on that note, your comics, believe it or not, and it wasn't. We spoke about this. It wasn't until recently that I found out you were behind all these Tiger Tail comics that I enjoyed over the years, just reading through the magazines, and then it just dawned on me, and I was like, "Hey, this art style looks familiar," and I'm looking. Oh, and like I said, it was really cool to me because I've always enjoyed these comics. I've always enjoyed the message in these comics that I pass on to my students. I pass on, and it's just fun.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you say that, because it was, like Tiger's Tail was a lot of fun to do back in the 90s. Can you believe it's been that long?
Right?
Back in the 90s, and I had like physical letters from people who would write in. So it was like a thing for a time, and then the internet showed up, and then, we all had 1,000,000,001 distractions. So, I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to do now, right? With my campaign is to take Tiger's Tail, collect it into like a new story, right? And then bring it out. And it seems like people are hungry for it,
Oh yeah.
Like wuxia, right? The genre of Kung Fu fantasy is just blowing up over the past year or so. And it's in the movies, it's on TV.
It's in the movies.
And now
it's exciting. It's exciting to see it in the movies because, we've seen martial arts, back Matrix and all those kind of stuff, and to see where it went from Matrix, and you're like, okay, it's nice that it's here, but we can do a little work on it, to Shang-Chi. Seeing stuff like tiger hook swords in a movie, stuff like that us as traditional martial artists, it's neat to be able to recognize, and I always get excited when I watch a Kung Fu movie, watching Legend of Drunken Master 2, when his partner's doing Choi Li Fut in the back, and I'm like, that's us, so it is neat to see more and more of that coming to the theaters, coming to books, coming to print. So it's neat.
I agree. I do have one quibble with Shang-Chi, right? And I would only say it because I have such high expectations for it. And so let me know if it's a worthy quibble, right? Like when I was watching that movie, I loved it, right? I loved how I forgot it was a Marvel movie. it was like, it was like watching a kung fu movie, right? So much of it was in subtitles for the first portion, and then
Yeah.
I see that classic scene, right, where it's Wen Wu, right, played by Tony
Mhm.
Leung, encounters the guardian at the edge of the forest, right, and they have that
Yeah.
fight, right, with his hard styles against her more Tai Chi looking thing. And the first thing that came to mind is that people who don't know are going to look at that and say, "That's water bending. That's earth bending," right? They're going to use references based on the classic cartoon Avatar: The
Yes.
Last
Yes.
Airbender, which I thought was great. But the one thing I thought Marvel could have done, which they didn't, was expand that vernacular and just like give the general audience a few more like terms like wuxia, to really
Mhm.
equip them to be able to describe what made that movie so special.
Yeah, yeah. And again, it's one of those things that if you weren't a practitioner, and if you didn't know, you wouldn't know. You know.
Exactly.
So seeing that they were doing a form of Tai Chi versus a different style. Yeah, again, if you didn't know, you just enjoy it as kung fu magic,
Which is great,
which
right?
is
But they
great.
they could have just added something, and I don't know
Yeah,
what, like a term, or just added a little bit more so that people can add to
yeah.
that. But I mean,
I
once again, that's only someone who really knows these in detail that would
exactly,
recognize that, right?
exactly. And I think some of it is almost throwing it out there generally, just to be able to hook everybody, to be able to have them enjoy it, and sometimes to not put a name to it. That way they aren't scrutinized so hard on it, and so then that way the focus is more on the movie, not so much on the style. Because then you got people like us, and we're saying, hey, they should have did that a little bit better.
Right.
They could have did
Exactly.
this.
Exactly.
So-
That's so true. And I mean, it just opens the door for folks such as ourselves to fill in those gaps, so that if
yeah.
the kids want to know more, they can read A Tiger's Tale.
Yeah, one of the things I really enjoyed about that movie is actually when they went to the other side in the other world, is actually all the mystical animals. That
Yes.
was that was one of my favorite, to see this giant horse-like creature and know that is based on the Chinese Qilen,
Yes.
or like
Yes.
the lion heads and stuff like that. So it was just really neat.
Oh yeah, that was definitely. I was definitely pointing those out. The nine-tailed fox. And then I'm still
Yeah.
like the what is it, the character, that chicken pig thing. Like I'm
Yeah,
trying.
the hairy turkey with
Yes,
extra
yes.
legs. Yeah.
So I've been meaning to check, and I'm wondering if it's a pigu, right? I have to check some of my books to see if that's
Mm,
that's the right term, because I've got a few books that have been helpful resources to me, and it's one of my
yeah.
quests is to find out, did they make that up or is that a legit
That's
thing?
right. The truth is out there.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So awesome. So, okay, I want to ask you another question, because this is something I've asked other masters, and we've gone, like I spoke with Gene Chang, publisher of Kung Fu magazine, right? And we went on to this whole rabbit hole of the Dingbu, right? The martial lyrics, and how
Hmm.
different lyrics are used to describe moves or to help convey a lesson, right? So the one
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I've
yeah.
been really fascinated with is "A tiger comes down the mountain," right? And
Hmm.
so I spoke to Gene, and he was explaining how that's applied through Shaolin martial arts. You know, I spoke with Brian, right, and he was talking a
Hmm.
little bit about the Choi Li foot. But I remember, like, you and I spoke, and you had some amazing things to say about like the tiger as it's depicted in like calligraphy and in the arts.
Yeah, yeah. There's different things that is said about the tiger, in art, as well as the martial arts, Tai Chi even. When they talk about tiger descending or ascending into the mountains, this is a sign of sometimes change. This is a sign of looking to the future. So it is kind of finding that balance where it goes really across all different platforms, from art to feng shui to kung fu to all different aspects. And it's interesting because you'll find that everyone has a little bit different take on things, where you have like I said, the idea of sometimes the tiger going up the mountain is kind of being optimistic and being open to new things as well. When you go on the cross platform, you have Tai Chi, where it has a motion called um, uh, the tiger. It's similar to like tiger going up to the mountain as well. And when you look at something like that, carry the tiger to the mountain, that's used to pick somebody up and dump them on their backside.
Awesome. Right. And that's the thing. People, so few people even realize that you can do that with Tai Chi, right?
Yeah,
People
yeah.
think of Tai Chi and they think of, the old folks in the park, and that's true. But there's
That's
also
it,
a
but
Tai Chi that could leave you flat on your back.
yeah. They say, with Tai Chi, translating being grand ultimate fist, it was one of the top martial arts, and it was one of the hardest things to learn. That's why because it was all based on sensitivity, connecting energy, being able to connect with your opponent, to move with them, and to really kind of feel where their inadequacies were with their balance, their movements, their energy, everything.
Oh, that's awesome. And you also have taught, right? Is it fair for me to say that maybe Tai Chi is kind of a yin to the Choi Li Foot practice?
It is actually within our Plum Blossom Federation, within our school. Many students actually, we teach and do both because it is a balance between each one. So you look at in Tai Chi, we start things off where it's slower, it's a little more meditative, and a lot of it is just to really kind of develop that sensitivity into the training itself. And then on the advanced levels of Tai Chi, things get fast. They're more explosive when you move. Then in the Kung Fu side, Kung Fu, we start off very fast, very aggressive, low stancing. Everything is pushed for power, opening the body up, learning the energy style. And then in the advanced levels of Kung Fu, things get slowed down. So that way you have a chance to open up and really understand the idea of using the energy that you know now how to create.
That's excellent. That's amazing. I mean, can I share with you that
Please.
many years ago, right? I was vice president of the martial arts club in college, right? This was because I had entered college. I had done jujitsu. We're not talking Brazilian jujitsu, but the more traditional, Aikido related jujitsu. That was enough, it kept me fit. I was able to tumble around and whatnot. But then, as a part of the club, I got invited to do a weekend seminar to learn a form, they called it, right? That's how it was introduced to me, right? And it was my first Kung Fu form, and it turned out to be a Choi Li Foot form.
Oh, no kidding.
And
Wow.
the teacher called it butterfly palms.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, I'm still unsure if that was a legit form, once again, it was a friend of a friend of a friend sort of teacher. So it was a tough workout. I ended up learning Wing Chun following that, but Choi Foot has always had a special place in my mind because it really opened up my mind beyond just like the Taekwondo, Aikido concept of martial arts, and really gave me the minutia of it had me doing everything. It had me learning a tornado kick. It had me rolling around on the floor. It had me, doing.
That sounds like Choi Li Foot.
Right, exactly. So I was wondering if we have people here who are just now learning that Kung Fu is not just about fighting, right? We've been talking about like Kung Fu as expressed through calligraphy and Kung Fu as expressed through, say, tea. But then here we are talking about Choi Li Foot. So I was wondering if you could kind of like help some of us bridge that gap. How does that work? Wait, is Kung Fu a tea or is it Choi Li?
Well, as they say, Kung Fu is just, it's translated as hard work over time. So anything and everything really can be Kung Fu. whether you're punching, kicking, doing forms, whether you're a chef in a kitchen. A chef in a kitchen is just as much of a sifu as we are. So, anything that really requires that skill, that time that you put in is kung fu. So tea masters are a great example. I had an opportunity to sit with Sifu David Wei just a handful of days ago, and boy, that was an exciting experience, because we sat there for 4 hours, and we got cut off because he had to teach class. But we sat there for 4 hours drinking tea, and he took me on this journey, and he gave me the idea of how to really go in and give me the history of tea, give me what it is that we are drinking, the stages, the cycle, and to see so many things go through such an experience. And it's far beyond getting poured tea at a restaurant for a meal. I mean, to see the care, the love, the expertise that goes into something like tea, what was mind-blowing. Makes me feel like I should practice more.
Yeah, it's an inspiration, and I'm so glad you mentioned David Way, because he did join me for a Tiger Talk. We so
Right
he
on.
was having tea while we were zooming, so I felt like I was right there.
Oh man!
And then I had the good fortune of actually going to his Wudang West Center right after the Lunar New Year. It was like the next day, and so
right on.
I was calling it my tea tour. So I was just going out to visit, all the various people who have influenced my appreciation for tea. And we ended up at Wudang West. And then if you look at one of the comments, Technomage 116 also made his way up there. And it was just a confluence of events that allowed us all to be at Wudang West for tea, for Lunar New Year, so I know I can feel that, like that journey that he takes you on, and it's such a perfect example.
Yeah, it's so auspicious, and man, what a person to do it too,
right? And it's also ties into what I've been talking about so much about the Wu Lin, right? The Kung Fu Forest, which represents the community, and how, like, even though David Way is like a school of Tai Chi, let's say, he can represent a school of Tai Chi in the same way that you could represent the school of Choi Li Foot, and yet the branches intertwine, right? The differences are more in the names than in the reality of things.
Yes. And it's neat that again, Kung Fu as a martial art, and it's really neat to see that no matter what we do, whether we're in Choi Li Foot, Wing Chun, we all have a base level of respect for everybody, and it's a brother and sisterhood. We become family, and it's interesting to see that reach outside of sometimes our own bubble, and to be able to see talking to Gene Ching, talking to Sifu David Wade, talking to all these different people that sometimes are not within our own bubble, and to really push ourselves outside of that comfort zone, to find that really, as Bruce Lee says, we are all one under the stars.
That's so excellent. And, this makes for such a perfect segue, because we have a surprise guest who's arrived, and I'm eager for the two of you to meet.
Right so on.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Kurt Sasso. Kurt, welcome. Well, Kurt, let me introduce you to Sifu Brandon Dung.
Hello.
Hello, Sifu Dung.
So we were talking about martial arts. We were talking about the Wu Lin, and the reason why Kurt is here, aside from being a radio personality of profound renown, let's say, he's also a martial artist. And
awesome.
So earlier this month, he and I were chatting about my Tiger's Tail project, but amidst that conversation, Kurt revealed that he's also done some martial arts himself. So I wanted to know if, Kurt, you could give us a a couple of minute breakdown of your secret origin as a martial artist.
For me, it was a love of not only martial arts films, from Bruce Lee to Jackie Chan to everything like that. I just happened to be so lucky to have a local Japanese jiu-jitsu um, master in our area. And I took a class or two, and I just fell in love with the fluidity of Japanese jiu-jitsu. And I ended up practicing it for at least 10 years, and I still love doing it. I just don't have the time anymore, but I love the fact that, I found a calling in terms of finding inner peace, finding more balance in my life, not only from a martial arts perspective, but from a life perspective. And it just really kept me grounded throughout all those years.
That's excellent. And so, Kurt, I think you've been listening in on a few of our conversations. I was wondering if you might have any questions for the Sifu as we're here.
Of course, sure. I don't want to. If I've retread on any of your other questions, I apologize for that. Here, I just got in briefly. So I apologize. Sifu Brandon or Sifu Dong?
Sifu Dung, Sifu Brandon, it's all good.
In terms of the martial arts that you've been practicing for many years there, have you found your own creativity in terms of the understanding of the martial art?
Oh, definitely. It's and we always say that teaching the art really allows you to explore that, because when you're learning on one side, you're trying to take in, you're taking in, as my Sifus tell me, learning martial arts is like scooping up a handful of sand, and no matter how much you scoop up, something's falling through the fingers, right? So the idea is just to keep scooping. So in that, when we start teaching and we start doing things, we have to pass along this knowledge. And one of the things I've always told the instructors that I teach, I tell them that nobody ever learns the same. It's not that this person is dumb, they're stupid. It's the fact that you probably haven't found the right way to teach them yet. So it forces us to kind of explore, look out of the box. And we have so many different students. We've had students that were blind. We've had students that maybe on the spectrum of autism. We've had disabilities, different things of that sort. I mean, even myself, when I first started training, after the first handful of months, I had to have reconstructive knee surgery. And I have 2 screws in my knee, and we find a way. So, having to kind of really look within. And it was great that you had, you mentioned that it helps ground you. And, coming through Kung Fu through my teenage years, I couldn't agree with you more. You need something that grounds you, that you put your back up against the wall, you push, and it's outside of you, because in martial arts, it's all you. You can't wait for the person next to you to do a better stance, to do a better punch. That's not helping you, right? So you better get to work.
I always found that interesting. It's amazing how no matter what branch of martial arts you're from, that everyone finds a common family and camaraderie with the fellow students and practitioners, no matter what influence it is.
Yeah, definitely.
What's so fascinating is that martial arts has such a story that has to do with rival schools, right? And like the politics and the who's better than whom thing, right? And is it practical on the streets? And I mean, I think a lot of that has to do with the movies, but I think there's like such a major misconception that goes along with it, that they don't realize how the schools, work together and the community really strive.
You always get, you get that one side of the story. I mean, granted, yes, those rivalries did exist back in the day. I mean, we have a lot of classic stories coming from our Cholifat lineage, from people back and forth. Chole Fut and Wing Chun used to be a classic rival. You know,
I was just reading about that, right? The rooftop battles. Would that be a?
oh yeah,
Can you
yeah,
can you?
yeah.
I wonder if Kurt knows it. Maybe you can tell Kurt a little
Mhm.
bit about this because
Never heard of that.
you do a much better job than I would. That's for sure.
Well, there's one story we had, and and a lot of these stories are passed down from teacher to student, and in Chole Fut we have they call it a mukjeong or the wooden dummy. Our wooden dummy is a little bit different. It has some moving pieces to it, and so forth. And Wing Chun has theirs, which is more stationary. And so the story goes that you know some people were practicing on the mukjeong and Wing Chun, and one of our Chole Fut masters was happening by, and they they were kind of egging the guy on, say, hey, wait, the wooden dummy, come on, show us your technique. And the Chole Fut guy's like, no, that's okay. And they kept pushing and pushing, and finally goes, okay, fine. And he goes in there and he goes, bam, bam, kick, and broke all the arms and legs off their wooden dummy. And he goes, well, I can't show you anymore.
Oh man.
But yeah, it was very classic, especially with Chole Fut and Wing Chun. Wing Chun being very straightforward, very direct. A lot of misconception comes around Chole Fut because a lot of our motions are big, sweeping, circular motions. And we teach that in the beginning because it teaches us how to use our bodies, how to understand our power, our energy, so how to gain power. But everything in Chole Fut that's big can also become small, and not a lot of people realize that. So people go, oh, well, Chole Fut's easy to beat. All you do is you sneak in there and you get like this and here, and you get them while they're doing the big sweeping motions, and it doesn't quite work like that.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. So for mine, it was Kyushu Ryu Jiu-Jitsu was ours, and we not only practiced the ground game of Jiu-Jitsu that Brazilian is traditionally known for, but we learned everything from stand up to punches and kicks and throws and all of that. So it was a very all-encompassing form of martial arts for what we were taught. It just so happened that my master was an OPP. I'm up in Canada. He was an OPP veteran, and his master was a veteran in Nova Scotia. So I was fortunate enough to meet him early on in my career. So I learned a lot from the old masters.
Yeah, that's it's again, they're treasures. Our old masters, they're treasures, especially the people that walk the walk, that's been through it. And as we always say that with kung fu, with any martial art, it's a very personal journey, and it's a journey that everybody has to find out for themselves.
I was curious about this here, since I've never practiced Eastern style martial arts like kung fu and like what you're describing. What is the learning curve for the martial art itself? What's the general range for not mastery, but for a general encompassing understanding of the martial art?
It just it really does vary in terms of person to person, and it also, a lot of times we figure out that that really the variable that really is the biggest factor is kind of what a person is there for. So like we said, it's a different journey for everybody. So some people come to us, they want to learn self-defense, they want to know how to, I want to defend myself. Some people, I want to learn to kick ass, so it's that right there, that's two different things. You get some people who just want to be, in terms of fitness, they want to be able to learn something new. And so it's kind of like, everything in kung fu is based upon animals. So it's really kind of like in tiger, it's how aggressive they are and what they want to explore. So A person who just kind of mildly wants to get into it and then just wants to enjoy that journey, they may take a little more time. Someone who's a little more hungry and they want that self-defense aspect, they want to be good in kung fu. We've had someone get a black belt or black sash in our case, in a matter of 4 or 5 years.
Wow.
And sometimes the mastery level where you're looking at like a Sifu level can be anywhere from 10-15 years. So it just all depends on the individual and how fast they want to walk to the mountain.
What was your eureka moment when you finally understood the martial art in terms of your own progress?
That it's interesting because in terms of like my training and arts, having my injuries and different things of that sort, I would always kind of did kung fu, and man, it wasn't until I had my injury, and then I had to get into Tai Chi, and then I kind of back and forth with Tai Chi, kung fu, and it wasn't until those intermixed that, oh man, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was going on in my head. I was like, I can walk on trees now. And it was amazing because you take the sensitivity, you take the gracefulness, the step, just the basic walking of Tai Chi, and you incorporate that into Kung Fu, and you see how they play together really well. But that's not for all styles of Kung Fu as well. Some styles, they don't play with Tai Chi very well. But we're very fortunate that Chole Phut and Tai Chi, they share a lot of the same concepts in terms of connection, movement. And, one of the things that I teach a lot of my students, again, I go, hey, Kung Fu, you really look at Kung Fu, especially like Southern style Kung Fu. Chole Phut is primarily a Southern style with a little bit of Northern mixed in there as well. But Southern Chinese people, we were not big. We're at 5'8". I am one of the towering forces in my family. So a lot of my relatives are a lot shorter than I am. And so in looking at that, historically, people of this stature, and they had to defend against Mongols. They had to defend against much bigger people. So understanding your body, your leverage, your movements, your footwork is something that really is it had to be there, and you had to be on point with it, because trying to throw somebody, if you're not ready, you're a pancake otherwise.
Look, I'm 5'3", so I completely understand, dealing with differences of height and or weight. So it's pretty interesting.
It sounds like Chole Phut might be in your future, Kurt.
It's possible. I might have to make my way out there and learn another martial art.
We got schools up in Canada as well.
Oh, nice! Even better.
There we go.
Awesome. So let me test some of my knowledge, Sifu. Chole Phut, right? Renowned as a Southern style of martial art, and so what that means is that it dominates mostly along the southern area of China, of the Asian continent, right? The coastlines, maybe moving into Malaysia or like some of the islands along the Pacific Rim. And this would be, say, in contrast to a northern style, which is, I guess, most commonly known like the Shaolin Temple, right? The martial arts of the north and the more mountainous regions. And then so in the north, you might say that it's more renowned for its kicks or for the fact that they can fight on stable, solid ground, versus the south, where people might be fighting in cities or on boats or in rice fields. Is that a fair description of that north south?
Yeah, that's
dynamic.
pretty, one of the ways that if you look at it, and the way it was also explained to me is that southern people in China, as we go through it, because our style of Chole Phut was founded in a province called Qingmui or Jinhui, and around there, Fatsan, where's a lot of other martial arts, the southern martial arts came from. A lot of areas farming land, so that's why they said that sometimes the stance work is so low because it's working in the fields. You're down there, you're working the crop, you're doing different things. Whereas in the north, they also said that because in the northern areas sometimes it was much colder, it was more mountainous, and so they would have to bundle up the upper body. So the upper body position may be a little more restricted because you're trying to keep warm, and so the legs were more prevalent for kicking or moving, acrobatics, those type of things.
Oh, that's so fascinating. See, that's one thing that I have this thinking that's like kung fu, right? And the communication of knowledge in kung fu is one of the holdovers of like oral tradition, in the
Yes.
sense that it's like what you were saying, it's conveyed from master to student. But like,
Yeah.
even though there are written works, right, it really kind of almost predates writing in its style of teaching, and then it's still like an example of like an oral tradition that's alive today in the same way that we're talking now.
Yeah, it's those kung fu campfire stories.
Yeah. and so one of our guests, Technomage, has some strong internet kung fu, and so he's posted a few comments that I thought maybe we can get your comments on, Sifu. So he says Choi Li Foot is the only style of kung fu that traveled to Thailand to fight the Thai boxers and hadn't lost. What do you think?
That one I heard. That comment, I've also heard that it was one that intrigued Bruce Lee so much. So Bruce Lee was intrigued about Choi Li Foot for that particular reason.
Well, our Technomage offered another comment. He says, according to Bruce Lee.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Bruce Lee was man, he was a force to be reckoned with. And so, his experience in what he does, and the viewing of how he viewed Choi Li Foot made a lot of sense. But because we have different stories with Bruce Lee and Choi Li Foot as well too.
Any that you can share that won't get you in trouble?
Well, no, supposedly that there was one of our past masters, great grandmaster Lao Ban, who was actually responsible for our Hong Sing lineage. We heard a story that back in the day that sometimes Bruce Lee would come in, and he'd be come into San Francisco, come into Chinatown, and to prove to his students that sometimes that his style worked, and what he did was he would kind of pick fights a little bit. And so he wandered into great grandmaster Lao Ban's school, looking to kind of push the edge a little bit. And supposedly great grandmaster Lao Ban kind of read him the riot act, like, what would your Sifu think about you doing this? Get out of here. And kicked him out of the studio.
Oh man.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
But some of our our techniques within our Choi, because with Choi Li Foot being a southern and northern style, the system is so vast with animal styles. We have 53 different weapons. We have numerous hand forms, movements, takedowns, all kind of different things. And one of the most coveted one that a lot of people talk about is that elephant style that Choi Li Foot has. Because it is very devastating, it's very close in, and it packs a wallop. So
Just curious here, how has the martial art evolved to fit the 21st century?
Well, I think a lot of it, a lot of training now comes down to, as a student comes in, they want they're looking for something that's not so much so heavy hitting. They don't want, self-defense is great, fighting is great, but they're looking for something that is there for them to have, for them to feel more confident with, for them to feel, like you were talking about, is that grounding. Because I think a lot of people are into today's society. They don't want, reality is not very much fun. So living in the world of kung fu and having you kind of take yourself out of reality to practice and to better yourselves and to find at the end of the day, you got something, you have some knowledge that has been handed down to you, and that is empowering. And I think that's what a lot of people are looking for now, is that empowering and that confidence aspect of martial arts rather than the fighting. Because nowadays they see fighting, they'll see MMA, they'll see a lot of different things. And in the beginning, it was a lot of hype. It was a lot of people really gravitated toward that. And, sometimes in terms of martial arts schools, people would pivot their school so that way they could draw in more customers and different things of that sort. One of the things that we've always done is, that's not really what we do. Yes, it's part of what we do, and you can find all of those elements within the traditional training. But, for us, there's a path to follow. And if you follow the correct path, like we've always been taught by our teachers, if you stick to the path, you'll find what you're looking for most of the time. And, it's my teachers have always told me is typically those who know martial arts more than likely never have to use it, because again, they've gained that level of empowerment, that confidence along the way, that you don't need to unless you're really kind of looking for trouble.
Yeah, we don't want to pull a Bruce Lee, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There was only one Bruce Lee,
There
right?
is,
So,
yes.
That's it.
So I don't know if you were asked this or not. What are your top 3 favorite animal styles of your kung fu?
Ooh, that's hard. Being 5'8" and 210, I'm kind of a fire plug of a guy. So body wise, I've always been told by my teacher, my grandmaster, that leopard and tiger style fit me best, because it's a very powerful style. But one of the styles that I also gravitate towards a lot is snake style. So snake style in Choleifut embodies more of that internal side. So it's the idea of connection and movement. And so having the energy and to be able to have, as they say, intention without tension. So you can be intentful upon your approach, but you don't need to be tense. There's a point of where you need to be tense for any kind of striking, and you exude that ging, that snap when you hit something. But to be able to have those moments in between, so that way you can relax, encompass the energy, feel, and then poise yourself like a snake and strike.
Nice. I'm getting excited just listening to you talk about it. This is great.
well, I've said it before, but Kurt has really strong interview kung fu.
That's a skill in itself.
Yeah.
Being able to interview, being able to have that, as my Steve was telling me, the gift of gab is a learned skill itself. He always joke with me. He's like, when you first came to us, you were so quiet. I miss those days. Because now you don't shut up.
Well,
See,
Pat,
Your
Patrick,
master, he could deliver a strike without even lifting a finger.
That's it.
verbal kung fu is very strong in many people.
That is. And and we always say, same thing I tell I go, you know what? If you typically can't talk your way out of a situation, that means you screwed up already. So you got to work on your kung fu of talking before you get fighting, or you're either that or you really better learn to fight because you don't talk very well.
Patrick, would you mind if I asked one of my questions?
Please go right ahead, Kurt. I think this is great.
So I have 4 questions I normally ask people that come on my show, Two Geeks Talking, and I'll try to modify it according to the Kung Fu mantra itself here. So bear with me for a second. From a professional standpoint, you are a Sifu, you are a practitioner of martial arts, of Kung Fu, and you've been doing this for many years. Do you consider yourself personally successful?
It depends on how you define success. Am I rich and balling it out like Jay-Z and all those big guys? No. However, I do feel very blessed in the fact that I have had so many different students over so many different areas. I've been able to travel the world with Kung Fu. I've been able to teach on different continents. I've been able to just help so many people and be able to really bridge so many different ways where I probably wouldn't have been able to do without Kung Fu. And I always kind of tell people, having the students, having great teachers is really, like you say, it's grounding, and it's those things that really kind of enrich my life. So in that sense, I feel very successful. I feel very enriched with all the experiences that Kung Fu and Tai Chi has brought to me.
Then I'll do 2 more questions and I'll
Keep
let Patrick-
going.
Okay. Then the reverse of success is failure. How do you deal with your failures?
Oh, I love failure. I love failure. And that means that with failure, again, it's kind of like you gotta have the bad to really appreciate the good. Number one, but it's the same thing with someone who's a fighter. If you fight, and you don't know failure, then sometimes your ability to grow is limited. So I've had large amounts of failure throughout training, through teaching, through a lot of things. And the idea is you embrace that failure. And as they say, as long as losing is okay, but as long as you don't lose the lesson, that's the most important part. So embracing those moments and finding, well, damn, that really didn't work. Maybe we're to go back to the drawing board. And there's a number of times that we do it, but again, you grow so much from those moments. And so like I said, is that failure is a great teacher. And as long as you don't know that, that's not the end all, that's not final destination. That's merely a stepping stone to where you need to go.
Well, then obviously you've been teaching the younger generations your Kung Fu, and you've been doing this for many years. How can they inspire the generation that follows them in the world of Kung Fu?
Well, I think a lot of the stuff is as teachers, just as parents, is that if we teach from your heart and you're consistent in what you teach, those lessons will carry on. And it may not something that may be right away, and they'll have aha moments, because now that myself, I'm in my 40s, those aha moments are starting to pop out all over the damn place. I have lessons from my dad that I've kept, my mom, my Sifu, my grandmaster, and everything is just kind of like flying in, and I'm like, whoa, okay, oh, that's what they meant. Oh yeah, I screwed that one up. Okay, so let's fix that. And so sometimes we may not get the instant gratification with our students right away, and if we do, we're so lucky, and we're like, oh, this is amazing. But then, sometimes you're just like, okay, well, it's kind of like it's kind of like a grenade. You pull the pin, you throw the grenade, you just wait for it to explode later on. And we hope these kids they explode into the next generation, and those moments happen. But it is neat. It is neat because I've had students come back to me, and sometimes I haven't seen them for decades, and they tell me all these stories. Oh man, Sifu, I remember when you did this and this. And I'll be honest, sometimes I feel bad because I don't remember it, but it was amazing to them, and so for them to be able to carry that with them, and to have that in their heart, and that's something that they can pass on, whether they're teaching Kung Fu, whether they're teaching their kids, whoever. It's neat that I can pass that on, and to see that be able to pass on as well.
Nice. Well, a couple last questions here then for me. What is your favorite martial arts film, and which martial arts film got it completely wrong?
Ooh, man. Favorite martial arts film. That one's hard. I've always been inspired by Bruce Lee. I'm pretty sure like 90% of us, that's why we got started in training in the first place. Yep. Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan are one of probably my favorite in terms of martial arts, because you got the yin and yang right there. You got the badass and you got the comedian, right? Who really kind of takes everything. And so encompassing those into my teaching, my Kung Fu, how I do things, also is something that carried with me. So, and I think Drunken Master. Mm-hmm. Drunken Master is one of my favorites because I'm a sucker for those old school training montages. Drunken Master 2, Enter the Dragon. Unfortunately, and fortunately, I have every word of that memorized. We were on a bus in China one time, and they happened to be showing that movie, and it was a long bus, and they had a couple monitors, and we couldn't hear the movie. And the people in the back were complaining, oh, we can't hear it. I'm like, don't worry, I got you. It's like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will lose all that heavenly glory. So, I hooked them up.
Well, what's
but
the
in
worst
terms of the worst, man. There are some that I like the story, but the martial arts just was no good. And sometimes they like you said, they missed the mark. I think probably, I guess it falls in the martial arts realm, but when they made that live action Last Airbender movie, man, that is just time I cannot get back. And if I find M. Night Shyamalan, he's got something coming to him. But I'm excited that they're going to make a new live action. I'm hopeful for that. But yeah, I mean, some of the movies, like you just wanted them to be better. Like we were talking earlier with Matrix. Mm-hmm. Matrix definitely had its place. The first Matrix, I know Kung Fu. All right, show me. Okay, I give it to Keanu Reeves because that guy does his homework, that guy does his training to get ready for his part. But this last Matrix movie, I don't know if y'all seen that.
Yeah,
it was bad.
Oh, that was rough. That was so rough to watch.
I kept getting more and more annoyed because I liked it in the broad strokes, but then as I started getting into the minutia, I'm like, are they like trolling us? When they had that fight scene with Keanu and the new Morpheus, who I think should have been called Orpheus, in all honesty, but that's me being a
Yeah.
mythology geek, you know. But
Yeah.
then I just kept wondering, are they doing that on purpose? Are they trying to annoy us? You know?
Yeah, I mean that one went from like, the kung fu got better, the martial arts got better. Matrix 1, okay, with Matrix 2, and then he had a success with John Wick. I'm like, all right, this is gonna be badass. It's gonna be John Wick in the Matrix, and then all of a sudden he turns into Iron Man, and he's just
Yes. The power of the double high five. You know?
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna high five you to death. Here you go, buddy.
So here's a question that's come in, Sifu. One weapon that is exclusive to Charlie Foot is the Nine Dragon Trident, created by the founder, Chan Hong. The Nine Dragon Trident
Yes.
is known as the king of all weapons. Someone's been on doing their internet research. Yes? No? Can you elaborate?
The Nine Dragon Trident is probably one of the most intimidating looking weapons. It looks like if you were I like to call it the coat rack of death, because that's exactly what it looks like. It's not a huge long staff weapon. It's a staff long weapon though, but it's like if you were to put 10 pairs of hook swords together in one weapon, that's what you're looking at, and already the hook swords as it is, it's supposedly that every portion of the hook sword was bladed. And so you have like a branch going out one way, then the next angle. So it's almost in, all different angles. And so, yeah, it's fighting with that trident style where you have a lot of spinning motions. And a lot of that was to disarm, because it's like a giant weather vane. If they were to use anything like a chain whip or a sword, it would supposedly get caught in there. And the twisting motion of when you do like trident would supposedly be able to break those weapons, or at least entangle them, so that way you can pull them away from your attacker, still using the back end as a staff, and then come through with the bladed edge.
It sounds like you couldn't get that through an airport.
Yeah, it was. That would be a little tricky. It's almost like we tried to bring back regular tridents through the airport in China on one of our China trips one time, and we had to really convince them that they were no, they're not weapons, they're training implements. I mean, these things are sharp as hell, and we got like 50 of them. No, they're not dangerous.
Well, speaking of tridents, it was when I had to do the movie review for Aquaman that I kind of took a deep dive into tridents. I'm doing the movie review for Kung Fu Magazine, so I needed to find a Kung Fu connection. And so, we had the trident. And of course, we also that segued into the tiger fork which tiger funk, which kind of is like a bigger trident.
Yes. Yeah, so traditionally, especially in southern styles, they call the tiger fork or the trident, which is basically the same thing. It has that U shape. Different ones are a little bit depending on style. Some have the more kind of squarish point to them. Some of them are kind of have that more crescent moon shape to them. But it's one that in Cholifut we have a form. It's called the tiger taming trident, or tiger taming trident. And so, it has a lot of motions where it does spin, but there's just a lot of looping motions, spinning, slamming, they call it tiger tail motions, where it has a lot of flap move, and rolls to it. So it just makes for a very interesting, intriguing form, where it was used to kind of poke, whereas weapons like the monk spade the monk spade is also a very interesting weapon. That I found that, even though it looks like it's a really heavy cut chop type of weapon, they were saying that the crescent motion was actually used more or less to kind of like push animals away. Like if there was like stray dogs or stuff like that, you used to as more of a kind of to be able to keep distance.
I'm just going to go ahead and draw a version of it here so that we can have a visual aid.
Yeah, I was curious.
Yeah.
I've been so enraptured by the conversation, I forgot that I could provide some visual aids.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So how's that?
So that is our monk spade, and there's different stories that surround it. You got a crescent moon on one end, and you got a piece of toast on the other. But it was said that the monks carried this, and the crescent shape was used to push things away. If you were, stray animals, dogs, different things, you keep them away this way. Where the other end was used as sometimes a shovel, to dig, and in case you, I guess, found people on the side that needed to be buried.
Can I take a moment for some more nerdery? In the book, The Zombie Survival Guide, they say that the monk spade is the optimal weapon to use against zombies because you can hold them back, and you could go straight for the brain with the shovel end.
Funny enough is I've actually had this same exact conversation with a few people, and I would concur. I mean, it's a great weapon. If it's bladed, you can take care of business on all ends. I think my only thing is being such a big weapon, you got to learn how to manipulate that quick, because it depends. It all really comes down to what kind of zombies we're talking about, because we have different movies. Nowadays you got zombies that run faster dead than I do alive.
Well, I mean, clearly I'm heading to your house when the zombie apocalypse happens. But I want to know, should I bring with me a monk spade, or is there a weapon of choice that you would prefer to have handy when that apocalypse happens?
The monk spade, our conversation went where the monk spade was probably, I think you're probably number one long weapon. I think probably the short weapon, I would go with the Wu Tip Tao, which is the butterfly knives. So a little bit shorter, but you can manipulate those things a little bit quicker. You can hit them with that blunt edge. You can hit them. You got some chopping action. So it does give you some range. It gives you some options. Maybe you got to keep one in the backside.
I'm just going to quickly draw it. Let me know if I got it correctly. I included a hand there for a scale.
Yep, that's it right there.
And then, because we all love Kung Fu, let's just make this proper.
That's right. You got to get those bracelets in there.
There we go. Kurt, are we losing you? Are you able to track with it? Are the visual aids helping?
It's beautiful. It's upside down for me, but I can definitely understand it for sure.
There we go.
I'm
happy,
No,
I've got my iPad set up upside down, so
perfectly fine.
I'm in all directions right now.
It's all good there. It's funny. I was actually interviewing the guy Max Brooks from the Z for Zombie, or Z for Zombie, I think it's called in America.
Yeah, he wrote the Zombie Survival Guide.
Yeah, and I asked him a similar question. I go, well, what would be your weapon of choice? And he goes, well, I would go with the katana, because a bladed weapon is better than a gun, because that runs out of bullets.
Well, I don't know. I would be a little bit scared to try a katana if I didn't really have a lot of practice. I think for me, I would choose a nice Dao, right? The Kung Fu broadsword, because, and then I would combo it with the tiger fork, right? Because my goal would be to hold a zombie in place with the tiger fork, and then shear off the head afterwards. And
that's true. I think my only thing is if you had like a trident, they might get stuck on the end.
Right.
You
You
know?
better be ready to drop it quick.
Exactly.
But
I
but
did
you're
not know we'd be talking about zombies here. This is awesome.
but you're 5'8" though. You have the legs to push the zombie off. I'm 5'3". I'm not going to be able to like safely push them off.
That's okay. You know, that's when you just push somebody who's smaller in front. And, you know, like to say, you don't have to be, you know, you don't have to run the fastest. You just got to run faster than
You got to be
the
in
slower
front.
person.
Then the slowest person, which would probably be me, but
Yeah. Oh, good times.
this is amazing. I like I said, I had no idea we'd be. I thought we'd be talking Year of the Tiger, and here we are discussing zombies.
Hey, well, you never know what's going to happen in Year of the Tiger. We have already had to deal with so much these last couple of years. So, you know, zombies was, I mean, honestly, you know, they were talking about at one point, you know, end of the world. I'm like, end of the world. We didn't get the zombie apocalypse. We didn't get none of that. But, you know,
Yeah, we got the really boring apocalypse. You know.
yeah, feeling a little ripped off. So,
We're alive. That's the main thing. I mean, for now. So we'll go from there.
but things are getting better. So, Year of the Tiger, you know, like I said, hold on to that tail and you know, keep on pushing.
Yes. Oops. I almost knocked down my microphone. I'm getting so excited over here.
Oh, that's good.
Sorry about that.
Wow. Let's see. Did I have everything else? I was just trying
That's a
to think.
cool tiger.
Yeah, I was trying to think of some other questions, but I'm running out right now. That's beautiful.
All right.
I love that, Patrick.
So what you see here is the potential cover art for the Tiger's Tail graphic novel. So one of the things I wanted to do was give people a chance to really see the artistic process at work. And as you know, Kurt, I mean, Sifu, you and I were talking about tigers, right? And so, you know,
Mhm.
6 months ago, when I was just starting to contemplate like bringing this project to Kickstarter and thinking, you know,
Yeah.
I don't want to just do, you know, buy my comic, right? There are tons of great comics on Kickstarter. I wanted to do something more. So I wanted to really reach out to the Wu Lin, right? To the Kung Fu community and just let everyone know that this project isn't just about, you know, cool comics, that there's more going on, right? And it's connected to a whole community of people and a whole community of lessons. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's, I think that's one of the things that really intrigued me about your project as well, is that of course, you know, comics, manga, anime, they're all getting, you know, they're all super popular, even more so now. But to have something like you know, My Hero Academia, and you get these superpowers and all that kind of stuff, that's great. But I haven't found mine yet. So the nice thing about sticking with the kung fu and having kung fu knowledge, kung fu, really those elements that teach, and you know, that sometimes teach not necessarily fighting, but sometimes ethics, morals, all those different things, which in sometimes, you know, in some cases, the world is lacking a little bit nowadays. But it's nice to be able to bring that up and to bring it to different generations, because you know, the nice thing about reading a comic is really just depends on who reads it and how they interpret it.
Yes, I mean, one of the things, you know, like, you know, I've been really trying to level up my game in terms of comics art and comic storytelling. I just actually started an intensive program, a 10-week intensive that's on specifically on the craft of comic storytelling. So that's like it's gonna be another kung fu workout that I just decided to add into everything else, you know. But
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But I just derailed myself with my own comment.
But
Yeah,
that comes back to, you know, wanting to improve yourself not only in kung fu and martial arts, but also from a creative perspective as well too.
Yes, thank you, Kurt. It's very much the case. So, but one thing I wanted to like communicate, right? Like Tiger's Tail was always like a way for me to take what I was learning about the martial arts and not just specific styles, but like the teachings behind it, right? And convey that into the comic. And then so now here it is being collected, and now it is like the chance to bring these stories to like new readers and to like a whole new generation. Like now, Sifu, you were reading Tiger's Tail years ago when it was in the back of the magazine, and now you have students of your own, right? That you're
Yeah.
teaching. And I don't know. I think it's just so cool to see that cycle come back around. But then
Yeah, no,
wanting
definitely.
to share it, wanting people to see the process as it happens, because I guess I would say that, this art is my kung fu, right? It's my way of doing hard work.
Well,
over time.
it's been my experience that pretty much people who are martial artists are artists at heart as well. Whether sometimes you have the physical talents to do it, or you don't. There's always trying. And so sometimes martial arts is one person's outlet of being artistic. Myself, I like doing airbrushing, drawing, painting, sculpting, making weird stuff. But again, it's just a different, artistic outlet for me as well. So I think as martial artists, since we've all done martial arts at one point in our life, it's within the person that there's always some kind of other artistic outlet as well. Whether it's that interview kung fu, drawing, it's all an art form, and there's beauty in all of it, and it is a learned skill, because not everybody can do what we can do, and nor can we do everything that others can do.
Definitely.
Those are such wise words, Sifu. That's awesome.
So it sounds like you should be an interviewer with the way you talk. I mean, I would love to have you have your own show there. That'd be great.
The Sifu Dong Show. Well, I mean, Sifu Brandon, you have a YouTube channel.
Yes, which I have to get back to. It's been neglected a little bit since since I've had some transitions in my life. So that is something that people have kind of requested. But yeah, I've always thought of doing a podcast or something of that sort. It would be fun nonetheless, whether it's any good. I mean,
No one starts out being good, and especially in
Yeah.
podcasting, I can attest to that.
you just hear like crazy ramblings from myself, crazy kung fu ramblings.
Well, see, the important thing is to have other guests to bounce off of, I think, in the same way that
True.
having you two here has been just such an amazing, kung fu alchemy, and
Yeah.
both of you, I reached out to at the very last minute. I was just like, I'm going to go live. I'm going to be doing art live for anyone who wants to see it, and then wouldn't it be fun to have these crazy conversations and just see where things go,
Exactly. And we make our own crazy Voltron. It's amazing.
Exactly. And like I was saying, I spoke to you years ago. I mean, not years ago, months ago. It feels like years.
Yeah,
Like,
it does.
and then it's just been like so many things, so many it's like a flywheel, right? Like each thing has a component, and so like all of the components that just make up this live stream has been another
Yes, for
set
sure.
of details, but then once I had them in play, I was like, how can I share it? How can I make it fun for others, and
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Good times.
here we go. So do you have a website, Brandon?
Myself as a personal website, not right now. I do have my YouTube channel,
Mhm.
but I'm also at the the Doc Fai Wong Martial Arts Center out in San Francisco. So that's where we're doing a lot of our teaching right now. We're teaching in the park, just trying to keep everybody safe, but keep everybody moving. And we're just every day is a new adventure.
So if I was to type in a website for Doc Fei Wong, what would I type?
Yeah, you could check us out at www.docfaiwongcenter.com.
Let's see if I got this correctly.
Yeah. And then in that case, you can come out and, you can always take classes. People take classes with us. Let's see. Almost. FAI.
FAI, you know, I knew I was
Yeah.
gonna mess it up. I
was
knew
gonna
it.
ask
I'm in notorious need for a proofreader at all times.
That's it. You know, everything Chinese all phonetic. So, you know.
Yeah.
I have trouble just with names in general, so that's just my own fault.
Yeah, remembering names and is a kung fu in itself. You know, it's funny that years and years, decades of training, and you know, sometimes the most impressive things that parents come up to me like, how do you remember everybody's name? Yeah, never mind. I, you know, teach kung fu and do all this. How do you remember everybody's name?
I get phone numbers. I can deal with phone numbers. I memorize that, no problem. But names are,
How did I do this time?
You got it. That is it.
Awesome. And I have to tell you, you know, I got really good at remembering names when I became a nightclub promoter before I moved to California. It became this trick that I learned a new name every time I went out, and then I would make a point to remember that name, and then I did that by introducing them to somebody else. And then that became my trick. Like I just needed to remember one name, and I just needed to introduce that person to someone else, and that would cement their name in my head, and then I would learn a new name. And over the course of one summer, I launched a career as a nightclub promoter, just doing this little trick with names.
Nice.
It served me well. It was one of
that's
my
a
other
pretty good
little
trick.
kung fu's. So that's my word of advice. If you want to remember a name, introduce someone else. Introduce them to someone else, and then it'll just lock in place.
Yeah,
Another-
usually I try to sit there and use their name. Once I learn it, I try to use it like 3 to 5 times right away. But sometimes it works.
Another way was someone told me that, you know, ask the person their name, and when they say their name, no, I meant your last name, and that way you get their full name.
Smart.
Yeah, that's it. You know, that's it. I think I've used also the so how do you spell that? You know, but then it doesn't work if their name is Sam. You know,
And how many M's do you use?
yeah, is the Z silent?
Yeah. Is that Sam with a C?
Well, I think for me, I'm going to have to take off, unfortunately, though, Patrick and Sifu. A pleasure meeting you. I think this is an amazing idea, Patrick. Keep doing this because this is the most fun I've had in a while. So,
thank you, Kurt,
Yeah.
for showing up, for just swinging in on a vine at the last second to really, you know, deepen this whole thing one more layer. So
yeah, I appreciate it. And maybe I'll stop by San Francisco, California sometime in the
That's it.
future and definitely stop by the center.
Come on down. Yeah, I have to get ready for classes myself pretty soon.
yes, well, Sifu, thank you so much for taking some time out to hang out and chat. I know that you've, you know, we live so close, and yet we're just, you know, going this way and that way. It's so hard to even, you know, block some time out. So I really do
it was
appreciate
great being able to connect.
Yeah, and you know, you came in like a hero for the last couple of days of my campaign. So
All right, let's push. Tiger,
yes.
Tiger tail.
I know. I mean, last I checked, I was like 4 backers away from my crazy 88 stretch goal, right? And the concept was, if I can get 88 backers, I'll produce a second comic for everyone, but it'll be an anthology of comics that are kung fu themed and created by kung fu practitioners.
Nice.
So, and would you believe that there are more than one people doing it that way, you know? So I've got about 4 artists who are all repping their own style of kung fu, right? We've got Tai Chi, we've got Hung Gar, we've got Shaolin, and we've got Charlie Foot represented in this anthology. So
nice.
That's amazing.
That'll make for a nice little extra bonus to this whole crazy adventure, you know, because it's so much about holding the door open for others as well, you know.
That's it. Usher it in.
Yes. So, Sifu, any final words of wisdom before I bid you farewell?
Ooh, words of wisdom. It's like we always tell our students. We have a saying at the end of our class. We make them read the sign, which is uh, in our studio. We actually have a sign. So outside in the park, it's kind of weird because it's not actually there. But we have the saying that practice makes perfect. We need more practice and patience. you know and I think that's one of the things that we can always live by, is that we have our practice, what we do, what drives us, and patience, what needs to fuel us, because it's something that um, we do have to be patient. We have to, and not everything is instant, because one of the things that we're teaching the younger generation as well is, because they always have their phone in their hand and everything's always instant gratification, to really kind of step outside of that and to embrace the idea of patience, embrace the idea of, like you said, failure, embrace all these different lessons that we can have, but you don't get it if you don't take your eyes out of the screen. So,
Wise words. Thank you.
yeah.
And
Oh, thank you so much for having us. It's been so great. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully we can do it again.
I hope so too. And yes, I generally do. So once again, thank you both gentlemen for taking some time out. This has been great. I'm gonna get back to some pre-recorded footage so that I can go and brew some more tea.
There you go. Well, cheers.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you
once again, have a
again,
great new
Patrick.
year, both of you. And I
You as
look
well.
forward
Thank
to our
you so
next
much.
chance.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
All right. Nice meeting you.
All right. Thank you.
See you later, Patrick, and congratulations on the comic. It's amazing still.
Thank you. And Kurt, thank you so much for taking the time.
Anytime. Call on me next time.
You got it. Wow, that was so amazing, right? I had no idea. My head's spinning, but this has been so much fun. So let me just get back to some pre-recorded Tiger Talks so that I can, like I said, brew some more tea. Amazing kung fu skill. You had some pretty wild lion dance missions in your own right.
I did line dance for the Grateful Dead, which is probably my biggest moment, one of my biggest life moments.
All right. Well, wasn't that cool? I thought it was amazing. I mean, a couple of folks thought so as well. But I'm a little bit frazzled, I'll be honest with you. This thing has been I've been going nonstop for the past 2.5 hours. I'm gonna do this until maybe about 9 p.m. I've got some more guests, but let me share one more thing with you. Well, let me share you this. Let me see. I think it's time for a musical interlude. So let me just take a moment to do that. Can you believe StreamYard tried to stick a little commercial into my broadcast? I'm going to do a little bit of painting while I have your attention. And we might have another guest coming in within the next 10 to 30 minutes. We'll see. So let me turn my head down, grab my chair. Oh, look at that. You could still kind of see me. Let's do some work down here. And if you have some comments or want to reach out and say hi, now would be a good time. So one thing I should let you folks know is that I'm actually painting this upside down so that you folks can have a better look at what I'm doing. Or at least so it'll make a little more sense to you what I'm trying to paint as I paint it. If someone's going to have to look at this upside down, it might as well be me. The astute observer might take note that I haven't changed brushes. I've just got one brush I'm happy with, and so I'm going to use it until I need to really switch things up. Wasn't that awesome? Can anyone guess what that soundtrack was too? Oh, that was awesome.
Introducing Shorter Side of YouTube. Watch and create your own short videos.
Those jerks just want to add some ads to my thing. Sorry, I'm interrupting my own broadcast. What I want to do is share with you a video from one of our next guests who you may have seen live before. Hi all, I'm back. Just coping with some technical difficulties. Apparently there was no audio for that last sequence, which is a bit of a bummer. But that's okay because I have our next special guest has just arrived. I know him, you know him. It's Cornelius Boots. Welcome.
Hey, let me find where I just put you. I put you on a tab. Oh my gosh, the tabs are. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, well, why don't I hear anything? It must be my audio settings. I saw those videos up. I was like, oh.
I could hear it and I was just like, oh, this is great. I could go and do a few other things, check some messages, you know? If you thought I was a one-man band last time, I am like a 1.5-man band this time.
That's better than a 0.75.
I know. Look at that. I've got another camera that's pointing to my art table, which is just below me.
Oh, nice.
So,
That looks awesome. Look at that color.
thank you. Yes. So during our last segment, right, I had Kung Fu Master Sifu Brandon Dong, who he was the first Kung Fu Master I reached out when I first decided I was going to do this thing beyond just like, hey, buy my comic book. I wanted to do something more. And he's a
Right.
local Bay Area, guy. He's just down the road. And so I was like, I should talk to him. We chit chat back and forth. Wouldn't it be fun? Let me get his feedback. And so he was like, yes, let's do it. I'll be a guest. We'll talk, And then life happened. And so he and I just fell out of touch. All these things have been happening. So I literally just shot him a text message Monday morning and was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing this thing live. Do you have time? And he said yes. And then I was like, okay, if he said yes, let me see who else I can text at the last minute.
So how much
including you.
stuff has happened today that I'm gonna have to go back and catch up on because I was out doing laundry and stuff.
Well, okay, so between about noon and 1:30 was like the Bob Ross section of the show. And so that was me setting up this painting, kind of giving people an outline of what I was going to do on that front. And then actually I had a surprise guest show up, right? He's one of the people who interviewed me over the course of the month. And so he came and we just had this maybe it was an hour. Like we talked tea, he's a well-traveled fellow, he's worked in the Peace Corps and whatnot. So when he interviewed me, we hit it off immediately, and so he came back and then we just got to talking about different styles.
Which one was that? Because I watched
that was Barney Smith of Story Comic.
Okay, I think I saw half of that. Yeah,
So,
not the two nerds talking or two
geeks talking. Well,
Two
okay,
geeks.
so Kurt showed
Yeah.
up later. He just logged
Oh.
off about 20 minutes ago. And so he showed up at 2, right, which was about a half hour into my conversation with Sifu Brandon, which was awesome because Kurt is such a good interviewer and he showed up with questions. He was like
Yeah.
ready.
Yeah.
And he's also done martial arts, so he was excited to share what he's learned. And then I was just like, go right ahead. He was like, can I ask a question? And I was like, of course. And so it just became like a back and forth between the two of them while I was doing art, and then I would pop in, and it became this great 3-way conversation, which is exactly what I've been envisioning. I've been envisioning this whole thing as like a kind of a soiree, right, where people come and go, and some conversations get really deep.
Right.
Sometimes we discuss the weapon most suitable in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. Ken, well, that's the challenge. Ken, with all of the gear and not actually breathing the same air and drinking from the same teapot, can we recreate that? I guess we're having to. I mean, we've been able to since about, my teacher started teaching shakuhachi lessons on Skype in 2007 or 8 or something. And I, like most, sort of not Luddites, but like people who want to be in like feel the presence and the same air. You know, a lot of woodwinders, especially, are like, you can't really teach online. We were skeptical. So I was visiting him in 2009, and I sat in on a Skype lesson he did with somebody, I think in Europe, and I was pretty impressed. I was like, oh man, you can really get a lot done with the right setup, you know. And now that was like 13 years ago, almost to the month. Can't even believe that. And now that's like the main thing that I do. Ideally, the optimal is to meet in person every once in a while, and it would be the same with this larger international community. Like ideally, you'd all be in the same room at some point, but it's just not. To say it's not practical is really the understatement for the last 2 years. But
2 years and counting, you know.
But I think that having that reference of tea, like all the times we've had it at Master Wong's or at Hidden Peak or at Coco's place, or I guess at David's place now in Wudong West, he's doing some tea. I mean, I'm sure that he does tea constantly on his own.
As a matter of fact, it turned out that Seafood Dung had just recently had tea with David Way, so we just kind of circled into that conversation. And I was just like, oh, I wish I was more technically savvy because I could have just plugged that video in right there, you know? Like,
well, see, that is also, I have to say, that's one of the advantages, though. Of course, like what we've gotten used to being in our own home, you know, like in terms of the Gongfu Cha, you know, I love the tea and I like the people and the ethos and everything. But what I don't like, let's get right into it. Let's get snobby right away. Is the little cups. I'm over the little cups. So all day I'm drinking. This is as small as I'm willing to go. And my other main cup is this. This is from Brother Juniper's, a great breakfast place in Tennessee, in Memphis, and Deneen Pottery. Actually, this place is still a family-owned business of like pottery mugs and stuff that you'll see all over the U.S. in bed and breakfast, like sort of like your sort of country living vacation places. They all have their own bespoke Deneen pottery with like their logo and like that's. So I'm drinking Gongfu Cha tea, but not with any of the right gear. You know, I'm putting it in big cups. I need big cups.
I mean, I get made fun of too. I mean, like this is about what my average is. I've got the blue geisha today because I'm wearing blue, and you know, I had to make sure to match. But I tend you know how the thing is with Kung Fu Cha, especially with pu'er, right? Like you can measure the quality of a good pu'er based on the number of times you can steep it.
Right.
And it's like and it's a beautiful thing because the flavors expand, and you know, like it changes over those steepings. But man, like I'm so glad that I have like the rough and ready loose leaf tea that I could buy locally, because we just like to make a really big pot as black as coffee, and just that's what we drink, you know.
Well,
and
that's the other reason I started shifting to pu'er. You know, pu'er. I was just talking about this over the weekend, this whole tea thing, because like a lot of people, I was more coffee addict, and so I would in 2006 I had to switch. I had to stop daily more. I had to switch to Genmai Cha. So for all you coffee addicts out there who are trying to kick the habit, watching live or in the recap, this is my recommendation. Is how I did it. Genmai Cha, because it's a roasty rice, sencha basically with roasty rice, and Lapsang Souchong, which is the pine smoked black tea, and then pu'er because it brews really dark. You know, I mean, these are the leaves, and so you can sort of get that roasty robustness. But the thing with tea, I think, growing up in the U.S. and maybe elsewhere in the world, it's not China. I'm not even sure how they do it in England and in India and so forth, other big tea culture, but they oversteep it. I think that all tea, all green tea, even mint tea, black tea, everything we've been served as a kid was low quality and oversteeped. I don't like oversteeped, except pu'er. So you could do what you said. You could pile it in, at least the kinds that I usually drink. I've been told that that's not true for all of them, and I have to adjust my ways as opposed to sending it back and saying it's undrinkable. This is terrible. But you could make it darker and it doesn't get more bitter, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and that's satisfying.
Well, now you have to rewatch the video earlier on because Barney went on told this whole story of when he was doing relief work in Africa and just the method by which they made tea and their version of Kung Fu Cha, which included sugar and hot coals. And I'll let you and whoever hasn't caught the first half of this crazy sequence can go back and check that out. But sugar, hot coals, and spinning it around over your head. So imagine that.
Which part? Where exactly was
I
it?
think I want to say Ghana is where he did it, but I could just be, confusing
Yeah.
circuits in my brain. But Niger. I think he was in Niger.
Okay.
But I did some relief work in Africa as well. So the moment that he said Peace Corps, we kind of went on a tangent on
Wow.
where in Africa have we been? And so I've got this whole map crammed into my head right now,
Wow. And when was the last time you were there?
In Africa. Oh my God, dude, we're talking 1988,
Wow.
So what's that? Dude, I can't do the math right now, but I was 20-ish, 21, something like that. This was when I was at my most, Mr. Straight Edge, no alcohol, no nothing. And this is
Yeah.
when I was at the most devoted I was to Kung Fu, so
Oh, nice.
I packed my little Kung Fu uniform and I was doing my forms out there, which they love because so
Right.
many of the locals were like, oh, Kung Fu. And, there's just a different relationship outside of the US, right? And so
Right.
Africa, as it relates to China, is very different than what an American in the 80s imagined, so.
Right. Had they seen The Last Dragon?
They were talking Bruce Lee, and there were some people who could do the imitations and the whole thing, and they wanted to learn. They wanted to spar. Like I said, I was telling this to Barney. Once they figured that out, they started putting me next to all of the wrestlers, right? And in Africa, wrestling is a huge sport. Like, like old school, tribal wrestling is the best way I could describe it. In the sand, in a circle, you've got to push the guy out of the circle, and these were big, buff dudes, and I got to meet the Olympic wrestler for Gambia, the country I was working in, so we're talking 1988. So the 1988 Olympics, around there, I guess. And I got to meet this dude, and they're like, Kung Fu, go do something with him. And I'm like, what the hell? This guy is like bulging with muscles,
Yeah, the nickname in the English overdubs of the Bruce Lee movies is Chinese boxing, not Chinese wrestling. So if you were going to tilt into a sport that it kind of really isn't, but could be affiliated with, I think wrestling's a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, but that's why, because you said 88, that's why I brought up The Last Dragon, because somebody else you interviewed in the last couple of months specifically brought up that movie as their motivation for that. And I grew up with that movie. We didn't know what to make of it. Is this a parody? Is this like a sort of folding in Beat Street and Karate Kid? Like what's going on here? But we quoted Kiss My Converse all the time and thought it was really funny how tough the characters were in it, and yet it was like El DeBarge was the music from it, right?
Yes.
And so that was that's the 80s right there in a little snapshot.
It's a little microcosm, right? And so you're referring to Anthony Kelly, right? The Guinness Book of World Record holder.
Oh, right.
For catching arrows. And so one of the things was that in that movie, the dude catches an arrow, and that was the little seed.
Oh, right.
That planted in his mind and changed his life. Can you imagine? Like he was like, I want to see if I can do that. And now his whole life is that. I was looking at one of his videos where he shoots an arrow like 3,000 feet or 10,000 feet into the air, and then he catches it on the way down.
Catches it, yeah.
Insane, crazy. But real, so not crazy, just profound.
Right. Yeah, the thing is with watching that guy is like you kind of need that he's making like records in a way, like those records are, I'm sure from a certain part of the community, I'm going to think that they would like to say that they're gimmicky, but when you hear him talk about it, he's just doing it like he seems very selfless to me. He's just doing it to motivate other people in the show. Plus, when you see him do it, it looks easy. He makes each thing he does look easy, which is very and I can relate to that. A lot of what I do on the flute is very under the radar. And so even other flute players and other musicians don't know that they wouldn't be able to play certain passages because they actually don't know what's happening on this sort of subtle technique level. And when I saw him do that with the arrow, it was like, oh, yeah, I caught the arrow, it's like, but I mean, you wouldn't like, we could practice that for 3 months and probably not really get very far. I don't know, but
I mean, I can catch an arrow maybe here or here, or
yeah.
But yeah, it's true. I mean, like, to hear him talk about how, like, all of these, like, because I was asking him, like, oh, do you want to just have the record for the most number of records? And he was like adamantly against that, because he was, I think I might have cut it out because it's segue, but he talked about how, like, the person who's going for the most records, is doing just random stuff, the number of balloons to say, and how for him it's all about this ethos, right? It's about, he wants to be the most qualified coach in the world, as represented by all of these awards, right? So that's a pretty profound thing. And that he wants them all to demonstrate, like, the ability of the human body, right? His ability to redefine what can be expected from a human.
Right, exactly. So that's why it sounds like he picks things that can at least put that, like, I have this whole theory about the value of, we might have talked about it a little bit recently, but the value of the creative artists, the fringe creative artists community, not just individuals, but which again goes sort of under the radar, goes unknown by what I would have to call mainstream society, certainly mainstream industry, capital I, and academy, capital A, and probably markets, capital M. Those things are, to me, blissfully ignorant of the mojo and the vital chi infusion that they get from those of us out on the fringes doing things that are almost not marketable at all in their sense of the terms, not in our sense of our small sort of grassroots, what I call nano cottage industry kind of. I don't know, though, with the percentage you've doubled of your crowdfunding goals, you might have gone past nano into micro, which is pretty big.
I know.
But
micro niche. Someone called me micro niche, and I was like, okay. He's like, you're gonna get a lot of people in your micro niche, and I'm like, doesn't that kind of contradict? I mean, okay, I want to, but
no, because there's 7 billion people on the planet. It's doubled since you were born. The amount of human Homo sapien, mouth breathing flesh bags wandering the face of the globe has doubled.
It's crazy.
Hopefully not all mouth breathing, but
that reminds me, I was talking, I have a friend who left the US. He moved to Europe to pursue a career as in geoengineering, right? But he's not, his specific specialty is in helping to write the policy so that we don't completely destroy the earth when we try and save it by geoengineering, like we could create, well, let me just give a 1-sentence breakdown, right? For those who might be watching who don't know, geoengineering, right, is an attempt to ameliorate global warming by doing large scale projects like seeding the upper atmosphere with chalk, as an example, so that it actually, over the course of the time that it takes for that chalk to descend to the earth, it blocks out enough of the sunlight to help bring the temperature down. And then after 10 or 20 years, the chalk ends up on the surface and falls into the ocean, etc. But the goal would be that it will have at least reduced the temperature, the greenhouse effect. Anyway, long story short, I was having this conversation with him, and we were kind of lamenting about humans and stupid humans, like, what if we weren't born? How many, like, how bad is it? And he kind of did some math, right? And he figured out, like, the average human lifespan and the amount of carbon intake. And he basically worked it out for us over beers that if you or I were never born, we would delay global warming by about 15 minutes. So it just really like put the situation in perspective in the sense of like, you know, doesn't matter if you drive a car or a Prius or whatever, you know, like your whole life, you know, whatever you do your whole life is going to amount to like a 15-minute difference.
Maybe
on
the
the
average
scale.
individual, but you're talking to the wrong person if you want to get on this topic, because I don't have mild views on it.
I
Because
don't, I,
these are
well,
you know, these are things you have to go to the root source for, and it's almost never the individual. And this goes back to the 70s, where they purposely flipped the script to try to make conservation and give a hoot don't a pollute the individual's responsibility, when in fact
yes.
it is 100% industry, capital I, and corporate megaliths that have only gotten more powerful in our lifetime that are the root cause of this. So there's not that much you can do. People with the narrative of individual choice and personal changes, lifestyle changes, for that. This is like, you might as well be throwing M&Ms at the you know, the I don't even know, like at the sun practically. It's got to be a big change, a big shift.
Exactly. Like what individual change is gonna make an impact on those 15 minutes? You know, like just to
Yeah.
lean in that metaphor. Like all of these things are systemic, but
Corporate personhood. That's a one-way ticket to HE double hockey sticks, or however you would spell apocalypse, one letter at a time, which I'm not going to do. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's no good. I don't want to go on my story about one time I got ejected from possible jury duty because I went up against corporate personhood, but it was
oh
dramatic.
man, oh, this is getting dark. Quick, let's take some deep breaths. And
Yeah, if you're going to use the word seeding the upper atmosphere, you're gonna get my animist warrior and skeptical sort of
yeah,
skepticism whipped out.
I guess it's my own fault for bringing that up. I guess we're supposed to be talking art and tigers.
That tiger, what's the idea here? This is looking great. I mean, is this gonna be like a cover variant or what?
Yeah, this is gonna be like this is a potential cover. This would be cover art if I completed it. The idea being that I've got a few ideas for what I want to have as a cover. Like we've got one variant, which is the Master 2 variant, which is, you know, amazing.
Yeah.
People seem to like that. And then we've got like the sketch variant, which is essentially blank cover. I mean, I've got the sketch variant here. Let's see if I could find it in this chaos.
I already got
Dramatic
the Master 2 variant as a tattoo right here. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, awesome. So yeah, so this is basically, you know, sketch variant is just going to be blank, and then I'll paint
Right.
something on it for those who order. So I've got a few of those, and then I've had like what's going to be the real cover, you know, and I just keep changing my mind on that, you know. So I think what I'd like to do is like do a piece like this. I've got a few ideas. I've got some calligraphy that another calligraphy master sent my way, which I'm excited to use. But then I think over the course of March, I'm going to be inviting backers to join me and help me work out what exactly I think the cover will look like in the end. You know, I'll kind of, I don't know if you could see like back there, there's some more cover art. I'm trying to figure out, I'll do it this way.
Yeah.
This is a piece that I'm planning to use for a cover.
Right.
And then back there is another sketch concept that I've been thinking about. So between those and then this piece, I'm going to kind of assemble a couple of concepts and then, I don't know, figure out a survey system or figure out a way, depending on how many backers really want to be involved, you know?
Right. Yeah. I
And
mean,
then-
that definitely is a potential for some process, but I'm very curious, like out of all the stuff you've created and published up to this point, how many covers have you made the final decision for, of something that was a publication of your work?
Okay, well, I mean, I've been responsible for hundreds of magazine covers.
Right,
Right.
but that's always that's not 100%.
Right, exactly. That's a very collaborative process.
Right.
So
So you
I
have
have
you have cover experience in that way, that compilation way.
right, and so I'm kind of trying to adapt that collaborative process.
But this is a
in
lot
this
more
way.
personal. This is like your what's the you know what's
Yeah.
it what is it what is it what is the rest of the contents want the cover to be?
Well,
That's
that's going to be an interesting exploration. And okay, so here's this interesting thing. Over the many years that I've done magazine covers, you know, they became more and more collaborative, right? So at
right.
the very beginning, I could just do the cover, and this is what the cover looked like. And then as the magazine grew, there were a lot more stakes, so there were a lot more people involved with
Mm,
determining what the final cover was going to be. And there was a part of me that would kind of resent some of that, because then here my education as an artist, my experience as a designer was being put on equal ground with literally whoever walked in the door that day
right.
and asking their opinion, which cover they liked. And so I ended up getting really annoyed by that. And I mean,
Right.
that's one of the pitfalls of being part of an in-house design team.
Right.
And so now here I am years later, I'm no longer part of an in-house design team. And I'm realizing that, this is a way to kind of almost exercise any of that resentment and to try and take that phenomenon and really find what it is about that phenomenon that could be fun and that could be special, and so that's kind of where I'm going with this, where I kind of, because people are supporting me. These aren't just my bosses, right? These are the people who believe in my project already. So right there, their opinion matters more because they have good taste. They like my stuff, right?
Right. No, it's true. Everybody's on the same page in a real specific kind of way. But I mean, what I've been impressed with is your ability to keep this kind of like it's like I don't want to use the word buffet because that seems a little bit like scattered. I wouldn't say that. There's a centrality to it, of course. But I think part of that is like we were talking about last time, word and name magic. And you've been using Tiger's Tail for decades now, and so it's not just so that has some what I would call like magical heft to it throughout time and space in terms of like a magnetic intention. It itself is crystallized intention that you've been continuing to feed it both with concepts and other people and actual imagery. This is another reason when I was reading, when I look at the pages you sent me, I don't know that much about depth psychology and archetypal psychology, but I know a little bit. I'm like a amateur archetypal psychologist just because I like James Hillman and, the way he talks about images, especially for a musician that doesn't deal in lyrics anymore. I did a little bit, but mostly I'm instrumental, nonverbal wisdom, nonverbal narrative based composer performer. And the idea that our subconscious mind is dealing in images. And I might have told you this on the phone where I had that moment with Rufus, the goat, one of the goats that I hang out with at the farm animal sanctuary on Mondays. And when I was playing for him, he transmitted to me something through that was how his mind works. It was just like a flash, and it was stunning because of course words are not in the way. It's just images of some kind. I don't know how goat eyes work, what he actually sees, but there's so much space to images when you're not cluttered up with verbal. Everything affiliated with language is wonderful, but it's a real trap, especially these days. I think we're in a post-language culture, post-truth, post-language culture. And these are words I coined. Possibly, I'm just guessing sometime after 2016. But, it's, yeah. So, and you're dealing in that. That's like your, just like my realm is sort of vibrations, resonance, timbres, shapes and structures of like intervals and tempos and things like that. Yours is like images, and that's how um, the subconscious mind sort of communicates with other things beyond us, other invisible realms, and with our own conscious mind, and so that's like got all this potential of I guess fertility. It's like very fertile what you're experiencing now. It's like you're both harvesting this project, and it's coalescing or coagulating with the seventh step of alchemy, and the seven steps of alchemy that I always think about. Coagulation is the final one, and fermentation is the fifth one. That's literally, you might as well just say that's where the magic goes on. But there's still fermentation happening even as you're coagulating and distilling. Those are the last three steps. If you could get in a loop on those last three steps, that's really valuable, because I think as a species, as a culture, we're stuck in step 3, which is the separatio, separating elements. We haven't gotten past that.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good
any
model.
opportunity to discuss alchemy, I'm there for it. So it happens at so many levels, But yeah, it's been a really fascinating thing. Like when I was, I've been writing these updates for Kickstarter, like I practiced writing. I mean, I spent 6 months practicing writing like newsletters and, doing web comics with them, and just really developing a voice that was more just me trying to communicate what I needed to communicate and still be entertaining. I'm not doing a movie review. I'm just trying to tell people, hey, check out this cool thing. And so one of my recent updates was called my update of formlessness, because I just, especially after our live session, like I wouldn't have even been able to do that first live session if I didn't have a certain amount of improvisational potential kind of embedded in the project. I was setting up things to pre-record. I had my final pre-recorded episode this morning launched, right? So I produced 4, I can't even count anymore. Depends on how you split them up. But I've done all of these Tiger Talk episodes. And then was that just a week ago where we decided, hey, let's do this live, and the pieces just fell together. And that, once again, that was all very improvised and very last minute. And then here I am again, like looking at like, this is the last Tuesday of the campaign. It's the 1st of March, Fat Tuesday. It's like all of these crazy things about like, we're like at 85 backers and we're trying to get to like crazy 88 because
I was going to say that because you just said the word crazy again. Yeah.
And so it's these so much of it is improvised. When I was doing my first video for this campaign, I did that video like 5 times, and I edited it, and I needed it to be perfect, and I spent a lot of time really trying to make my campaign page perfect. And then it almost immediately started mutating beyond anything I had anticipated. I had some lofty ideas of doing like a February 1st event with a bunch of Kung Fu masters.
That's right. You said that. Yeah.
And then one of my friends was like, don't do it live, just pre-record it. It'll be easier. And so I shifted gears, and I was like, let me just connect with them individually and then present the videos. But then still I ended up doing live stuff anyway. And then still it just culminated into this craziness that is today, where it's not just the pre-recorded Tiger Talk that I produced, but then it became, well, I'm doing this. I've got access to this live stream. I've been telling people I want them to be involved in the cover art, so I was like, at the very least, I could work on that here. And if people want to comment, they can. But then when you
were doing Bob Ross, were you naming the colors too? Did you take the time to put the caption up of what the name of, like, what is the name of this color?
This is a string of colors right now. So I've got some gouache. So I've started with lemon yellow. Well, there we go. So there's the lemon yellow.
Oh yeah.
And then I also added in a little bit of the yellow ochre. I'm still learning how to where this camera actually looks.
Right. That's a good camera angle. I like it.
It's my iPad. I've got it just look at
Yeah.
that. I tapped it. So, but what I've mostly been working on are just some color pencils. These are water soluble color pencils, right? So I've got deep cadmium, sunburst yellow. Well, here I should do it this way. Then it'll make sense, right? So deep cadmium, sunburst yellow, and deep vermilion. Look at that. This stuff isn't even on screen. Oh my God, I'm so terrible. So
Nice.
these were the pencils that I used to sketch these out.
Yeah.
They're water soluble pencils.
Okay.
So once I take a wet brush to them, then the color starts to bleed so that I could then incorporate that with the gouache. And so that's how I'm building these layers. And then eventually I'll just like add more. I have some ochre here, which I'm not too fond of. So I'm going to add some orange. I've got orange red, just basic orange red. So I'm going to throw a little bit of that.
I don't know if that's basic or not. What would be like orange, like safety, or like fluorescent orange? That would be
fluorescent.
brighter.
It's just, you know, when you work in publishing, you stop thinking in terms of like cadmium yellow.
Yeah.
And you start thinking in terms of, okay, well, if I want orange, it's going to be 100% magenta, or it's going to be 100% yellow and 70% magenta or something like that. Right. So I start thinking in those terms. And then, you know, add digital. Now you can think of it in terms of like, you know, C6, 7, whatever the hexadecimal numbers are.
Right, right.
So it gets a little wacky, which is an interesting conversation because, as you know, my significant other works in color because she's doing balloon art.
Right.
This was a little thing she added to.
Yeah, I saw that last week. I love that.
I'd have company. It needs a little bit of air. He hasn't been eating much. But.
Yeah.
So she and I can talk indefinitely just about color because she's like, well, what is the difference between robin's egg blue and turquoise? You know, and I'm like, well, what's the CMYK values here? Let's, you know. And so we're
like how last time we were talking about that we had just watched The Shape of Water, and there's that moment, like clearly he's obsessed with I guess green in that film, and there's a lot of dialogue and actual dialogue, and then there's that time period it's framed in where that Cadillac is in like teal, and that's a big talking point of that the guy, the sort of the bad guy of the film, is buying this Cadillac, and first he's very like, I don't know, he's like too tough, he's like too masculine for teal, he doesn't give a crap, but then once he buys the car, he's correcting people by saying teal. It's not whatever else they say.
It's not green. It's teal.
Yeah.
Right.
So that struck me as some sort of inside joke, some sort of filmmaker inside. Like I liked that aspect because it's like quirky, but it seemed to have like it resonates with visual artists maybe more.
Yeah, I mean,
or automobile.
I mean, I guess there's that. It didn't. It's been too long since I've seen the movie, but I guess it's that hidden joke of what exactly would be aquamarine blue, right?
Right.
It's it's an aqua themed movie, so
that's right.
You know,
yeah,
maybe it's all variations of that.
Yeah, that's too long a phrase.
Exactly, or maybe it's the fact that he never uses that in the dialogue, and everything is aquamarine blue, but they're calling it teal or they're calling it green.
Right.
You know, that could be the joke, you know. I mean, Guillermo del Toro loves to kind of embed a lot of that kind of weird stuff into his movies.
Right.
Just from the interviews that I've heard. I just watched his most recent movie, Nightmare Alley. Have you seen it?
You said. No, I haven't seen it yet.
I've seen it twice now. It's amazing.
Oh, good. Well,
it's like it's kind of in that same Shape of Water in the sense that
you said it's
like
in the 30s, so there's like a period.
Right, right. But then it's all, you know, traveling circus and, you know, freak shows and mentalism, and it's just like,
oh wow, oh yeah, you said that sounds awesome. Yeah, no, we did watch The French Dispatch, and now that's got some great visual art component there.
That's awesome. That, you know, You're the second person who mentioned that movie today, so I'll tell you what I told them. I just fell asleep to that movie the other night. I was so
So
excited to press play, and then I blink, and it's the end credits.
yeah,
you know?
you've been in fifth gear for 30 days at least, maybe more.
Yeah, 29 days and some hours counting, you know?
But
So,
I love Benicio del Toro as this artist character. So when you get to watch it, you'll get to enjoy. I mean, I always love Benicio del Toro, but I kind of I like how easily he's sinister, but I feel like some people have written too sinister, and he can do it really well. And even though it impresses me, it disturbs me. So this character has the balance of he's not totally unmenacing, but he's very quirky, very likable.
yeah, I mean, and it's fascinating. Like, I mean, Benicio del Toro is one of those actors that you can forget that he can do evil. He could, he's got such a wide range. He's kind of facing that potential of becoming a caricature of himself.
Right.
A la the Tom Cruises of the world.
Yeah, or even John Malkovich.
Well, I mean, that's the next level right there, right?
Well, speaking of personality characteristics, so if you had to sum up over the last weeks of talks and so forth, if you had to do a greatest hits of people actually talking about tiger energy, tiger characteristics, what have people said? Because it'd be better, even though your memory might be faulty, it would be a lot faster than going through all the footage and pulling out people's actual quotes.
I mean, there's like courage and assertiveness are like the common themes, when they talk about like the tiger spirit,
Right.
as it's conveyed in martial arts, right? There's power, and if you're going to learn tiger kung fu, if you're going to express tiger kung fu, then you're going to have to draw from your strongest self, and you're going to have to make yourself strong to do it. So there's the inherent strength. Someone said stubbornness also, which is interesting. So I mean, those components track. I mean, curiosity, right? That's so clear. So I want to impose nobility into that whole equation, but no one's really specifically said nobility. But they all acknowledge that the tiger is the king of beasts in Asia, right? And so there's an inherent nobility to its magnitude and to what makes it so.
Yeah, I think it's hard to
revered.
get nobility out of any kind of big cat. It's sort of very intrinsic, but yeah, so that's why I was curious what people say, because I myself, as you know, I'm not only a tiger, but I'm also a Leo.
Wow.
Potentially triple Leo. I can't remember what I have rising, or I don't know that system that well, but so I know a lot of these things from within, but I'm curious what people are saying from without. Plus, I'm curious about the distinction between tiger energetics, and because in terms of it being a tiger year, the way that I was given to understand the animal energy for the year is that's essentially the flavor, if you will, of chi that's most available that year. So in terms of what resonates with it and what doesn't, and how to let's say definitely engage with that as opposed to work against it.
Right, or find yourself under its claws, so to speak.
Yeah, and I know that I've got that stuff in there. I mean, stubbornness as compared to, let's say, a goat or a horse, it's not quite the same thing. I think that we have something that's more defensive, and that can be interpreted as a kind of a stubbornness. But that's like the flip side of the coin of the courage.
Yeah, okay, so I was talking was talking to one of my guests, right? And I was making a joke about how I'm born of the year the monkey.
That's right.
So there's the iconic tension between tigers and monkeys, which I've been exploring with some of these masters. And one thing I admitted was how I have friends who are tigers, and I have great regard for all of them, and how there's such an energetic connection, and there's such a dynamic energy between them. Like yourself, like I've known you for a number of years, and we don't, there have been times when we've interacted more, but we've always kind of been, we've more crossed paths than actually like decided, let's sit down and have dinner.
Right.
But then in those times that we've crossed paths, they've always been so like energizing and inspiring. And
right.
And so it's just, that to me is like kind of typifies the monkey tiger relationship, when.
Well, it can, but you got to remember that I'm a wood tiger, and the wood tiger is most easily thought of as a tiger cubs. So that's why wood tigers, 1974 tigers, we're just a lot more cuddly than probably metal tigers are. And so what's more fun than a barrel of monkeys? A barrel of monkeys and some tiger cubs all together. I mean, that's going to be playtime for sure, until somebody gets a hand bit off or something, I guess.
Yeah, right. Right. Exactly. And it's funny because, one of my guests, David Way, kind of specifically brought that up in terms of like how the elements could be measured as a life cycle. And he started with wood as being like the new shoots, the new growths, right? The newborn child. And then how he just counted off, like
that's
after wood comes fire. And that's like the adolescent tiger that's like, more ambitious than they have skill, and then after fire comes earth. And now that's the tiger in its prime. That tiger can hunt, and that tiger knows what they're about, and then after earth comes metal, and that's the tiger that's a little more that's a tiger that has had cubs, and that's a little bit more established and has some wisdom and knows when not to strike as well as when to strike.
Right.
And then finally it's the water tiger, and that's the tiger that's seen it all before. That's a tiger that's in the winter of its life, and so it's not going to waste time on stupid stuff, and it's going to use all of its strategy so that every time it strikes, it's a successful hunt.
Right. There you go.
And
that's
so
great distillation. That's great.
Yeah. So here we are in the water tiger, and so it's essential that not only do we harness those energies so that we can strike, but that we sharpen our axe, and that we don't have to, that we're not striking with a blunt axe.
Right.
I've got this saying that I like to attribute as like an ancient Chinese saying, but I don't even know where I got it anymore. But it amounts to, if you have 5 minutes to chop down a tree, that you should spend 4 minutes sharpening your axe.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then really the chopping of the tree should just be one swoop, because you've done all the work to make sure your axe is as sharp as it could be. And so I feel like this campaign has been like that. Like I did this epic countdown. I was like, from 41 weeks, I'm like, okay, I'm counting down, so I did a lot of this work beforehand, so that when it came down to February, it was like, one swoop, and then everything else was just the tree, the harvesting and all the other things, but like the campaign, took 18 hours to achieve 100% for anyone who's counting out there. Right. And that's only because it was an overnight thing, right? Like there was a period of time when we were all sleeping on the campaign. Right. But
yeah, right. Exactly. Well, not people in China. They would have been up the next day. People in Australia.
Maybe, yeah, right. Like I should check, right? I'll have to check those metrics to be sure. But
the Tiger Cam, the Tiger Cam winked out. The third camera winked out.
Oh, that's true.
Maybe your battery went.
Oh, you know what I think happened is that the camera, it's just been running and observing me. So I think the iPad.
Didn't think anything was happening. Didn't register painting as an activity.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you're not painting, I'm going to take a nap. So let's see if we can get it back. Live television, folks. I can see a
Yeah.
few people were watching earlier. All right.
Yeah.
Here
Well,
we
these things
go.
stay up. I mean, these things stay up on the channel. Yeah, it's hard to, if I go back and forth between here and YouTube, there's a big delay. But yeah, something. Oh yeah, no, that brought up a story, the preparation thing. I mean, when I played in Japan in 2016, there's a kind of a similar story about that. My concert in Tokyo, where my friend who had grown up in Japan was sort of the liaison to a community of, I think, like adult music choirs, and this director guy who ran all these choirs in Tokyo, and so they were kind of the hosts of having me perform in the venue in Tokyo, like a small really nice venue. You can find, I only have one video up of me playing. We can actually find that and put that in. I'll find that and share that. But so long story short, it was an afternoon concert. I've decided I like playing most shakuhachi concerts afternoon. It's Sunday afternoon, I think it was. And to me, it was going to be pretty casual. It's a pretty small venue. I knew what my set list was, but I didn't know what order I was going to play stuff in. But a couple months before, they wanted a program. They wanted what was the set list going to be. So I was like, okay, I can do that. I can codify that, I guess. It takes a little bit of freedom out of being in the moment. I mean, as primarily making set lists as a co-leader of a funk band for 5 years, you usually stick with the set list, especially once you get your transitions down and stuff, but you also want to add stuff. Oh no, we lost the Tiger Cam again.
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, this time I think the
Interesting, huh?
battery went out.
Now it's the battery.
Now it's the battery. So please go on. I'll do a switcheroo in a second.
You got to get a power strip. And so anyway, I made the program, and then they wanted to know, like, well, what is the style going to be? Are you playing, jazz? Are you playing? And for those of you that just saw my silent videos, you know that it's hard to categorize what I do. And so I kind of described a semi-satisfactory answer, and that was all fine, like getting organized. But then the day of or the day before, it was like, we want to put an intermission here, and they put an intermission after only like 15 minutes of my set list, because they didn't know how long the songs were. So it was like a ridiculous place to do an intermission. And then they were really, to me, just obsessing over the tea and the snacks and the flow of the event and stuff, where I would just be like, we'll just show up and make it, like, forget about it, like it'll be fine. That was my approach in my mind. So I was getting like vaguely irritated. But the fact is, they, as a kind of a group, were putting a lot of consciousness on sort of visual intention, not in a graspy way. See, I think if I had been doing what they were doing, it would have been very uptight, very graspy. How they were doing it, I don't think it really was, as it turned out. It just seemed like it was to me. I was sort of projecting that. Really, they were just planning everything in a way so that once the event started, nobody had to be graspy about anything. And it just happened, like the flow of it, and the connecting to people, to everybody who was there through the music, through the two sets. Good set break where I could actually take a little bit of recovery in my own space. You don't always get your own little green room at gigs, and I had that there. And then a little Q&A after with some audience. Then some people drifted away, and then we set up a table where we had more tea and snacks, and more people stayed for a longer sort of discussion there. And then we actually went out with all the people who set up the concert to another restaurant. So it was this slow decrescendo of the event. And that, like, to this day, that the way that gig played out is sort of an optimal gig in my mind. And of course, I didn't have really the vision to see that all that planning that I thought was uptight was actually the equivalent of what you were just saying, as sharpening your axe. And then you just sort of push the play button. And Bob's your uncle.
I'm still here. I was just setting up the camera B, which is
Nice.
my phone, by the way.
Oh
But
yeah.
still, you know, we do what we must to make things happen.
Yeah, well, you've been running on it. This is going on 4 hours here so far today.
I know my plan is to do 9 hours, to do this until 9 p.m.
Wow.
But I'm
I didn't post
excited.
this.
I've got my co-host from the Comics Foo Show who'll be showing up to help me end the night, and that's going to be exciting.
Curtis,
But,
is that right, Curtis?
Curtis, yes.
Yeah.
So I think we'll talk a little bit about like what we have planned for the future of that show, which is a whole other crazy activity. But you know, it's all about crazy activities for me, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it all feeds into the same thing. But oh, look at that! I'm so close to having the second computer set up. I mean, the second camera set up. So
I shouldn't be on other tab, but I was gonna just check out the Kickstarter real quick. What's the status? Has anybody come along? Tiger.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
checked earlier. Let's
Kickstarter
see.
volume
Okay,
1.
well, here we go. There's a sideways angle.
26 hours to go. Ending soon.
Yeah, I updated that. I updated the ending soon graphic. Oh, look, there I am. There's my. It's kind of weird because I can't use like the native. You know what I'm going to do? Let's see if I can. I'm going to disorient people. I'm going to turn this way and maybe turn that way. What do you think? Am I giving people vertigo, Boots?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. Well, oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I can go a little bit like this.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. That's got some vibrancy. Yeah. So back to the tiger thing. So what I was wondering is like the important thing to me as a tiger is to be the fact that we can't really be the flip side of courage. Like I said, might be defensiveness. I don't know about the stubbornness. I think that's a miss. That's a near miss of something else that includes being
My next surprise guest, Milo. What's up? Oh,
yeah.
my dog just ran. You might have caught a glimpse of him. He's back there somewhere
Yeah,
making an entrance.
That's for You're the Wolf.
Yeah, exactly. He was actually born Year the Dragon, and there's a lot of dragon in that dog. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's exactly where I was just heading. That's what I was just about to say. Was we can only be, the flip side of the courage is really something like arrogance, because what does a tiger really have to be humble next to except for the dragon? And that's only one other out of 11 others in terms of the cycle. So of that astrology. So that's the challenge. It always helps if we have a few dragons around to sort of so we can check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. If we're just surrounded by monkeys and rats and sheep and pigs and even dogs, it's like, yeah, we're gonna dominate the show on some level, at least in our own minds, maybe not actually.
And you know what's awesome is that so much of what you're saying is just almost like just tracks for what I was trying to what Tiger's Tale is trying to communicate, the tiger amongst dragons and the inclusion, the importance that dragons have to the story. While only being there for like their specific moment,
Yeah, no, they're a significant piece of what I've seen so far. And it really, the way you've set it up, it really does lean on the tiger as being this higher set of character ideals that's still, not so lofty. That's still got its flaws that it's working on, and its weaknesses, in spite of not really, identifying as weak, really not being weak, but. And then in terms of the Western side, there's the making a distinction between the tiger and the lion. You said nobody mentioned nobility, but I think that for those of us who've been indoctrinated with more lion-centric mythologies and imagery and characters, that's stolen the thunder, so to speak, from tigerness.
I have to stop you right there because my dog's already getting into mischief.
Uh-oh.
Come on. He stole something off the table. He stole one of those little plastic things of like, maybe it was peanut sauce, probably
Oh, no.
peanut sauce,
Oh no.
but
I hope Milo doesn't have a peanut allergy.
oh man, he loves peanut butter. So and the only thing he loves more than peanut butter is any kind of human food. So he's a mischievous dog.
Yeah.
But he's now looking at me like, who the hell are you talking to?
Just pixels, just computer
Mhm.
screens.
He has settled down. Good news, everybody. My dog has chilled out.
But I mean, if you think about, obviously this is The Lion King, which I'm still not sure I've ever seen it, but you've got, that's in the space, and you've got Narnia, you've got Aslan,
Mhm.
so it's like, in a way, we grew up with like Aslan on the one hand, who's basically like, Jesus meets the highest beast of the jungle, which is a pretty powerful solar infused mystique and persona. And then on the other hand, we've got like basically like Tony the Tiger on Frosted Flakes. So I think that
Tigger.
and Tigger, yeah, Tigger. So there's this like weird like making this comedic, like comedic characters out of tigers. What's that about?
Yeah, it's
It must just be
interesting.
the stripes. I don't know. It's just got to be the stripes, or it's probably hubris, to get back to my darker views in my demi-misanthropic self. The fact that industrialized culture would like to belittle the beasts that were ruling long before we came along, and that could certainly be part of it. Making
Yeah, I
light of.
mean, there's definitely, well, I mean, we can go into a whole anti-capitalist screed at this point in terms of like how marketing, like wants everything in clear little categories, use the lion when you want a heroic noble,
Which the thing is, at this point, that's a very low mode. I think if somebody really wanted to actually sell a lot, that people's consciousness through the years we've been programmed is much more nuanced. That if you have more both and characters, like we were saying about certain characters in advanced filmmaking, or certain actors and actresses, that you can't really pin them down as like they're always playing bad guys, or they're always playing villains, or they're always playing femme fatales, or whatever. That there's a range, and that actually makes them more appealing to even at a consumer level. I mean, there's a smart way to make everybody happy sometimes, in terms of maximal creativity and maximal, I don't want to say profit, but intake, because profit is very problematic. But you could get a lot of people turned on to your thing through a kind of creative nuance and complexity these days. I'm speculating. And so the catering to the lowest common denominator might have been the thing to do post-depression, or something, to get things revved back up. But that was a long time ago, and I think some of those programs are still running in marketing.
Yeah, that's definitely, that makes a lot of sense in terms of how,
even for cereals, let's say you've got a breakfast cereal and you've got a mascot icon character, like the Lucky Charms leprechaun. Like, he could take on a little bit of sinister. He could take on a little Warwick Davis leprechaun. You're never quite sure. Maybe he's going to poison your breakfast cereal. Maybe it's going to be even tastier. You just don't know. That's more adventurous. Now, probably the lawyers wouldn't like that. That's probably the limitation there. Yeah, they might sell more, but
I know. I'm just thinking of the tagline, right? The breakfast of misanthropes or something.
um, yeah, that whole breakfast cereal thing and the Kellogg brothers. I know they've made at least one film that I still haven't watched with Dan Aykroyd in it, but I saw, and I'm gonna actually in a second bring it around back to Kung Fu because I saw two amazing History Channel uh, two-part documentaries. One was the history of cereal, breakfast cereal, and I learned about the Kellogg brothers and um, very, very bizarre relationship they had. And, there's kind of a good one and kind of a bad one. And of course, the bad one was very excited about getting people from a very young age addicted to sugar, which has been very successful. And we're still running that program. And then the other one was good, but also very, very bizarre in terms of some of his pet theories, some of which are very health-based, and some of which are like an overwrought Puritanism, I guess you would say. But that was a great special that I haven't been able to find again. And the other great History Channel special I haven't been able to find again was called something like How Bruce Lee Changed the World. And it was all these details of fields of interest, I guess you would say, that Bruce Lee was essentially the genesis point for, whether it was bodybuilding or weightlifting or nutrition, protein drinks, or using electricity for muscle stimulation, or the hand squeezer thing, like the spring-based hand squeezy thing. He actually he had to get somebody to make that because he could tell how useful that would be, and it didn't exist. So all the stuff that we know Bruce Lee did, there's this other stuff where even if he wasn't the very first one to do it, he was cross-pollinating much wider than what I think has even been depicted in a lot of the films about him. Have you ever seen that, or about any of that stuff, or talked to?
I mean,
there's got to be Bruce Lee scholars at this point, right? We could get
there
on.
There are definitely Bruce Lee scholars. There are definitely like seminal biographies that have been written about him. I would say there's one written recently by Matthew Polly.
Okay.
Who he's like one of those writers that immerses himself. Like he wrote a book on Shaolin and he went to go live on Shaolin Temple and train with the monks.
Oh, great.
So that he could write the book. And then so he wrote the biography of Bruce Lee, and he just hunted down every resource and spoke. And, he came through the Kung Fu magazine offices as well, because he wanted to trace every source in terms of who he could speak to about Bruce Lee and, go beyond just, the typical stories. So I have not read that biography myself.
Well, that sounds like a great, maybe I can find some of that same stuff that they covered in the History Channel show. It's weird now that all these channels that have been around, like History or, I don't know, Discovery or whatever, you figure they're like Saturday Night Live. Like now they have their web page and you can find stuff if you know some keywords to put in. But I've tried that and I could not find that History Channel special. But it was really fun, especially, just random stuff, protein drinks.
Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing about how he pioneered the protein shake, and he was making meat smoothies before it became a joke.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, it's crazy, and he's a subject that still comes up, even as recently as like the controversy over Quentin Tarantino's movie.
Yeah, that kind of thing is kind of common these days. I don't know that everybody's on the same page with what filmmaking or entertainment or stand-up comedy or storytelling is anymore. I think that yeah, it's a very mixed bag because um, people have been trading in and marketing in tropes that do border on disrespectful for a long time, and yet other people have been really making artistic statements all along. And so once you get into something being well known, everything kind of gets mushed together as if they come from kind of the same lineage and the same thought process. So a lot of things that are artistically motivated seem to maybe be judged from the standpoint as if they were maybe just trying to make a buck, and that's because other things right next to them actually were. So
Yeah, I mean, well, it's one of the great like tragedies of like art in a capitalist, ecology, right? Like there's an inherent, dilemma that every artist faces because there's the imperative to monetize it, and
yeah, that's a word that I was just thinking I would try to not use for a long time.
monetize.
Yeah, it just
It's-
it seems like it's got a real stink to it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's so upfront. I would go so far as to call it pornographic.
oh man, it's fascinating, because I mean, like here I am, like trying to build a career around being an artist, right? And some of that has to do with some of that work includes income streams, right? How do you get your
Right, but
income
that's
stream?
different. That's what I'm saying. That's different. Like you wouldn't use that word for that. Like you wouldn't use, like you wouldn't call, um, you wouldn't ask someone what kind of nutrients they're getting out of the root beer they're drinking, or the Coke, or even the Diet Coke. You wouldn't use the word nutrients, So that's different. I feel like monetize as a term specifically has that idea that there's nothing really that you have to offer, but if you make, let's say, a YouTube channel, here's how you can monetize it. Even without any substance to offer, we can slap ads up there, and if enough people click on them because you got people to click on your video, it's all about just attention economy and getting people to click and getting people to go places. There's no substance there. That's what I feel like they're really talking about. They're talking about an activity that's like an effect of a set of actions. Like it's all like a hack. It's not really trying to generate income from art or an artistic sense of you've been called to do this by the universe. I mean, you wouldn't use a word like that. I think that's why I'm saying that it's got a stink to it. Like if you're in rare air, it's like a gourmet chef, you're not going to be like, well, how you going to increase your distribution, or something like that. It's sort of like, well, yeah, that's a conversation for people who are up to something else. The content is irrelevant. They could be doing anything. They could be making, they could be making powdered supplement packets, or they could be making pencils, that they claim were made from sustainable woods and are colors you can't get anywhere else. They could be doing anything, and they'd be using the same mindset. That's what I think of as like monetizing. So yeah, it does intersect with something that is kind of necessary. We've got to have some sort of means, some sort of flow of goods and services. I think is not necessarily like. So yeah, it takes the word gimmick to a new level, or superficial to a new level. I feel like. Monetize.
Yeah, I can see that. That's like a definitely, like a pitfall we all have to navigate if we want to successfully put our art out there, whether it's a visual art or audio art or martial art, right? And so it's like, the difference between that one institution in Chinatown that's been there for 40 years versus the McDojo that just shows up because there's a new mall, and so let's get a dojo in there.
Right. So that's what I would say would be the difference. In one case, you're offering something you're offering something to your community or to the world, or you're offering something from a deeper place in yourself. Even if you are new at it and you don't really have a lineage, you could come to the conclusion that you're supposed to be offering this. That's different than trying to exploit an interest that's already there in things. Like, oh wow, there's been this increase in people trying to find dojos and kung fu studios in the suburbs of California cities. How can we get in on that? Right? That's that's the game that I'm highly judgy of, because
Yeah.
what place does that come from? You would already know, like you would already, if you were supposed to be doing that, you would already be doing that. You wouldn't start doing it because suddenly other people are interested in it. I mean, there's a few exceptions. Maybe somebody just couldn't make it work because there was no interest, and now they can think about going into it because, movie XYZ has gotten so many kids wanting to do it. That's a great time to make a shift for sure. But I think people know internally if it's coming from a place. I guess it's more about integrity, I guess would be the word I would use. Integrity. There we go. So which of the 12 animal energies is ranked highest on integrity? Tiger? Dragon? Call us at 1-800-TIGER Tuesday and vote for your favorite animal who runs highest in integrity.
I know. It's not going to be the rat. That's for sure.
That was the first thing that popped up. I was like, who's most likely to try to be monetizing? I don't know. I don't think any of the animals would be monetized. That's
Hey,
the thing.
I have
Like,
great
that's a human
regard
thing.
for the rats that I know. They
Yeah.
are so. There's no one who's got a better attention to detail. Like they are just from one crumb of cheese to the next. Nothing else matters. And so that level of attentiveness to detail. Oh man, so
There is a
valuable to have on
dedication
your
for
side.
sure. I like the dedication component. I like the idea that you gotta always keep sharpening your teeth because they just keep growing. So I'm not sure how that plays out internally for rat people, but
Oh man.
for the actual rat,
I knew one rat that it was always about the next get rich quick scheme.
monetizing.
And it was just like, dude, you're so talented. Why don't you just stick with this thing that you'll go far in?
Yeah,
And they would just be like, no, I'm gonna do this next. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. The next get rich quick scheme. And so, on the one hand, is the incredible attention to detail. That's great value. And then on the other hand, is that I'm gonna get rich somehow, right? So. I guess as speaking as
maybe
a
that was
monkey,
fun. It sounded like that was fun for that person.
I don't know. I mean, it was definitely something that was important to them. Like, because they weren't coming from a place of scarcity,
Yeah,
right? But they were coming from a place of needing that victory also.
mm-hmm.
Which I guess if you look at the story of the of the lunar horoscope, right, and how the rat gets a ride and then gets the victory, right? So like the story goes that of the 12 animals, the ox, because he's a hard worker, was almost at the finish line, and all they had to do was cross the river to get to the finish line. And the rat was like, you know what? How about we work together and I'll ride on your back to get to the finish line? And the ox says, sure. And then just as they're approaching the finish line, the rat, which had been kicking, using the ox's ear like a hammock, then runs out of the ear and runs to the tip of the ox's nose so that they could be first. Right? Like that's the story of the rat. And so that just strikes me as that, like, got to get that extra win in there. It's not enough to have made it.
Yeah.
Got to be first, So that's
there's ingenuity. There's definitely some ingenuity built in there. That
right. And then we did just, we just came out of the year of the rat not too long ago.
Yeah, that was a metal rat.
Right.
Too.
That was the dirty rat, right? It was an earth rat. So
no,
it was
it was metal. I think it was
metal. Yeah, that's right. Because it was the dirty dog.
Yeah,
I forget. the time. It flies so quickly. So yeah, it was the iron rat, you know, followed by the iron bull, right? And then now here we are in water, the water tiger.
Yeah.
So for those of you who want to know more, I have a tiger talk specifically about this subject.
And that means that the hare. I actually had a hare in my dream last night, and that'll be next year. It'll be the rabbit year.
Yeah, you're the water rabbit, right? And so rabbits, they're the conciliators of the zodiac, right? Because it's only the rabbit that can stand in between the tiger and the freaking dragon,
right,
and survive.
Great. Well, that's good. That could be some good news then.
So yeah, I mean, considering where the cosmos is these days,
yeah,
that would be a welcome change. Reconciliation would be a very welcome change of pace.
Yeah, it's gonna have to happen. Well, here we go. 83 back. It says 83 backers. Is that true?
I
83.
don't. I could. Let's.
That's right. So it's five.
The computer station 2000.
5/9, 25 hours to go. So almost just one day left.
Yeah.
I would definitely encourage everybody to check out the updates, even if you've been on here. Read some of these updates and.
Yeah, I do definitely put some effort. I'm seeing 84 backers right now.
Oh, good.
No, 83. So maybe someone changed their mind, which that's okay.
They're going to change to a higher level.
It could be that too.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of good options there.
No, I found the gallery print also. So a lot of the gallery prints, which I thought were all snatched up. Then So here's my story, right? Many years ago, James Hong appeared in an episode of Tiger's Tail.
That's right.
Right. And then his birthday was just last Tuesday. So I had this big vision to do to post the comic where he appeared, to post, my little write-up that would talk about how it was James Hong ended up appearing in one of my comics.
Yeah.
And then the coup de grace was going to be the signed photograph that he gave me, which was, he personalized it. He acknowledged the work we had done together. And it was a scene from Blade Runner. Right?
Oh, wow.
Because when we met, I was like, oh, James Hong, I've seen so many of your movies. You're great, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, what's your favorite role? And I was like, come on. I was like, I was a toss-up between Big Trouble in Little China, Lopan, or the Gene Janier from Blade Runner. But I had to go with Blade Runner because I saw that movie first and just it stayed with me, And he's like, yes. And so he just flawlessly just recites the exact words. And this is more than 10, 20 years later.
Right.
And he just right there, he just transports us right to that moment, and just with his words and the whole thing. And I was just like, holy cow. Like I literally, for that one heartbeat, I felt like I was Roy Beatty, I just could see it. And I was just there. Totally amazing.
He's got a voice like nobody else. I mean, I'm sure that there's people who can imitate him, but I mean, for all the people that can do Christopher Walken impersonations, I'm not sure that there's anybody that can really do James Hong, and he's so distinctive. Like we've been hearing him and seeing him our whole life. I mean, he played I don't know how many different characters throughout the 3 seasons of the Kung Fu TV show. He kept showing up as different. He was one of the repeat. They had a lot of sort of repeat side characters, and that would always crack me up when they would sort of recycle actors, or maybe even actors and actresses, but they wouldn't be playing the same characters. I don't think people would be able to get away with that these days. Continuity issues.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's kind of like how Captain America was also the Human Torch there for a little while.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, before Chris Evans became Captain America, he was cast as an annoying Human Torch for the Fantastic Four movies.
Oh, right.
Very forgettable. But James Hong, that dude is he's 5'11". He's a tall dude. And still, he made me feel like I was bigger and stronger. Like, I don't know, man. So anyway, long story short, I was like, I was gonna do this blog post, and then the centerpiece was gonna be the photo. Hey, everyone, look at this photo. Couldn't find it. 6 months ago, I came across it, and I was like, I have to put this someplace safe because I'm gonna come back to it later.
Right.
And I put it away so safely that I couldn't find it at all, and I still can't find it. So completely derail that master plan. But still, I ended up doing the post, and it's just one of those crazy little stories that just like, it's just another example of all the little components that are flying around.
Yeah.
And there was like a few other, like I had this one whole essay I had planned out because I have this habit of hiding images within Tiger's Tail.
Yeah.
And like the way I do it is that I'll take a scene, I'll take a work of art that's I've come across in art history classes or something, and then I'll just use the composition and rework it so that it's there hidden inside of the story.
Great.
And so like one of my it turned out to be a popular add-on for the campaign, but it was basically like digital special features where backers can come in for an extra, I think it was like for an extra $10 or $11, probably $11 because, I like to do weird numbers.
Right.
But like for an extra, chunk, they could add on like my digital special features. And that'll be like videos like this, where it's like me actually creating the artwork, as well as like video breakdowns of some of these like hidden images. Like, this was the original Renaissance painting that I referenced, and then these are the steps that I made to hide this Renaissance painting within a scene in Tiger's Tail. So there's a couple of things like that, and then there's other things where like Easter eggs, or find out which animal is actually native to Asia and which one isn't. That kind of stuff, because it's for kids too, so I want to have some fun stuff.
That's a multi-layered approach. Let me just go grab it. Speaking of the art shift, I'm gonna show you, because I don't know if you've seen the last 3 albums that I did, and I only made one blog entry. These are the albums I crowdfunded 2017, 2020, 2019, and I'll just give you the rundown from an artistic perspective of the influence I did.
Excellent. And while Boots does that, I'll finish some more painting here. I've done a few layers of orange. You can see that the tiger stripes, which will eventually be black or maybe Payne's gray, are still white. And overall, I'm going to keep it as a silhouette. So I just want to kind of smooth out some of the extreme differences between the lights and the darks with a wet brush. Oh, he's back. 1 second. There we go. Welcome back.
Zoom in. Yeah. So this was the original paintings are not accessible, but these were original paintings that I commissioned for these albums from Nikona, like I said, my tattoo artist. So, but because I was in this like 5-year immersive study of Ronnie James Dio, who's one of the best singers ever to live, over half a century in the music business, survived and thrived. So I put him alongside my trivium of Jameses, which is James Brown, Etta James, and Ronnie James Dio. It's not the only Jameses, but there's also Skip James, and technically Son House's middle name is James, but Etta James, James Brown, and Ronnie James Dio. And so Dio's got iconic album covers, right? So like you've got Holy Diver. And what I did was we're going to redo it for Holy Flute. And that came out like this. And so this has got some comic influence there because obviously we've got Swamp Thing. So
That's so awesome. I know that there are people who are just right now giggling with delight seeing the
Yeah.
Swamp Thing reference.
And so this was like, we went a lot of back and forth, took pictures of me to get my physique, but then you could like the face is like a little bit like, it kind of looks weirdly like me almost, but it's Swamp Thing, and he's got the hand gesture. But the vicinity is two places. It's partly out here in Forest Knolls where I live, and then these chimney rocks down here are these Prokofsky scaly, these like I think Paleozoic chimney rock formations in Bohemian Paradise outside of Prague, which I visited the same year that I recorded this. So we got real specific on context. It's not just like, and there's the moon back behind there and in this one. And so the painting is amazing, right? Of course, it's reduced down, and I was the one responsible for trying to match the fonts. So that was the first one, Holy Diver to Holy Flute. And then volume 2 was based on, so that was 83, Dio's album from 83. This is his album from 76 when he was still in Rainbow. Okay, so we got the CDs, we got the stickers on here from Amoeba, but let me take it out of the case here. So this is the Rainbow cover, Rainbow Rising, classic cover, more kind of almost comic book art. And this is what we ended up with for Bamboo Rising. And it's the same kind of thing, holding the flute. We kind of zoomed in as opposed to zooming out. So we get the fonts matching, and it's basically a bamboo thing going on. That's volume 2. And then volume 3, we skipped back to 80s Dio with 86 with Sacred Heart. Now that one was a little bit trickier because there's a lot going on. Of course, we get the dragon. He was famous on this tour for this life-size dragon. And this album toured the world twice. They wouldn't let him really stop touring. And so what we ended up with this one is Sacred Root. And we have a very different dragon, but we got the circle theme and the banner. And this was in more freedom to do more different things, but again, my job was font matching and the graphic part. So this was much more overt tribute kind of art stuff compared to the more hidden stuff that you were. But these were really fun because I made a list. Dio made so many albums with so many good covers, but the cover had to be something that would make sense, and the title had to make something that would make sense. So
I love it. I don't know if you had a chance to see some of the comments, but people loved it immediately once you shared those. So and I love it, and I think it's just like, it just shows, right? It's an example of how like you're working on multiple levels. Because then for those who know, and this is something we got into talking about like kung fu movies, right? For those who know, there's that chance to go like an extra level deeper and to really acknowledge. And it reminds me of what you were saying about like separata. Is that right?
Separatio.
Separatio. So it's kind of like that. Like those things are opportunities to separate those who know from those who don't. Not to exclude those who don't, but to let those who know like have the chance to go one level deeper, right? And then the implicit thing is like those who do go that one level deeper, right? It's going to be up to them whether or not they turn around and open the door for the others who don't know.
Conjunctio.
Right?
That's step 4, the conjunctio. That's
and so it's that thing like how we as artists, right? Like I'm a big fan of like the whole concept of art needing to happen within a dialogue, right? Like you can do your fun drawings, you could write and do that and lock it away, and that's fine. If you want a creative outlet, that's fine. But if you want to do art, it's got to be in dialogue with others, right? People have to see it and people have to engage it.
Well, I've heard you say that. I've heard you say that before, and I think it's a good ethos. It's not always easy when you're in a nano cottage industry and you live with a kind of hermit tendency, but there's got to be some.
I know, but that's the thing. Even just one, one other is enough, right? To go. And so like, I've been seeing it like during this whole campaign when people will call out specific things. And like there was one interview where the interviewer made a comment and said how over the course of A Tiger's Tale, I look to be setting up some fables, or I look to be setting up some like morality tales, but then rather than giving away like the moral of that story, I veer off and go and do something else.
Right.
You know, and how I would get in trouble a lot for that. Whenever I would bring Tiger's Tale into like critique circles, they would look at me and like, how come you're not finishing this thing? Or how come this should be, you know, we should tie that up and put a button on it. And I'm like, no, that's not the Taoist way.
You're like, oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Right. It's like it's the mystery is important. That it's not the answer, it's the question, you know.
Well, that's where we go to James Baldwin to make good reasonings as opposed to excuses. Because a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I started listening because there's so many great things on YouTube. I was just bashing the monetizing on YouTube thing. The great thing about YouTube is as a research tool, which I think I brought up before, and you know, even people who are maybe scholars of James Baldwin's writing and other people that until recently they wouldn't have had a way to see these weird obscure TV interviews that he did, you know, and now they're all, you know, some people just have channels of just all that, so you can just listen to it. It's definitely somebody, if you want to feel smarter just by osmosis, just listen to some James Baldwin, and especially for artists where he's talking about the responsibility of the artist. And it's not that he's almost the anti-consumerist artist, really, where it's not we're not giving people what they know that they want. It's like if they knew what they wanted, they wouldn't have invented me. I'm making what they need, whether they know it or not. You know, like that kind of thing. He loves to really lean in to that stuff, and that's the same with the storytelling that you like. You would know if it hit a false note with you at this point. You would know. It's not that you aren't subject to critique and feedback, but maybe only from certain people who you know kind of understand the deeper approach, and eventually you may change some of that stuff. But if you know, and your instinct is telling you no, this is that way, then of course I support that at this point, because that's the places you've done that I noticed with some of the, I mean, right from the beginning. I mean, I don't want to give it, but you could see it on the Kickstarter page that just it's the Genesis story, and then it's just somebody is telling the story. Now you've met groups of characters that are eventually going to be coming together. It's not like one is just out in the storytelling world and then now these are the characters you're following, but they could get woven together. So you can't do things like that if you don't set up, if you think too linearly into formulaically, really. If you think too formulaic, you're cutting yourself off from possibilities. So you know that. Of course, I'm not telling you. I'm just telling the general. You know,
We've got. I mean, it looks like we've got like a couple of viewers. You know, I'm not all an expert on this live streaming thing, but I think I can see a few viewers. You know, like I see one of the icons that says we have viewers. So I'm gonna trust that it's not just us two. Even though if it's just us two, I'm perfectly happy to talk with you, Boots. This has been so fun. So, but I think others are benefiting from this as well. You know.
Yeah, and it stays up. You know, these stay up when I've done concerts. People come and go, but then the live stream is up there.
Mhm.
But it is after 5, and so I don't know who else you have coming along, but I'm probably going to hop off here and get a little playing in, practicing in, and maybe I'll just toot a few riffs for you in closing, and then
That would be an awesome way to bring this segment into a conclusion. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch over so that I could be genuine and do some art while you play. So take it.
that's right.
That I love it, man. That's just such an inspiration.
Thanks. That was a little Tiger improv there.
Oh, I love it. Totally. It made me want to just attack this tiger. So I was just like adding water and just getting it into it. So
Yeah, I noticed
Yeah.
that. I could see some furious motion going on there. Nice.
yeah, so I kind of got rid of a lot of the white spots and just wanted to fill it in. So thank
Yeah.
you, Boots. And I've got you can tell I've changed my lighting now, so it's getting a little dramatic here. So
That's right. A little bit of a shift. I guess
Yeah.
you're over halfway through if you're going for 9 hours. Well, I'm going to leave you at this point and see you on the other side after the Kickstarter is wrapped.
Yes, thank you so much. It's been such a look at this. What a beautiful combination, fluid and watercolor.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of those original paintings on the covers were watercolor. Maybe not exclusively, but if I wasn't lazy, maybe. I mean, I know where they are. Not to rub it in about your James Hong photo, but I know where the paintings are. I'm just not getting them out. But yeah, no, that is a good combo. I agree.
Yes, yes. Well, at one point, I want to do this live. You know, your flute and my painting, somehow, some way. So
Yeah, it forms a good feedback loop. That would be great.
that'd be epic.
All right. Well,
All right.
congratulations, and can't wait to
Thank
read it,
you.
to hold the
You're-
stuff in my hand. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Furiously working on every detail. So
yeah,
the journey's only just begun. Anyway, Boots, thank you so much for joining me and for an extended stay too. This was so much fun.
yeah. Well, it seems like about 10 minutes to me. So
I know. It's just there's a few brush strokes and look what's happened.
that's right.
All right, well, you enjoy your Fat Tuesday
Likewise.
and
Peace out.
we'll be in touch. Wow, wasn't that awesome? I'm just blown away. Anyway, I'm not only inspired but starved. So what I'm gonna do is return to some pre-recorded activities. Hopefully we won't have any of the audio issues that we've faced in the past. And if we do, I trust some of my friends will let me know. But until that moment, let me return to our programming, i.e. Tigers Talk. Welcome to Tigers Talk, where we discuss secrets from the Kung Fu Forest and okay, so I just got word that we're lost some audio. So give me a moment while I work on some of that. I'll be taking a moment to see what I could do to work this out. So give me 1 second. Let's see if I can do this again. Welcome to Tigers Talk, where we discuss secrets from the Kung Fu Forest and tales of the Wu Lin. I have with me a very special guest. His name is Sifu Anthony Kelly. He is a multiple Guinness Book of World Records holder.
The new Guinness World Record is 347 punches. 2 Guinness World Records here tonight.
Welcome to Tigers Talk, Anthony. So glad you're here.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and hello to all your listeners from around the world.
Oh yeah, well that's right. You're coming in from Australia, it's really striving to bring the world together in this conversation. So let me just start with a metaphor that I like to use. In Kung Fu, the Wu Lin is translates to Kung Fu forest, and the way that I've explained this, every tree within the forest can be considered its own individual school, and then the practitioners of that school are its branches. And so while you look at the forest, you might be able to see individual trees, but if you look up, you see how all the branches really intertwine. And that is like the community that I like to imagine as the Wu Lin.
That's
Um,
right. I find that too, an analogy of a big family. And, that word is bantied around, but, I know when I went over to the US and met you some time ago, and Gene and some of the other martial artists, I feel like you're part of my family and that we're all in that forest together growing and trying to keep everything very popular and, to be happy together.
yeah, it's such a key growth, particularly for those few who haven't had the fortune of meeting you or hearing your story. Can you give them your origin, how you came to be who you are today?
Yeah, so I'm from Armidale, Australia. That's out in the bush. I'm between Sydney and Brisbane, which is a bit hard to understand where it is, but I'm a long way out in the bush. And as a young martial artist, I started when I was 15, and I was watching, people like Bruce Lee, Muhammad Ali on television, and hearing stories about them. Also, crazy people like Evil Knievel, and I thought these people are just superhuman, doing spectacular things. And I thought, look, I really wanted to get into some form of martial arts. My father was actually a bare knuckle boxer. He was a truck driver, and but he used to box in the tents when they have a shows come around once a year. And Dad really liked pugilism, so we would often watch, on the old black and white TVs, world championships fights when they'd come on and stuff. And I'm one of five, have five older brothers, so I was getting picked on a fair bit when I was younger. And things in the 70s were pretty hectic at school, even getting on the bus, there was supremacy to find who's going to sit where and stuff. So anyway, I wanted to get into learn a bit of self-defense and learn about martial arts. So I started to endeavor to look around. Of course, in those days, the early 70s, there wasn't many martial artists around. There was a judo master who came from Hungary, who happened to be a friend of a Chinese man who I know. And so I started to do judo, and I enjoyed it, but it was a bit rough on my body. I wasn't much into the rolling. I thought, where's the fancy kicks and the punches and the Bruce Lee sort of stuff? And so then I got on a journey of trying other martial arts, and I started then to do Taekwondo, and then that led me into the idea of to do karate because I wanted to pick up the hand technique that the Taekwondo didn't have. And then I thought, oh, hang on, I'm missing a bit of stuff here, and I started to buy heaps and heaps of martial arts magazines. And then I come across a beautiful Chinese girl, her father owned a Chinese restaurant. And so I happened one day to go down into the basement, and here were some of the cooks sparring and doing forms. And I went, oh, this is heaven. And so I asked, could I join in? And they said I had to drop all the other ideas that I had of martial arts, and that if I trained hard in the correct way for 30 years, I would gain success. And so here I am. I have black belts in 21 different disciplines. I have the Guinness World Record for the most coaches qualifications in multiple sports. And I really want to understand how to learn, but also how to teach.
Oh yeah, I mean the two seem to go hand in hand, right? The best teachers always talk about how much they learn along
Yes.
the way.
Yeah, so for me now, I look back when I was young and I had no opportunity to go and learn off great masters. I had no opportunity other than some old books that I could pick up if I went into Sydney or something, go to Chinatown and beg, borrow and steal anything I could and watch. I even have 16mm films that, I purchased that I could try to understand how I could learn more and more. So now for me, it gives me so much pleasure I'll give you an instance, Patrick. I had a young girl last year. She come in and she was actually shaking. She didn't know what martial arts was about. She was very hesitant to get into the class. Within 5 weeks, this girl had just broken out of her cocoon and turned into a wonderful martial arts butterfly, and said to me before Christmas, "Look, so much thanks to you, Mr. Kelly, for getting me into martial arts, because it's something I really wanted to learn, but I thought it might be dangerous, I might get hurt or whatever." And so I'm really happy to still coach well for my students to learn faster. It's something I wish that I would have had when I was a younger person.
Oh, I mean, that's just such an amazing story. I mean, like those are like the true victories, right? A lot of people think about is something practical for the streets, or is this going to be useful in a cage? But there's this whole other layer where it's, the success comes in these hidden ways and a much quieter way, but it seems to have a deeper meaning.
My understanding of what Kung Fu is was really a bit different to what I imagined was going to be. But the self-fulfillment of my life, when I, used to talk to my father-in-law, he used to say, Kung Fu simply means to work hard. He said, look at the cooks in the kitchen. They have really good Kung Fu. I go to the butcher who has good Kung Fu. Anything as well, after you train hard in the correct technique, you will succeed. And so, as you know, Patrick, I have many Guinness World Records. I'm Australia's leading Guinness World Record holder of all time. And I use those goals of mine to set to see what can I achieve, and also what can the human body endure to go through realistically. Because as many people know, there's a lot of falsities in martial arts, and a lot of things about, the secret martial arts. Well, I've been invited to most TV shows in the world, as when I met you in Mythbusters, to dispel what is realistic, but also what is achievable, to catch a tennis ball at 300 kilometres an hour.
From a distance of 6 meters. There we go. Oh, gee, these hurt.
Well, with correct martial arts training, with the self-belief and the idea of what we can achieve, it is possible.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, just watching some of your feats are just guaranteed inspiration to see you, your willingness to stand in front of a paintball gun and just be repeatedly shot at. And, here you are seeking to break the record for catching.
Catch a tennis ball fired from this cannon.
You're willing to feel the pain of potential failure each time, that.
And to reset my mind, and this is something that if I could get anything across today, Patrick, would be really important. Because imagine for a moment that you are standing in front of a paintball gun, and I've done it blindfold also to set the world record. No one's even come close to that. But to get hit and have that pain, but to then reset your mind to be able to get back into what I'm trying to achieve is the key. So when I'm sparring, it's the clearness of the mind to be able to focus on a particular idea. So it's not about catching paintballs, but it's about to stay fully focused. When some people ask me, do I meditate? I go, yeah, I'll meditate, all right, when I'm getting shot by a tennis ball or catching an arrow blindfold or doing something physical. Yes, I do stop and smell the roses, and I do give thanks to our most magnificent world, but I also enjoy the other side, which is really to be immersing myself in a particular thing, whether it's trying to throw 12,000 punches in one hour, and to be able to just keep going and going and reset and go and reset and get tired, and yes, I can do it. And another good analogy for me is to understand that I am me, and that I can be the best I possibly can be. We have different journeys in our life and different paths in the forest, and how I ended up on that one, I'm really blessed to have gone down. I'll never forget one day we started to do martial arts demonstrations in the restaurant, you see, and I'll never forget, I said, Dad, I want to get a giant big block of ice and make a big block of ice so I can come out and do a big breaking demonstration of ice. And he said, oh, yeah, okay, put it in the freezer. And so I had to work out how I was going to get this foam and make the foam thing up and put plastic in. And so I set it there, and next morning I come down and I opened up the door, and here's an inch of ice all over the floor of the big refrigerator. And I can remember Dad coming down and going, I cannot believe what you've done. But he said, look, this is a dream you want to achieve. Get in there. And I chiseled it all out. I made a better container, made another giant big ice block. And then when I broke it, Dad said, well, I'm glad that you achieved. But in achieving, you also have to have failures, which was, again, such a powerful thing in his Kung Fu mind. He knew that I wanted to achieve a particular goal. And that's one of many stories that really assisted me in my own self-belief.
That's so excellent. I mean, the one thing that comes to mind is like, do you think that that experience of going back downstairs and really taking the risk of saying, I want to learn from you, right? Because there's cultural barriers, there's social barriers to those sorts of things. So do you think that taking that risk prepared you for the quest of breaking records, or were you already like inclined towards that kind of like ambition?
I certainly was. One thing I really thought, I wanted to immerse myself in his reality, and his reality was in 32, he had to escape Guangzhou because the Japanese were going in there. He jumped on a boat, hid on a boat, come over to Australia. He had to himself succeed. He ended up marrying a white lady, and that was going really against not just, I suppose, Chinese, but in our small city, for a white lady to be able to marry a Chinese person was a sort of a bit of a taboo, especially in a highly Catholic type of community. So I respected Dad for doing that, and he also knew that I wanted to be most probably more Chinese than him. So his own family, my wife's family, none of them ever learned Cantonese. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was to learn Cantonese, and I started to learn Cantonese, and then some other members of the family wanted to start learning about Dad's culture, and that was really cool. It was an idea that key opened up many doors. So I didn't realise that he was a big man in Chinatown in Sydney, and I got to then get on to meet other grandmasters of other styles like Hung Kern, Hung Gar, Wing Chun, Choi Li Fut, and some of the other more shadier people too, I suppose, down in Chinatown. But to be accepted not as a Guayabao, as a foreign devil, but as a person who really wants to immerse themselves in the idea that we can better ourselves no matter what race or creed that you come from.
Kung Fu is such a treasure that China has brought to the world. And yet there's that dynamic of how cultural treasures are treated, right? Sometimes they are exoticized and made into something that's not quite real. Other times they're exploited, right? And, within that context, how does an individual with heart like navigate those pitfalls?
Yeah, again, I think the hard work of those people seeing me with my love of wanting to explore. So just not martial arts, right? But of course, the lion dance, and I'll show you my Chinese lions. I was the first person, for instance, here at that time, say 25, 30 years ago, there must have been 7 or 8 Chinese restaurants who were really sort of segregated. They didn't have much to do with each other. But then one day, Dad said, well, why don't you buy a Chinese lion? I'll buy it for you. So you can put on a demonstration of lion dance at the restaurant for the Gung Fa Choi. And so I said, cool. So I went back down to Chinatown and got an old line off Choi Li Fut, an old broken thing that, they didn't want to have anymore. But I immersed myself in that. I bought videos, I bought books and stuff, step by step, and I learned off one of the other cooks how to use it. And that really brought the whole community together. We used to have all the Chinese, they would get together, we'd have fireworks and everything like that. And that really made me super special. When I became a Kung Fu master, I remember the whole community coming together and accepting me of who I am, of a person who really wants to better himself. They come from, some smaller villages in China, a couple from Hong Kong, but they knew that I had the love to learn. And that was a really good boost for me, because I didn't really think highly of myself, and I suppose I don't. Although I've been on most of the world's biggest television shows and I've got a lot of accolades, from the Queen and all that sort of stuff and medals, I still am that young boy who has the hunger to learn, the idea of being a tiger for a day than a lamb for a year. That rings in my ears all the time.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, your spirit is still so young, like it just comes through, and like your passion is just, is undiminished. It shows. And while we're on the topic, here we are, Chinese New Year is happening. It's the year of the tiger.
Yeah, here's my lines. Can you see them?
Oh, I can.
Yeah, so I've got the boy and the girl and a few others, and yeah, the year of the tiger. I'm looking forward to it. We've had such a turbulent year around. What does the year of the tiger mean to me? Well, it's serendipitous that I'm talking to you with Tiger Tail, and did hear from my Chinese friends the other day that this year is a 60-year cycle coming through of the tiger, and they actually said it's going to be a very turbulent year, and we know that already, right? We know that the last 2 years have not been good. I can see the year of the tiger being a ferocious year, and it's a year where I need to train hard. But it also, if I look at the Chinese almanac, it is another way this year of getting rid of the evil. It's getting rid of the bad stuff, getting rid of negativity, to be a lion, to be a tiger, to step up and to be hungry to achieve. I have some of my Guinness World Records. This will give you an instance, Patrick, and your viewers see this is some of my certificates around the wall.
Each one is concrete proof of an epic accomplishment. And
so I have there 3 empty certificates, and that means to me that this year is a goal setting, that I want to be able to achieve my goals and to be hungry to keep demonstrating not only to others. I'm really lucky that people are interested around me in the world, but that I am achieving. I'm still training. I'm still trying to get out there to live my life and to be as a tiger for a day than a lion. I'm happy.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, while we have the subject of your string of victories, all of those records, can you share with us like the story of that first one, that first record that you broke, what it was like to set that goal and accomplish it?
Yeah, so some of your viewers and listeners may have watched this old Bruce Leroy, The Last Dragon. Because I watched a lot of movies, but I come across this movie and it was way out there. I mean, it was exactly what I thought. This fellow who wanted to be Bruce Lee, and he was training with an old master, and he, exactly the same as me. It didn't matter what he was, what color or what ethnicity. He wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to be a master. He wanted to self-master himself. So the opening scenes start with him catching an arrow, and I thought, catching an arrow, wow, that's so much different to breaking things, or doing the particular martial arts things that I was doing at the time. And I thought, look, I'll get into this. It's something that I don't know why. It would be really cool if I could catch an arrow. So I investigated it, and I thought, hang on, I wonder if it's possible that someone could really do it as a martial artist. Because, of course, on the movie, they actually had the arrow on a string, and if you pause the movie, you can see that little arrow flying down. So anyway, I got one of my young black belts, and I said, look, I want you to shoot some arrows for me. And he said, well, how do you shoot an arrow? So I had to teach him how to shoot an arrow for a start, and that was quite challenge to do, and we had this one. So we started to do it in the backyard. This was a couple of weeks before my big martial arts demonstration that I used to do, and I done it for many years. So I pulled everyone around in the district, in the community, and got to a point where people were travelling up to 8 or 10 hours in cars and stuff to come to a martial arts night, because I believe that this is where some people are wrong, that my style is no more important than yours. No other person is more important than anybody else. So I thought, look, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this demonstration in the restaurant? And so I'll never forget going down the day before, and the local newsman was in there in Chinese, you see. Anyway, he sort of looked in and he said, what's going on? I said, oh, look, I'm going to try a world first. I'm going to catch an arrow in the restaurant here for the thing tomorrow night. Anyway, he goes, oh, all right, that's interesting. Little did I know, he went off and he put it on television, you know, that this big spectacular was going to go on. I had no idea, but Andy and I went in. There was not enough light in there. I could hardly even see this thing flying. I had a bit of a target set up on one of the Chinese chairs. The arrow first ones went boom, straight through. And I went, oh no, and I pulled off the thing. And I'm there with my foot against the chair, pulling this arrow out of one of Dad's chairs. And he's coming and going, what in the hell is going on here? I said, oh, Dad, it's just another achievement I'm trying to accomplish. So anyway, the next day comes, and it becomes so crowded. I couldn't let anyone else in. All the people were out in the foyer area, all looking, and people all had cameras. We had 2 film crews coming up. So anyway, Funk goes the first one, and I missed it. And then Funk, I caught the second one. And to much of applause and local celebrity idea, you know, and it was in the paper, front page, all this sort of stuff. I thought, well, what if I send it to London to see if this could be a Guinness World Records? Well, within 6 weeks, I was on an airplane going over to Madrid, Spain, to do it live in front of, I think, 5,000 people in the audience to 20 million people live. And what a surreal thing to come from the bush, you know, to never have been on an airplane, to be over the other side of the world in the middle of, it was their winter, which was minus 10 degrees. It was just an unbelievable thing. So I then become one of Guinness World Records' most popular artists, where I would do things like catch paintballs and do arrow catching, blindfold, throwing chopsticks, the most punches in 1 minute.
Go.
Already one record under his belt tonight. The crowd gets Anthony off to a raucous start. Plenty of applause. He believes that he can punch between 250 and 300 times in a minute. 400 pounds per square inch. Down to the 30-second mark, the lactic acid building up in his arms, making this a very tough task. See the strain. It's one of 2 styles of punches allowed under the Guinness World Record guidelines, a straight or an uppercut. Anthony's elected to go with a straight punch. Fighting it all on the way home now. 10 seconds to go.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
400, 1 hour, and 12,000. And I set a world record for the most punches in 1 second, 13, which was one of my greatest achievements. That I'd heard Bruce and Muhammad were doing an average of 8. I'm not saying that I'm a faster puncher than them, but to get a record like that has certainly been a real mind bender. But again, back to that young boy who was thinking I can achieve, they are sort of marks on my tree to say that I have achieved and that I can still achieve.
Right now, your count of records is how many?
53 at the moment.
53. And I noticed that you still had spots for 3 more slots. Do you have a specific number you plan to stop at, or?
Yeah, I would like this year. I'm 58 this year, so I really like 58. I only wanted to do that one, and then I was really, really happy to do 10. I thought that would be cool. Then I hit 21, and then more and more people, they just ask me to go on their television shows or to do things. So, you know, some of the crazy things I'm doing at the moment, the most targets hit last year with a blowgun in 1 minute. And I mean, that sounds sort of relative. I do martial arts sort of records more than, you know, blowing a Malteser with a straw. Stupid records I steer clear of. But to be able to shoot a target, you know, 40 times with a blowgun sounds sort of easy enough in 1 minute. But to inhale and exhale the amount of air that I have to, and to blow out a dart over 100 kilometers per hour. The last time I done that record, I actually fainted after the record because the amount of intake of oxygen and stuff. In talking about that in martial arts terms, it's not about actually how many targets I could hit blindfold with a blowgun or the most chopstick thrown, but it's about actually getting my body to do what I need to do. Some years ago, I went to a television show in Italy, and I met a young fella who was putting the most straws in his mouth. He didn't really understand what my record was until after I caught the most tennis balls in 1 minute blindfold. And later, he was so excited and animated. He was going, you, and I'm going, what the hell is this bloke on about? And it's because before the show, I do these qigong to get all this oxygen into my brain, to clear my brain, to get the cells running around the body, that he then knew that he'd seen so many other times on different TV shows around the world. I thought, he's now got the point. I explained to him about how it's the warm-up and the readiness to be able to achieve. We are a little bit different to other people who are the hairiest man, the smallest woman in the world is a great friend of mine. I've met the tallest men in the world, the strongest men, and all this sort of stuff. And we all have one thing in common, which is we want to believe and achieve.
This could be a new world record.
It sure is. We have it clear as day on high-speed camera.
I know the bloke who holds his breath underwater for the longest time. You know, I'm really interested to get into their brain to understand how can you achieve this and what's going on in your mind. And to me, that's helped me, assist me do my world records.
That's just excellent.
Some stage soon I will give up world records to really focus more on my own martial arts development for my own students. But again, to me, it's just a gauge. So every year I think, like for instance, this year I have 3 records that I want to try and achieve that no one in the world has ever done before, like some of my other records, to really see if I can leave a legacy that someone at some stage down the track will say, oh look, this bloke caught a tennis ball from 2,000 feet being dropped by a drone. How can he do that at such velocity and this sort of stuff? I'm trying to do things that people will go, well, hang on, no one can catch a paintball bullet at 300 feet per second blindfold. But for me to have left a real legacy so someone can say, well, hang on, someone has achieved that. That's really important to me. Some of my other crazy records, like the most candles extinguished with a single punch or a single kick, people now are trying to do that record. And I think, you know, you and Jean know I went on Mythbusters and I can do this. I can blow out 3 candles. I can blow out the middle candle and leave the first and the last going. I can blow out the last and the first and leave the middle going. And this has got to do with my martial arts skill of internal striking without leaving a bruise. That to me is really important that martial artists understand that we can do those crazy or really sort of different martial arts skills that the old people don't. That's important to me. What's more important that I tell my students, I had a young girl not long ago where we do this palming exercise, you know, and I can, you know, rip out God knows how many, no one is faster than me to do this palming. So Patrick, if you put your right hand and left hand, run back, 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 back. This young girl kept up with me at the end of the year, who'd been training with me for 10 years and is ready to go for her black belt. I said to her, now, my accomplishment has been done, which was that she is equaling, she couldn't keep up with the duration that I could do it, but she was equaling me for the first time in my 40 years of martial arts experience and over 35 years of coaching. That made me super proud. More important than any world records there is for her to have that skill to be able to do it.
That's excellent. Oh, well, Anthony, we're coming to the close of our time, so I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Is there anything that you've been wanting to say that you may not have had the chance?
I would like to thank you very much for your time, and I hope that people enjoy my story as I enjoy watching you, progressing on, and your Tiger's Tail and your fantastic drawings. Your drawings to me I love other arts, music and artistry and stuff. Your last drawing that you had, I've done my Buddha and stuff. Oh, the crazy monkey, I just loved it. And I can see your Kung Fu skill coming through there. And this was something that people of old school know. Music and art, calligraphy and stuff all go hand in hand with being masters of our art. And if I can finish by saying, believe and achieve. My practice's motto is the key to success. And my greatest realization was when I was 21, living way out in the bush, working on a big property, going, who am I? What am I doing out here? What can I do? And I realized, hang on, there's one of me in the world. And everyone should realize there's only one of them in the world, and they too can achieve whatever their goal is.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Tigers Talk, and I hope you can come back again where we could maybe check in on how the year's progressed.
My pleasure. And Gongi Fachoi, everyone, the year of the local of the tiger.
Yeah, Gongi Patsai.
Hey, Gongi. Hope you all have a good time. You stay safe, and let's hope that we can get back to some normality. And maybe one day soon I'll be back over in your neck of the woods doing more television.
To really catch an arrow. He got one. The plan is to use 3 archers, Jamie and 2 secret shooters, all firing straight at the ninja's body. Before they fire. He finally caught one. So is it a case of myth busted or plausible?
In the battle scenario, Anthony was in fact able to catch an arrow.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Anthony. This has been a great pleasure.
Nobody knew what Kung Fu was. My dad always says that people thought it was something to eat, like fried rice or something like that. And now it's approaching, 55 years. It's just amazing. He is still teaching daily, and he's 85 this year. He's 5 this year. But amazingly, that's I always say that he puts all of the younger generation in shape, because it's just that discipline and dedication, and I see it firsthand, and his students see it firsthand. It's just he's training daily, running, working out, staying sharp, and such he always gives us such a simple philosophy that you just always have to be disciplined and consistent. When you have those 2 things, you will never go wrong. With my father and Bruce Lee in Seattle, what a fantastic collision of Kung Fu.
Because principally, they're all the same. And within the definition of Kung Fu doesn't mean fight or self-defense. I'm sure this is a tired conversation amongst your listenership, but Kung Fu just means hard work. And so in that regard, it's just your work ethic. It's just, your grit, your elbow grease, your midnight oil. It's, anything you put your skill to is your Kung Fu. And
anyone with a martial inclination is going to want to check themselves in the context of, oh, there's a tiger on this mountain too. I guess that comes to that that thought. It's a term that I've heard a bunch of times about the tiger comes down the mountain as a martial. How would you describe that? It's not quite a martial poem, but it's like
it's what we would call a chuan pu, which literally means chuan is like Tai Chi chuan or chuan fist, Well, literally it means fist, but figuratively it would describe any style. Like you would say Shaolin Chuan or Wudang Chuan. You know, Pu literally means lyrics, like lyrics to a song or lyrics to a poem. And the Chinese martial arts has these very descriptive lyrics or terms that go with a lot of the movements. I mean, there's that epic scene in Bruce Lee's film where he's like kicking somebody and he's like, "Number 9, dragon whips his tail."
Dragon whips his tail.
And actually what he's doing is recounting the names of the movements as he's hitting his opponent. That's throughout Chinese martial arts. Like in Tai Chi, is probably the most common. Most people practice Yang style Tai Chi. That's the most prevalent. And it has a pretty standard lyric set. So you hear like snake roots down, white crane spreads its wing, grasping sparrow tail. These are all various types of Chuan Pu. And it's a fascinating bit of research because one thing you got to really keep in mind with Chinese martial arts is that it's not connected with the military as much as most of the other martial arts systems that are extant today. It's more of a people's art. It's more of a folk art. And being folk art, there's a lot of different permutations. Every village kind of had their own spin on things. Like, for example, a tiger coming off the mountain, right? In my style of Bak Siu Lam, that describes a move where you basically do a grab as you're coming down, grab, punch, right? And so the tiger is the grab, right? Obviously, coming down the mountain because you're coming forward out of this movement and often coming out. One of the first times it's executed in our system is from a single standing leg. So you're standing up high, going low. Apart from that sort of literal, a tiger coming off the mountain was kind of a literal, or you can imagine that. There's a lot of ones that are evoked like legends and mythology. So
in my comic reading, right, I've seen it like the Jade Man comics. You'll see some of the characters used specifically for the moves, and then I've seen that more recently translated over to some of the more mainstream Marvel type comics where they've actually named Iron Fist.
Yeah. Same with anime. It's bled over. I mean, a lot of that is a fallout from wuxia literature. They don't really describe the fight. Like he's kicking and punching. They say something. They literally say like a string of Chuan Pu, which makes no sense at all. Which is kind of funny actually, because as you know, doing some work for Immortal Studios and their comics, and we had a situation where one of the what I do is I'm the action choreographer. So basically they, when it comes to an action scene, they'll give me sort of some beats, just like a film choreographer. Says, okay, well, how do you make this look more like Shaolin Kung Fu, or how do you make this more like karate or whatever? And so at one point, one of the writers had thrown out a bunch of moves, some crazy thing. And I'm looking that up, like, okay, I think I've heard that. And I kind of looking through it. I'm kind of like, what? What's that? I can't pin it. So I came down to the guy and said, what is this move? What are you talking about? And they're like, oh, it's something I just read in some wuxia book. I'm like, you made me go down that rabbit hole for that? Because that doesn't mean anything. It's just like something somebody made up. But there you have it, I think it's kind of fascinating too, when contemporary styles make up movements for names trying to imitate this great legacy of Chuan Pu. And it's bad poetry. I mean, for your listeners, I should reveal that Patrick and I, we would get all kinds of submissions from everybody. I mean, just crazy. We even had an X file, the most insane manifestos people would send to Kung Fu Tai Chi magazine trying to get published. And the one thing I've always banned was Kung Fu poetry.
Hey, welcome to Tiger Talk. I have with me a very special guest, Robin Leong. I could read you his IMDb page, but what I really want to communicate to you is that he's a movie star and a true martial arts master, the founder of Chi Life, and a children's book author, right? The author of Kung Fu Force and the Tower of Doom, Volume 2, Kung Fu Force and the Perilous Boba Whirlpool.
Good calligraphy, I think my teacher would say, still looks wet or something. It could be 50 years old, it still looks wet. Still looks like it has life, you know. Principally, they're all the same. And within the definition of Kung Fu doesn't mean fight or self-defense. I'm sure this is a tired conversation amongst your listenership. Kung Fu just means hard work. And so in that regard, it's just your work ethic. It's just, you know, your grit, your elbow grease, your midnight oil. It's, you know, anything you put your skill to is your Kung Fu. And for some, it could be how well they tweet, or, you know, how way they play Call of Duty. Is whatever you put your time and energy into, you're gonna get good.
I have with me today David Wei. He is the 16th generation lineage holder of Wudang Zhangshan Fengpai. He's the founder of Wudang West Cultural Heritage Center. He's a California local, born right here in the Bay Area, if I recall correctly. And he's my teacher and friend. Welcome to Tiger Talk.
Hey.
And thanks for having me over for tea.
As you've been here in person, having
Yeah.
tea, and as I'm kind of having tea ceremony with you now. Hi, thank you for having me on the Tiger Talk. I'm a monkey, and so this might be troublesome.
Well, you know, I'm also born year of the monkey, and so
There.
so it's always this interesting. I've always noticed an interesting tension. Those born in the year of the tiger and those born on the year of the monkey.
Yeah.
But
Very
but
common.
what's that?
Very, very common.
Yeah, it's a. But I mean, I think that's part of the whole. How would you describe that to someone who, you know, is already confused by what we're talking about?
It just speaks to particular personality types, and monkeys tend to be playful, and they like to pull on the whiskers and pull on the tail and kind of get just inches away from getting their throat sliced or their neck bit. And so monkeys like to play with danger, and so they like to antagonize the tigers. And in my experience, those that have kind of tiger personalities, not just year, but even like tiger hour in the astrology, right? Because there's other ways that tiger influence can show up. And yeah, just those that are tigerish don't get along with my monkeyists. And sounds like you have a similar experience.
You know, I have really great regard for my tiger friends, actually, you know, and we don't see each other frequently, and we don't interact frequently, and we often express how we want to interact more. There's a wheel of 12, which is common in such things like astrology.
Yeah.
And then it's that same wheel that kind of measures the year based on the moon, and it also measures hours of the day, or like blocks of time. Do I have that right?
You described that far better than me. Good job. Yeah, absolutely.
And so here
Almost
we
like
are.
a wheel behind me. Yeah.
That's yeah, of course. I
Not
could
that,
see.
it's similar, not this very one, but it's a similar wheel where, you know, like you're saying, the zodiac is laid out like the hands of a clock, or the hours on a clock, and animal represents a different slot. It's a way
Right.
of spending time. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And it's so there's this whole sequence where it's 12 times 5 almost, because on that wheel there's also the 5 elements that contrast to Western thinking, right? In Western thinking, they say what? Earth, air, fire, and water. I digress.
It's earth, wind, and fire.
Earth, wind, and fire, right? And because they say spirit is the 5th element in the West.
Word.
Well, no, that's the thing, because within the 5 elements, air is not measured really, right? Because that's the chi, and that's like permeates all of the 5. Would that be fair to say?
In Chinese, interestingly enough, the air and metal are interchangeable.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. They are kind of in the Chinese view. You have, I'll illustrate on my immaculate body, right? So I'm not me, I'm nature, and just as you and all of us, right? And so if we were to look at the beautiful bay, which we're both from, right? The Bay Area, the water is on the bottom, and that would be two hands on our bottom, right? From the bladder down. That's where our water, our urine goes down, right? After you come out of the water of the beautiful bay, not that you would want to swim in it, but after coming out of the water, you come onto the shoreline, that's the earth. So the next two hands from the bladder, now we have earth. This is where our navel is. This is where our gross center of mass is. This is where our center of balance is. So our dantian is. This is our earth, right? After water, earth, now you want to climb even higher. Now we're in the brush, the trees, the shrubs. That's the wood element. And so another two hands, now we're in the place of the plexus, the rib cage where the liver resides. Specifically, this is the thoracic region of your spine where you bend and twist, right? And so we say all that to come to the next element. If we continue up, it's air, right? Not metal. And the last element is fire, right? And so with the two hands, we have water down below, earth, wood, air here at the lungs, and fire is the light of the luminaries, the sun and moon of the eyes, the light of our consciousness. And so the five elements in that view have air instead of metal. And so the two are interchangeable if you're still listening.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah. So the two are interchangeable because you would think that what's harder than metal? What's more ethereal than air, right? So how do the two work together? And the idea is they're similar in their compression, okay? So I'll back up to explore the rest of the five elements really quick. Water will go down, right? Fire goes up, right? Wood goes out. Metal comes in. Earth is stable, right? And so where metal and air are the same is where they come in. They compress and condense. When air compresses and condenses and comes in, it consolidates the condensation, which generates clouds, which generates water, right? And so that's where it fits in the five element sequence, because to tie it back to the five elements of tea, right? I have the earth, I have the wood, right? Clearly have the water, the heat, the fire, but the metal is the vapor, it's the steam, right? The air, the compression consolidation of the vapor and the air and the steam, right? And so that's where air and metal kind of are interchangeable, not in the physical expression of it, but in the energetic expression of compression and condensation. Does that make sense? Did I over-explain that?
No, that makes beautiful sense. No, we're not discussing literal metal. We're discussing these concepts as metaphors in the same way that there's not any one tiger out there that the year is named after. In this year, the appropriate element is the water tiger. So there's the nature of a tiger, which we talked about just a moment ago, and then there's the nature of water, right? So then that's how one would reckon the nature of this year as a year of the tiger.
Yeah.
But
and so great segue then, because what makes the water tiger special, we can tie back into the five element conversation, is we can look at the procession of seasons. Okay. And so spring would be the first season, right? And then summer, then fall, then winter, right? And that could also translate to a day, right? Morning would be spring. The heat of the day would be summer. Evening would be fall, and nighttime would be winter, right? And so the four seasons of a year can also be in a day, right? And so the five elements can be expressed there too in the nourishment cycle. And so wood translates to springtime, because that's the sprout, that's awakening, right? Fire translates to summertime, right? Earth then translates to kind of late summer. We get it really good here in California. We call it the Indian summer. It's that kind of dry season, right before fall. Right? And here we get it like September through October. That's our peak fire season here in California, right? So we call it Indian summer. So that's Earth time. Fall would then be metal when things start to come in, the leaves start to fall. And then winter is water, right? When snow and white snow caps and, it's quiet. And then so to translate that to our life, right? Not our life, but the tiger, right? So a wood tiger then would then be a baby cub. Does that make sense? And then your fire tiger would then be like the teenage adolescent, has a lot of power, but doesn't quite understand it yet, doesn't know how to contain or harness yet. So kind of dangerousy, kind of sporadic and impulsive tiger, right? Then your earth tiger would be kind of more the mature, the realized, earn their stripes, so to speak. Then your metal tiger, this is kind of retirement ages, like your George Clooney tiger, right? Still's got some good power, still sexy, but maybe a little bit slower, maybe a little more tired. And then your winter tiger, your water tiger, that's the tiger that's retired. That's the tiger that has no more of a chase, not the tigers chase anyway. Tigers are more pouncers. So an old tiger would probably be a little bit more calculated. They'd probably, because they don't have the endurance. And so they'll be really clever when they hunt. It's muted in a sense, that's what we can say about our water element as an influence to the tiger.
So hopefully beneficial to monkeys.
Yeah, tiger's a little tired, so I can pull the tail a little bit harder.
Take that extra half a second to get up that tree.
Yes, see? Great application.
When I speak to other comic book people who aren't as familiar with martial arts, right, they're often surprised and delighted by the concept that one can have good kung fu in such things as cooking or painting or drawing. And the go-to example would be like the calligraphy, because, that's such an easy thing for people to identify. They may not be able to read it, but they kind of know it when they see it.
Yeah. Good calligraphy, I think my teacher would say, still looks wet or something. It could be 50 years old. It still looks wet. Still looks like it has life, calligraphy, yeah, absolutely translates. But there's martial artists like Miyamoto Musashi, the swordsman, who would find principles in carpentry or wood carving or auto mechanics, or in that time, wagon mechanics, right? Or flower arrangement. He would explore different skill sets that would otherwise have nothing to do with swordsmanship, but how you cut the flower, how you place, how you posture yourself and where it rests with the other flowers in relation. He would take these principles and allow them to inform his swordsmanship. And by the same token, let his swordsmanship inform his fishing. And principally, they're all the same. And within the definition of Kung Fu doesn't mean fight or self-defense. I'm sure this is a tired conversation amongst your listenership. Kung Fu just means hard work. And so in that regard, it's just your work ethic. It's just, your grit, your elbow grease, your midnight oil. It's, anything you put your skill to is your Kung Fu. And for some, it could be how well they tweet, or, how way they play Call of Duty. Is whatever you put your time and energy into, you're going to get good. If you sit on your couch every day, it's going to wear your butt cheeks into it. This is like whatever you do all the time, you'll get good at. It's Kung Fu. This is your repetition, and so the way you choose to invest your time is just going to determine the skill you build. It's all Kung Fu. Well, to tie into art, my experience with art is graffiti. And speaking of graffiti and time, or excuse, just restraints on the art, you know, you have legal restraints, you have time restraints, you have medium restraints. A lot of youth have to steal their spray paint. You might be limited in color that way too. You only have so many cans, right? And just in classic graffiti, the classic duo of chrome and black. Like this is like a testament to your skill as an authentic graffiti artist. It's like how good you can just rock those two colors. The depth that you can attain, which is chrome and black, speaks to your skill. And so, yeah, almost like limiting what you have available as medium speaks to how good you are.
Silver and black, right? Those are you know, Raiders colors as well, right? There's something there. Excellent. Well, this has been a personal delight because, you know, it's so much fun to chat, and it's been, you know, I'm so gratified that you've decided to be a part of this, because, you know, the goal is to get these thoughts and ideas out there, you know, far and wide. You know, I mean, I'm looking at the youngest readers I possibly can think of for the specifics of my comic, but, you know, I want it to be there for others to like be able to bounce off of. So thank you so much for the time and the tea and the wisdom.
Well, I'm flattered and honored and overjoyed to be on your platform. I know who you are in this world. I know your contribution to Wulan martial world specifically, and I know you're going to have some amazing masters on this show, and to be amongst the ranks, it's an honor and a privilege, and I'm flattered to be considered for your project. Oh, you know, next time you have me on, I'll show you my Procreate art. It's just all graffiti.
Oh, I'm excited for that.
You have variety, like you have monkeys and tea and comics, and like you have realism and cartoonism, and I'm blown away by the variety that you have.
You look great.
Well, yeah.
We are live.
We are live. Let's go, baby.
Excellent. Welcome to the first ever Tiger Talk Live. I have with me a very special guest, Peter Shao, founder of Immortal Studios. But he's been on my radar. Actually, now I'm live. Give me 1 second. Considering his great work with Shaolin Temple. Thank you, Peter, for joining me.
It's my pleasure.
All right. So sorry about that. Minor details I had to take care of. That was last Monday's live show, Tiger Talk Live, which we're reprising tonight as the final Tiger Tuesday of our Kickstarter campaign. Let me share with you a little graphic I've got. 1 second. There. Let's see. All right. I'll show that again later. But I just wanted to check really quick. We are 24 hours into our final, 24 hours left in the campaign. How would you say that? We have a final 24 hours and we are at 84 backers. So I think there's some cool symmetry there. I want to share with you some more videos because I'm going to come back live with my partner and co-host for the Comics Fu Show, Sifu Curtis Fujita. But before then, I wanted to share with you some more of the Tiger Talk that has been making February such a rewarding experience. But to do that, I needed to do some Windows refreshing. Let me try that right now. You look great.
Well,
you look great. So I'm still wrestling with a few details. You'll have to forgive me. basically what happened is I, at the last second, reordered my playlist that I've been sharing with you. So now you know why. Okay, so I think I'm ready to return to my playlist. When it's done, that should be perfectly timed with the arrival of my co-host, Curtis Fujita. There's still time for anyone else who might want to sneak in over the course of the last couple of hours of this show to join us to talk comics and kung fu. But until then, I still have to reset up my camera. My cameras kind of went out, so I have to recharge them so that I can continue showing you that artwork I've been working on. Maybe I'll get it finished tonight. That would be cool. But anyway, let me return to our video reprisal of February's Tiger Talk series. That was pretty cool.
Master 2 is the real deal. This guy defies physics with his
So I just heard that we're not getting sound. I'm hearing the sound, but sometimes it doesn't go through because there's a little weird little button that I've got to adjust. Used to be it was default, but now I seem to need to do it every time. So give me a second while I fire my intern and then hire a new one. All right, where were we? Here, there's this little button. Well, I don't know why that button. Yeah, StreamYard, if you're listening, there's this button that makes me have to share the audio. There should be a way to make that just a default. Anyway, sorry, everyone. Let's commence. Hey, welcome to Tiger Talk. I have with me a very special guest, Robin Leong. I could read you his IMDb page, but what I really want to communicate to you is that he's a movie star and a true martial arts master, the founder of Chi Life, and a children's book author, right? The author of Kung Fu Force and the Tower of Doom, Volume 2, Kung Fu Force and the Perilous Boba Whirlpool. Thank you for joining me, Robin.
Well, we're very glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so once again, let me also start by saying Happy New Year. We're doing Tiger Talk in honor of the Lunar New Year, Year of the Tiger. And so I usually start these kind of conversations by asking folks such as yourself, like, what does that mean, the Year of the Tiger? What does that mean to you? And also, how would you describe that to someone who's heard it, doesn't quite understand what that means?
Well, the Year of the Tiger is very special to me personally because my firstborn was born in the Year of the Tiger, Lucas. And so this is his year, and he's turning 12 this year. And yeah, I mean, every Chinese New Year has been special. Chinese New Year, a lot of people, well, I was born and raised in Seattle, here in the US. And when I went over to Asia for the past 23 years, 25 years, people would always ask, do you celebrate Chinese New Year in America? And they probably thought that I didn't because I was, like what they call a American-born Chinese. And I would tell them, actually, yeah, I know a lot about Chinese New Year because of my father. And ever since I was a young boy, I would always remember celebrating Chinese New Year at the Seattle Kung Fu Club. And we would have all these big celebrations, with the lions, the dragons, and I have a Kung Fu demonstration. And that's really how I got familiar with Chinese New Year. But growing up here, I didn't understand the significance, how it is in Asia, because in Asia, it's like a month-long celebration. And it's never celebrated like that here in the US, but within my family and my Kung Fu family, it was always prevalent and always around. And that's the one perception that a lot of people have about me that people didn't realize. They thought I was a very Americanized, American-born Chinese, but I was actually, like I said, born and raised in a Kung Fu family. And my father taught me the traditions of Kung Fu and the Chinese traditions and the holidays. And, we would always celebrate, not just at the Kung Fu Club, at home. My mom would make special Chinese New Year treats, and it was always a special time. And so it means a lot. And being back in the US, celebrating the Year of the Tiger is very special because my firstborn was born in Singapore. And, and then over in Singapore, they celebrate Chinese New Year like you've never seen before. So just beautiful celebrations, events, and it's just it's different right now, obviously, with the pandemic. Everything has been toned down, without having real celebrations with a lot of people together, but we can do things like this via Zoom, celebrating and sharing stories, sharing what it means to be celebrating Chinese New Year. And I think through your work and my work, that more people will be more educated and understanding of the importance of the celebrations, because it all relates to not just the Chinese culture, but also with martial arts, Kung Fu, and the philosophies that it all intertwine.
To hear you say Kung Fu Club and a Kung Fu family, I mean, it's such amazing understatement considering your father is the legendary Zhang Liang. And for those who don't know, would it be fair to say, colloquially, he's a contemporary of Bruce Lee and of that generation of martial arts legends?
Yes, I mean, and yeah, it's when you think back on it here in Seattle, boy, what a time it was in the 50s and 60s, right? My father came to America in the 50s and then set up the Seattle Kung Fu Club in the early 60s. Bruce Lee was teaching at the University of Washington. And what a time of a Kung Fu. I don't even know how to put it into words. It just, if you think about it right now, how much energy and knowledge of Kung Fu martial arts that was happening just right in the center of Seattle during that time was amazing. A lot of people ask me about that. I said, like, unfortunately, I wasn't born in the 60s. I was in the 70s. But looking back on it, and when you think about it, it's just, it's just amazing. And there's some people who have trained with Bruce Lee who are still around and would share stories. And some people that have trained with both Bruce Lee and my father. When they share stories with me, the first thing they always tell me is, every time I come into the International District in Chinatown, Seattle's Chinatown, I'll never forget the first time I met your father, because father has been at the Seattle Kung Fu Club since 1963, and he's still going strong, going there and training and being with his students. The heyday of the Kung Fu popularity obviously was in the late 60s, early 70s. Then the Bruce Lee movies were coming out, and then the Kung Fu, the TV series. And, it was just, my father would share stories with me about just every class would have like 80 to 100 people, and daily having like 50 people signing up. And just the power of the media just showed them how everybody was just going crazy over Kung Fu. With my father and Bruce Lee and Seattle, it's just what a fantastic collision of Kung Fu. Nobody knew what Kung Fu was. My dad always says that people thought it was something to eat, like fried rice or something like that. And now it's approaching, 55 years. It's just amazing. He is still teaching daily, and he's 85 this year. He's 5 this year. But amazingly, that's and I always say that he puts all of the younger generation to shame, because it's just that discipline and dedication. And I see it firsthand, and his students see it firsthand. It's just daily, he's training daily, running, working out, staying sharp, and such he always gives us such a simple philosophy that you just always have to be disciplined and consistent. When you have those two things, you will never go wrong. And also with the respect factor, you respect yourself, respect your body. Your body is your temple, so take care of it. And he's the perfect example. And it's not just talk, and he does it. And even at this age, and I try to tell him to try to kind of slow down a little bit. And he's listened, and because he used to run like 5 miles a day, now he's down to only 3. So.
But I think a lot of people may not realize that Kung Fu doesn't just mean a fighting art. There's a whole other layer to it, which has to do with art beyond fisticuffs.
Of course, it's common for people to always feel any martial arts physicality. But once they realize and understand that the mental aspect of it all and the philosophical aspect of it all, and they'll get the whole spectrum, the whole picture, and it becomes more satisfying and gratifying.
Oh yes, and then it delves into some other concepts like the relationship kung fu has to traditional calligraphy. There are different expressions of a similar view.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because yes, everything is related, and I mean just that discipline and patience. It's all related to the martial arts teaching, being patient, discipline, having good flow. I always love the word flow. Flow is a key. I mean, I need everything flowing, and when you have everything flowing, just like the yin and yang, when everything is flowing, then your body is flowing, your life is flowing. You can never remain stagnant. So flow is I love that word.
I love that some of these concepts are taking root in a more localized thought. And
I do see like a traditional Kung Fu renaissance. And I'm not sure about yourself, but I really, because there was a period of time in the 90s, early, late 90s and into the 2000s that, it was waning a little bit, and then MMA came about, but there's been a renaissance, and even during this pandemic, I mean, a lot of people are coming to learn Kung Fu, and it's great to see because, especially with all these other exciting, when I say exciting arts like MMA out there, which is very exciting to watch. It is. But when they realize that there's a historical and philosophical aspect to the training, then it goes deeper and deeper. And you mentioned that how about deep teachings is very important. And also, and if you go even deeper, and I'm not sure if anybody is familiar or knows about this, but my father also is a Chinese herbal doctor. So it wasn't just punching, kicking, stances. It went a lot deeper than that. And that's what I hope to continue, not just, like I said, just the teachings, but also the other aspects that go along with it. So people can get the whole spectrum of what it is to know Hung Gar Kung Fu or traditional Kung Fu.
And this is what this is how you're formulating Chi Life is kind of formulated around this philosophy, I would say, showing that there's a holistic approach.
Absolutely. And I wanted to really directing at children, because me growing up, learning Hung Gar, it's a little bit difficult because, and there's so many stories that I've told over the years, but I started when I was 4 years old, not by my choice, obviously. But when you're training, it was with everybody, with the adults and everybody, and I was probably one, along with my sisters, were the only kids there. So that's how Chi Life Studio was born, because I really wanted to focus on the children, because as a child, going through the motions with the adults, it can be difficult. So I wanted to make the training a little bit shorter, because in Hung Gar, at my father's school, we were training 2 hours a training session. Back in the 70s, okay, 2 hours, it's a long time, but in this day and age, that would seem like an eternity for kids. When I started, actually, we're celebrating our 20th year this year.
Congratulations.
I didn't realize it until I got a call and said, oh yeah, we started in 2002. At that time, then there was a PlayStation that was just coming out. There was always Nintendo. So I started to realize that kids were losing their focus. A lot of parents were coming to me, and this is the time when I did the challenge, and it was just on air in Singapore. And I was getting requests because the challenge was we went to Shaolin. It was a Kung Fu drama. It was fantastic experience. And then we had a lot of families and moms and dads who would call the TV station and ask if I could teach their kids, because they're very inspired watching the television series. So and then when I finally met some of the children, we had a gathering, and we had a meet and greet, and I met some of the kids, and I started to realize that a lot of the kids, and then what the feedback from parents is that they don't concentrate enough in school, and they only like to play video games. And well, it's a kid thing. I mean, I like to play as a kid, but we just had those little small Pac-Mans, it's not like now, right? I made it a point to make the training shorter and more direct. And I added a little bit of a fun element to it. So they realize that, yes, you are learning traditional Kung Fu, but you can also have a little bit of fun at the same time. That's how that idea was born for Chi Life Studio. And I really wanted to just have it more kid-centric. And those that wanted to just learn Kung Fu recreationally, we have that. And we also have the other side where those that want to compete and take it to another level. Everybody is different. And I always stress this to all my students and their parents. I say confidence is key. I want to instill confidence in your children and even your teenagers, because confidence is just what's gonna bring your child to the next level. It doesn't have to be in Kung Fu or martial arts, but that confidence is gonna take them to another level in academics, their personal relationships. So who am I to reject any students? I want to inspire as many students and just understand that everybody is different and everybody's thinking is different. But the main thing is when you come into the school and you walk and you've trained in the school and you walk out of the school more confident. And that confidence is just so key in everything. So I really drill that into the kids. Confidence, but confidence comes with practice. So you must practice. You must practice. So
I think that segues beautifully into your work with your children's picture books, which are, first of all, they are gorgeous to look at.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me just compliment your artist, Eric Wong, in that great work. It strikes me like those books are these same lessons, just once again at another level for the young reader. Would that be fair to say?
Absolutely. And the philosophies that you're seeing in the book is exactly what I train at my studio. And it's just an extension of our teachings at the studio. I was inspired to have this series because there were parents that were asking, and I've always had the idea of, I always wanted to do a children's book series. And especially after my boys were born, because Lucas was born in 2010 and Brady, my youngest, was born in 2015. As a father, I always want to teach my kids new things and teach them how to do things, but let them find their own way. And they were a big part of the process because I wanted them to give me feedback. They will give honest answers and honest feedback. And they've given me some seriously honest feedback a number of times already. But it was great to have that process because they got to see how the whole process went through. There's a whole deeper way to accomplish that. And, there's many layers to it. And it was just by chance that the publisher, Epigram, we ended up talking one day and they loved the idea of having a children's book. And they asked when I could start on it, and I started on it right away. They go through a lot of trials and tribulations about the training. This is the school. And if you notice, the school Chinese character is Chi. That's for Chi Life Studio.
Awesome.
But they go through a lot of I'll if you don't mind if I talk about the first book.
I'm so excited to hear about it. So please
okay,
do.
Great. Well, it's about never giving up. And Brady, the Bengal cat, because during training, since he is a cat, he got a little bit lazy because he thought he was a cat. He didn't have to do his cat stances and things like that. But he realized that when he really needed it to save the world, or save the building from collapsing and saving the person that was hanging by his fingertips, that you always have to be prepared and work hard and never give up. So what happens is that he realized his mistake and he realized he has to train harder and work harder. But it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes, okay? But you try your best not to make the same mistake again. And so the inspiration, as you see it, there's two quotes from Confucius in each book. And the last quote is very, very important. And I added the kids speak because Confucius can be a little bit difficult for kids to understand. So the last quote is: "A superior man is modest in his speech, but exceeds in his actions." Okay, so and I always stress that to my kids, especially when they play sports. You just do what you need to do. You don't trash talk. You don't boast about yourself. You do your thing, and that's it. You go about your business. And I say when kids speak, and that's kind of a translation of obviously the Confucius saying is the loudest person in the room is usually the weakest. Always be humble and express yourself fully by doing more and talking less. So these are teachings that I teach to not only my kids, but my students as well, because you have to be humble. You cannot, no matter how good you get at something, you have to have that mental discipline and acumen to know that you don't need to show off. Okay. If you're good, people will know you're good. You don't need to say that you're good. So then kids start to realize, because when I see a lot of things, like especially in the NBA and in football, it's completely different now. When in NBA, when they make a shot, it's like, oh, that's me. I don't like that at all. And I see that because, I coach my kids' basketball team, and I see them go like that. Oh, you're on the bench now. So I don't tolerate that, because it's just a bad example. It's okay to celebrate. It's okay. But back in the day when I remember watching basketball, there's never any like chest thumping and, it's me. And I think this generation is exposed to that because it is a me generation with social media. Mm-hmm. I don't blame them, because that's what they see. But I do my best to try to rein them in, to stay grounded, be humble. And that's why with the kids book, it's rare to see that in a kids book, because, a lot of the popular kids books it's very funny, but kind of toilet humor. But I wanted to add the traditional teaching in the book where kids can understand too. So this is the second one, sorry. So I'll just lead right into the second one.
Yeah.
The second book is really close to my heart because it's from my own personal experience, me growing up. Because growing up, I was always I didn't have a growth spurt until I was in high school. So I was always the smallest kid in the class, and I was the only Asian kid in the class. Bullying going on at a young age because of my size. And I remember I would get picked last, and they would say, "Oh, he's not considered one, he's half." And I took that personally. I said, like, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that," because I knew what I could do. I knew I was fast. I wasn't as big as the other kids, but I had heart. I had desire. So that's what this was inspired by my actual experience in school. I remember when I was a kid, they would used to call me shrimp. I said, I like eating shrimp. But I didn't realize that what they meant was it was really small. So it didn't cross my mind at that time. Only a little bit when they said I was just considered half. Sifu Song tells them, you may not be big in stature, Lucas, but be brave and have the courage to prove your worth to your peers. So he went out and did his thing. And how the story goes is that it goes deeper now. The bullies in the school that were making fun of him end up drowning in a bubble tea. It burst in the canteen, and then the bulldogs, they can't really swim very well. They were getting swept into the big whirlpool. Lucas the lizard, even though they were mean to him, saved the day, saved them. And it goes deeper because it shows that in the last part of it says, those who cannot forgive others break the bridge over which they themselves must pass. So the kids speak for that is we should never hold grudges. We live and learn and help others to see the light. So it wasn't like, even though someone may be mean to you, you always have to do the right thing. So the main thing with this book, two things, is that number one, you are good enough. No matter who you are, what size you are, boy, girl, I've been stressing to everybody who's read the book and wants to read the book that you are good enough. Number two, don't hold grudges and always do the right thing. When I mean to always do the right thing, someone in need, you help them. And that's part of the Kung Fu philosophy as well. And you always help those in need. Okay? You always help the weak. Okay, so yeah, so that's book two. So that's it's very close to my heart. So I hope that was a little small lesson in Kung Fu philosophy.
Oh, I think it was great. I mean, I really am a big fan of your decision to do the kid speak translation, because that's just, you know, it's so easy to just put some, you know, to have something nice and a Zen koan. There's so many beautiful Zen koans out there, right? And there's space for that mystery, to leave something a little bit mysterious and for interpretation, but for the sake of, you know, the readers that you're trying to reach, right? They need that clarity because they're young, and so that willingness to take that step just means so much. And
Yeah, I hope so. And then the feedback has been that it's going over very well, not just with kids but also parents. And it's very special when I hear people and they would message me or call me and say that, you know, my kids are very inspired by the book. So I was very, very happy to hear feedback.
oh, that's great. And I mean, I definitely like, there's the part of me that loves to go into that deeper stuff, right? And would love to explore the choice to pursue Confucianist theory versus Taoist theory. And yet for so many, that distinction, there's probably not even a distinction. And in reality, there's so much crossover, right? That there's only a point midway through that you think that there's a true difference, right? But it's all, what is it? To quote the Tao badly, right? It's all part of the Tao. But
yeah, and everybody who has read Confucius and the Analects, their interpretation, obviously, it's very personal. I mean, and then they can interpret it however they want to interpret it. But the main thing is you have to take the words and go deep within yourself. It's nothing on the surface. You have to look at yourself in the mirror and look deep down inside. And that's when you're going to really get the true meaning of all of the Confucius Analects, and also just the true meaning of yourself. So once you find that within yourself, you will be at peace. And you can make decisions, you can make good decisions, and yeah, just always be at peace.
oh yeah, I mean, it just calls to mind one of those great Confucianist scholars, Master Yoda, when he tells Luke Skywalker to go into that cave, and Luke asks, "What will I find in that cave?" And he says, "Only what you bring with you." Although he said it with the verbs switched around, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
But I'm being facetious, but I think that's a great example to me of how some of those deeper teachings, you know, even as far back as, you know, Empire Strikes Back, they were making their way out into the world. And then here we are now, years later, where those teachings are just so much more readily available because they're being presented without the aliens and without, you know, those whistles and bells. They're coming more closer to the root source.
And it's amazing is that it's still so relevant today. His teachings, his philosophy, it's just amazing, especially during this last couple of years. It's just that it's so relevant, and it's just timeless. And I hope people can read more on Confucius and just learn from it, and just take a little bit every day and make yourself and those around you better.
I agree. It's a mutual hope to get all of these thoughts out there further. You know, they all bear, for their simplicity, right? They all bear so much scrutiny, and they really deserve to be looked at closely, because you can gain so much from any of these lessons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Robin, this has been a true pleasure and an honor. While the rest of us are tweeting and, you know, posting stories on Instagram, you're doing good work in the real world, you know?
Well, I mean, I think everybody is doing great work. You too. I mean, I'm looking forward to this 2-year project, and the best of luck on the Kickstarter campaign. And I'm definitely going to support that, and I encourage everyone to support it.
Excellent. Well, thank you. So let me wish you a gongchi fatsai. And And thanks again for taking the time out to chat and to get philosophical and to share some origin stories. You know, this is
Well, it was great. It's great talking to you. Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I wish everybody a happy Year of the Tiger.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Tiger Talk. I have with me a very special guest, Sifu Brian Cuttle.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for joining me. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So I'm wondering if you could start by giving me a little origin story, the secret origin of Brian Cuttle.
Sure. So I actually started my martial arts training in 2000. So it's been 22 years now that I've been training. And I started at a school called Tiger Kung Fu Academy, which kind of works out for a Tiger Talk. It was in Reno, Nevada. And after 7 years over there, I ended up earning my Black Sash level, and I was learning Choi Li Fut and Tai Chi. And I got really excited about that martial art. And it was right about the same time that I was graduating college and moving on to different things in my life. I decided I wanted to take the summer off and go train with the grandmaster of my style, because that was just over in San Francisco. Grandmaster Dak Fai Wong, and then actually my Sifu, Jason Wong, his son. It just kind of all fell into place. So I started there in 2008, and I was there for 10 years. And then in 2018, I packed up everything and moved to Geneva, Switzerland, where I'm at right now. And in the meantime, I've been making videos on YouTube and just started my online school. So things are moving in different ways.
You've been really sharp with your presentation online, your video lessons that you've been generous enough to share with me. I don't know, maybe I'm dating myself, but that younger audience, offering the lessons where they want to learn them.
The primary goal when I started making the videos was I had two things I wanted to do. And I guess the main goal was to share the arts of Choi Li Fut and then also Tai Chi. I just opened up a separate channel because I was doing Tai Chi kind of sporadically for online. And it's been such an important part of my training that I want to share that too. But I remember, you know, being a teenager, watching Bruce Lee movies and wanting to learn everything I could about Kung Fu, but not knowing where to go. And, you know, I think I recall going on an internet forum, and it could have been the Kung Fu magazine forum now that I think about it. And there was somebody talking about 3 section staff, and they just mentioned one of their workout routines. No pictures, no video. And I had to go and try to mimic that on my own. And it just got to a point where finally, when I did start formal training, I had a background in video production, and I wanted to do that. And I wanted to put things together. So I wanted to have a nice cinematic representation of the art, not just a form demonstration from like a tournament or something like that. I wanted different cuts and edits. And then I wanted to give people what I wanted when I was younger, and just even little bits and pieces of the martial art to kind of, to at least satisfy a little bit of that hunger and keep you inspired to go and find, you know, an instructor and formally train. So that is something, yeah, it is something I want to get people into the martial arts with that. It's just continuous big preview.
An unspoken philosophy of martial arts is that transmission of knowledge, and, you know, to like send it out as far out as it will go. That philosophy seems to permeate what you're doing.
In this new internet age.
Exactly. But with that said, how about a quick breakdown for those who might not be familiar, the differences and the spirit that defines the art of Choi Li Fut as compared to the art of Tai Chi?
Yeah, so Choi Li Fut is an art that's over 200 years old. It does have its ties and roots to Shaolin, and basically the name of the art is named after the founder's teachers. You can think of it as Mr. Choi, Mr. Li, and then Fut is Buddha. So he was paying homage to the Shaolin temple in that respect right there. And it is a popular Southern Chinese martial art. And I know a lot of Americans and even Europeans, a lot of the Western world doesn't really know the name as strong as something like Wing Chun or even Hung Gar. So Choi Li Fut in China is actually just as popular as those, as one of the main Southern styles. It's just, it didn't pick up so much outside of China and Hong Kong. I mean, when you look at schools for Choi Li Fut schools, one of the biggest concentrations that you're going to find is in the Bay Area. And when you're out there, if you live in the Bay Area or around it, it's like every other kung fu school is Choi Li Fut.
Yeah.
But it's popular there, but outside of that area, it's really not. And I think it's a shame because it's really a beautiful art. It has solid applications. It's built on fighting. It came out of a revolutionary time, so they needed the weapons and the hand forms and the training. All of that had to be able to be used. And then over the years, it's blossomed, and a lot of the masters along the way have contributed things to the art, and it's picked up a lot. I mean, we have a ton of forms in the system now. Some of them are more for the presentation side. And there was a lot that actually mirrors the Chinese opera. So we have like, there's some forms that actually have direct acting in them, but there's also forms that are that have characters or the weapon that's based off of a character that you would know about from Chinese opera, like, of course, Guan Yu and the Guan Do form, which has acting in it. You do some beard stroking and horse riding, but there's also another general, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but there's another long handle broadsword form specifically for him as well. And then things like the Monkey King staff, certain things have that, or a snake tongue spear like Zhang Fei. So you have a lot of these parallels with the Chinese opera as well. And it's just, there's so many things. They have the animal styles, they have drunken style, Buddha palm, all of these cool things inside of it. And it's really a wonderful art to know for that.
I have a particular love for the animal qualities that it has, because beyond the typical tiger and crane and dragon, there are such things as leopard.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we have 10 animals in the system. So there's the basic, well, I don't want to say the basic, but the traditional 5. Tiger, crane, snake, dragon, and leopard. And then after that, there's monkey, elephant, tiger cub, lion, and horse. So those are some interesting. It's got that so much more variety even in that end too. It's really cool.
Right. It's so much like born out of the folk art, right? Because all the different folklore that that's permeated its long history have all been consolidated into this one specific art form, and then when you mention such animals, you can almost track them to such things as like the lunar astrology, right?
Yeah,
Tiger, dragon. And then there are occasions where it diverges, there's no elephant in the astrology system. And so it strikes me as more proof of how it's an organic, still growing kind of cultural artifact. Would that be a good way to say it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's also, one of the things that we tend to take for granted these days too, is the transmission of the culture itself. Because a lot of people, they know there's these colorful sides to the martial arts, and they know, we get to hear about these cool things. Like, take Monkey King staff. It's a cool form. It's got a lot of spins. There's cartwheels. There's rolls with it. But it also perpetuates the story of Sun Wukong. Like you start picking up parts of Chinese culture from there. And I know for me personally, I've been doing a bit of a deep dive into the Three Kingdoms lore quite recently, and reading through, and it's been, it's a long one, but it's been really interesting to see all of these things that have been perpetuated even from back then, even beyond the history of it. And you're looking at like the colorful story building that was, added in the Song Dynasty, but like a lot of these moral values and these things that are just a part of Chinese culture are passed on so many different ways. And I think that's something that is really important in Chinese Kung Fu schools too. And just passing on traditional arts like this. It's not just for show and it's not just for fighting. It's got so much more behind it.
You're the author of a book available on Amazon, Monkey Movement, I believe was the title.
Yes.
As I've been talking to other luminaries and such things as the lunar calendar, one thing that's come up has been the iconic or the symbolic tension between tigers and monkeys. You know, so if you were to read your lunar horoscope and you were to find out that you were the sign of the tiger, they would tell you to be careful of monkeys. And the same is true in the reverse. But I wanted to get your opinion on things. If you've seen that as reflected in the styles as well as in the lore.
When you're looking at the zodiac and you're looking at the type of personality that a monkey and a tiger would have, they are definitely on different ends of a spectrum. You've got a trickster monkey that's all over the place, and then you have a tiger that is quick to action, strong, stubborn, all of those things. And you know, the monkey just knows the right ways to pull the tiger's tail to get it going. So there's definitely, you know, you can already kind of sense that. But to go more into how you would see how it's done in the forms and in the, I guess, the concepts and the tactics of each. The tiger is very straightforward in its approach to fighting as well. So if you look at the tiger form itself, you know, you do have, it will travel in different angles during the form, but the fighting is very linear. It's pressing forward, it's driving straight in. A lot of the striking is straight line striking with the tiger claw. And I do need to kind of put a little disclaimer here because some arts do tiger scratching, and in Choi Li Fut, in the lineage that I do, it's more direct. It's not as much scratching. It's a two-stage strike. So the primary stage is first with the palm, and then afterwards to grab and rip with the fingers. Because you're going to have so much power in this, it's going to be such more of a substantial strike that if you're still there with the fingers, then you can kind of, but the tiger just moves indirect. It doesn't worry about evasive footwork. It charges straight in. They liken it to just pressing forward, like getting hit by a car, because it just continues moving straight in. And though the techniques don't get tricky, they're not going from any particular angle. They strike and they are meant to clear through your own guard. So if you're trying to block and defend against that, you have to have a very, very good guard to be able to withstand that. As far as the monkey goes, it's up, it's down, there's rolls, there's ground, you know, attacks. The monkey's all over the place. And the monkey form of Choi Li Fut is really interesting because there's a little bit of acting in the beginning. So you see the monkey walking out, it scratches, it sees some food, it eats it, and then it gets scared, throws the food down and runs, and then it tries to approach the food again, takes the peach or whatever, and it's going to eat at it, and then finally, you know, sees something that's going to attack it, throws it down, and then it moves into the actual form itself. And it's very acrobatic. There's cartwheels. There's actually backflips that are supposed to be at the end of the form. And depending on the practitioner, it's supposed to be 3 in a row. And it's really difficult because you're already spending your time down on the ground at low stances, the whole form. And then at the very end, cartwheel into 3 backflips. You have to be very, very, very agile and very strong to do that. So typically you just see a cartwheel at the end. But the monkey, the movements, it's very, they'll move in quick, couple attacks, and then move to a new position, and then try to attack from a different angle and move to a different position. So it's never really stationary. It's never in a straight line. It's always kind of these different ways of approaching and high and low and jumping, and then, you know, trying to get down to the ground. And it's really, really the almost polar opposite of the tiger form itself. So pitting those two against each other would be a sight. I can't picture in my mind how that would go.
Let's segue a little bit into Tai Chi.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting though when you look at the tiger and how it's where it fits into this is where you definitely get it in the lyrics. It's usually it's not so much to build the spirit of. It's more in showing the fierceness of the technique can match that of a tiger when competing against it. So you know, you have carry tiger to the mountain, you have ride the tiger, you have hit the tiger, and I'm sure there's a number of other techniques, but those are the three that are coming to me right now. And each of those definitely, like ride the tiger, I'm not going to say that's showing that you're so fierce that you could ride the tiger, but it's a position where you're balancing yourself, you're setting that position, and it kind of looks like, you know, you're either surfing on the tiger's back, but you can steady yourself even in that sense of, you know, being on a tiger. But when it comes to like hit the tiger, carry tiger to the mountain, those movements are strong movements. I mean, this is one of the few actual punches that you're going to get in Tai Chi Chuan, or at least in Yang style Tai Chi. And usually you have, you know, a lot of softer palm movements, but this is specifically a thrown punch. So hit the tiger really shows that, you know, whatever that strength, that fierceness that people are afraid of, this animal that is this beast, you know, like it's so strong, it's so it carries so much with it that people would just, you know, nobody wants to stand up to it, everybody wants to get away from it. This could be that movement that can challenge it. So this is something where you can challenge that tiger head on and actually hit it. Or carry the tiger to the mountain is a throwing technique. So you actually tip the person over and then tumble them over. And that's something too, you know, it's when it comes to matching the tiger, there's no halfway to commit. You have to be all in for it. So it's neat to see that that's even embodied there in the Tai Chi side too.
Oh yeah, and even in their descriptions, it almost reveals some of Tai Chi's more philosophical qualities, you know.
yeah, definitely. And I think that's something too, you know, you do find within the art, in the beginning, you're going to have, first off, the shape looks something that there's like a movement called brush knee and twist step. And the whole idea, many people don't understand the name of it because it's like this block and a forward press. And the brush knee is actually from the block, because when the hand comes down, it's as if you're brushing off your knee. And then you have your push following that. And sometimes that's there to help you remember and to know what the shape of the movement is. But after a while, you start picking up other things too, where you're picking up like on the philosophical side or the tactical side or the conceptual side of how this art can be used in combat as well. Back on the Choi Li Fut side, there's quite a few forms in relation to tigers as well that's not direct as like an animal style. So that's one of them. You have tiger taming broadsword. There's the tiger taming form, or the Lohan taming the tiger form. And you can look at it in two ways because it's an interesting form. One, you can look at it in the same context of the other, the dueling tiger form, or you can look at it towards like the tiger taming broadsword, where you're matching that, you're trying to be the equal or the rival of the tiger. But you can also look at it in the sense of there was a famous story of the Lohan that tamed a tiger, or the monk that tamed the tiger. And do you mind if I tell the story? Is that
Please,
okay?
Let's hear it.
So I'm going to make it kind of the condensed version. But outside of the temple, there was a tiger, and it was growling and it was snarling. And it was making this noise, and the monks inside were scared. It would come every day, and it would just pace back and forth in front of the gates. And these monks were afraid to go out. They were afraid to deal with it because, you know, what can they do? They weren't even martial monks. They were just Buddhist monks. And there was one monk that recognized that this tiger was hungry. And so he would save a little bit of his food each time, each meal, and he would throw some food out for the tiger. And at first, the tiger didn't care. But the tiger was so hungry that eventually it gave in and it started eating vegetables. And then every day he would go back and he'd throw out some more vegetables, some more food that they had. And the tiger began eating more and more and coming back. And slowly it calmed the tiger down. And over time, it tamed the tiger to the point where it didn't have that bloodlust. It didn't have that want to eat meat anymore. And so the monks didn't have to worry about this tiger because it eventually became as vegetarian as them. But that's celebrated as one amazing feat of one monk. But it's also, it kind of brings up this idea that not everything has to be solved by violence. And I thought that was really unique because, especially coming from the martial arts world, where we look at how we can solve things with violence, doesn't mean that we have to solve everything with violence. And when you look at the tiger taming form, or the Lohan tames the tiger form in Choi Li Fut, it is done as an internal form. So it's not done with these fast and fierce movements that you would expect to see against the tiger. It's slow movements. It actually hits the hero pose in the form, which is unique to that form and the Buddha palm form. So it really puts a lot of value into the Shaolin and the Buddhist side of the art. And I think it has that, I mean, I'm not saying it, that's this fact that it was, but to me, it really kind of hits that same kind of respect of, this art is more than just being able to punch and kick and force your way across. Even if you are a strong tiger, you can tame it in other ways. So it's more of taming the tiger inside, I guess. This is my take on it. I don't want to say, don't quote me 100% on the reason behind that. But for me, this is the feeling that I get when I see this form.
Any plans for Year of the Tiger? Any plans to tame it for your own purposes?
I think this year is to ride the tiger. I think I'm going to follow the Tai Chi philosophy on that one.
Thank you, Sifu Brian, for joining me. This has been a great thing. And I feel like I've learned a lot. So I'm hoping others will too.
Awesome. Yeah, it was great to talk to you. And looking forward to more.
Yes, indeed.
Great.
Well,
we are live.
We are live. Let's go, baby.
Excellent. Well,
I am live still on my own, but okay. You're gonna watch me set up the camera, which I should have done earlier, but it's been a busy afternoon. But hopefully I can do this really quickly. And let's see. I had the link set aside. I should be able to jump right onto it. Okay, it's taking a little bit longer than I thought. So let me see if I can find you a video to play while I do this bit of technical doodads. All right, let's see if this one will work. I'm going to invite Boots back on by way of this previously recorded video. This time I'll remember to share the audio. All right, that gave me enough time to set up my new camera view. There we have it. Now, I've been working on this all day. It's watercolor pencil and gouache. I've done all the orange. I think I have 20 minutes, 25 minutes before my next guest arrives. So I think I'll do some tiger stripes for it. Now, one of my guests pointed out the presence of a tiger back here. Which is my character model for Khan, Prince of Tigers, as he appears in the graphic novel, A Tiger's Tale. So I'll be using this as my little model for reference. It'll sit here off screen. I think I'd like some music to accompany this little activity. So let me set that up to the side. All right, maybe I can hear it, and that's what I need. So hopefully that'll be enough. So I'm gonna wet my brush and look for a good color. You know, this really would be a case where Payne's Gray would be ideal, but I don't have any. So I'm going to go with basic gouache gray, but add a little bit of Prussian blue to really spice it up. Here's my palette. Let me find the spot for that over here. Not really, I should also at this point, it's time for me to also have white handy. It's a little bit dry, but we'll make do. Let me shout out to Barney Smith. If you catch this on the replay, this is still that same pot of tea I started when you joined me earlier today. Let's see if I can share with you how dark that tea still is. But, you know, I'll be up late tonight. If you're wondering what I'm doing over here, I'm fussing with a little light for this one down here. So there's me grabbing the tiger by the tail.
Looking for new songs? YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music. Built to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to Premium for 1 month free.
Sorry about that. That bothered me too. Don't mind me if I sit. 1 second. I think I've got another thing playing. All right. I think we're live. Curtis, welcome. Do you have sound? Are you hearing me? Okay, let's try this again. I can hear clicking on your side. Can you hear me? And then are you? All right, we'll try this again. And then it's all right. It's all live. Anyway, so my eagerly awaited guest, Curtis Fujita, is about to log on. We're managing technical difficulties. Oh, here he comes.
Hello, hello.
Curtis, welcome to
Thank you.
this crazy 1.5 man band show I've had going on.
My gosh, look at that. You've been doing it's been 7 hours from what I see.
Yes.
Wow.
I started this around noon. In fact, that's how I started by starting this piece of artwork. And so I've been tinkering on it in between like breaks with visits.
That looks great. Is that gouache or what are you using?
Yes. I started with some watercolor pencils and then have been layering on gouache since.
Nice.
And then so I've just moved, I'm really wishing I had some Payne's gray.
Uh-huh.
So I'm making do with a combo of generic gray and some Prussian blue to give it a little bit of, I realized it's like what's that? What director am I thinking of with the orange and blue?
Oh, orange and blue. Are you thinking about Wong Kar-wai or I'm trying to think.
I was thinking more Transformers myself, but that just goes to show my state of exhaustion.
Michael Bay, yeah.
Right? Wasn't there that whole trend that, at one point where all the movies were color graded for orange and blue?
Totally. Like the Bad Boys movies, it always looked like really hot and really warm because everything had that orange glaze on it. You're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. That looks great. I love this. I love how cognizant you are of silhouettes in everything you do. You have such a strong eye for making sure that you maintain the silhouette, it reads. So that's great.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I was musing on how I've drawn this particular tiger in this particular pose like a few times now, like with pencil. I've done it on the Cintiq back there, and then I'm doing it again now. So it's been like this theme of like certain images just need to circle back around a few times.
That's great.
But I think we have some. If I'm reading this correct, I think we have some viewers or one viewer.
Oh, nice.
But it's been an ebb and flow. It's been really kind of a whirlwind of a day, let me tell you. But
I bet.
Added to having like Sifu Brandon Dung show up in the afternoon, which was really fun. So when 6-8 months ago when I was first formulating a plan to do this sort of thing, I think it was still before we had really even started talking about the Comics Fu show.
Yeah.
He was one of the people I just like got on the phone because we had been chit-chatting back and forth. And I was like, we should do something, some kind of thing,
Yeah.
And then it just turned into this whole crazy campaign that's like in its final. We hit the 24-hour mark just over an hour ago. So I'm saying it's like maybe an Illuminati 23 hours.
Well, I noticed sorry, I'm not, it's not that I'm paying attention. I want to share the link real quick before we get into it because I want to make sure everybody sees what we're doing here. So pardon me for just There we go. I just shared.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I did that before I forgot. No, I know you're very cognizant of numerology, right? With the 55 and the 88, and we even talked about posting things sometimes, using numbers, So,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, it's because I'm terrible at math, you know? So to me, math is like the numbers are just like the glyphs. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same thing with that's why I enjoy lettering and like typography, because it's also why so many typos slip past me, is because I see them as like the individual. I very quickly forget that they're words.
Yeah.
And that they're supposed to be a certain way, and I just start seeing like the patterns that they make, like a tiger's tail, like the T's and how the A's in the lowercase and like things like that, like the crossbars there, or or the comics foo show, right? Like the way the letter, I start looking at how the letters fit in, all those O's and C shapes, and then the U shape, right? The C goes this way and the U goes that way. So
No, definitely. It's like was that I didn't know. I heard recently, was it the number 8, the infinity, right? Was it represents something, everything, and nothing? Because what is it they say? It's the something is basically it's the number 8, right? And then when it's on its side, it's infinity, right? And I'm trying to think, was it 108? 108. I'm sorry, not infinity. 108 symbolizes something, nothing, and everything, because it's 1 is something, 0 is nothing, and 8 when you turn it on its side is everything, because it's the infinity. So that's why 108.
yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So we're at 55 backers. Last I checked, we're just three away from getting the 88 mark, right?
I know. It's crazy. Like, I had this vision of doing like an illustration of the characters from the Crazy 88s, but as in my copious free time, right? I was gonna do that as well.
Yeah.
But the number stuck, and I kept oscillating back and forth whether or not it's, because I mean, what are the rules for stretch goals? If they're not for these kinds of like opportunities for some weird kind of poetry or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, how is it now that you're getting close to the other side of it? I mean, we talked about it before the campaign, and that, you've gone through the thick of it. We were talking about how everybody kind of has they'll give you the war stories, right? Okay, now it's going to start out with a bang, and then you're going to go for the long, kind of dull period where it's kind of, and then it's going to hype back. Are you seeing all those things, or is it what you expected? Is it not what you expected? What's that like?
Okay, so I can see it, but I feel like I'm also it's almost like paper dolls, where I'm putting the third week slump, I'm putting that over the things that happened, so it's like how you define it, right? So on the one hand, was it last Monday was the first time I did a live thing, and that was very improvised, but it had a lot of like energy behind it, right? But then right after it a series of events derailed my week in terms of what I wanted to do. I was writing about it, right? Like I had this whole plan to celebrate James Hong's birthday, which was on this past Tuesday. But the linchpin to my plan was this autographed photo that he gave me, right? And this is all based on he and I having like collaborated a couple of times on really, really small projects. But I ended up spending the whole day looking for the photo than actually doing the important stuff of like keeping the campaign going. Does that make sense? It was one of those things where the blinders kicked in, and I was just like, I gotta get, this one thing is important to get to the next thing. It was like that game of Mousetrap, that this one thing needed to do this. But that's not really true. That's just like the campaign is whatever I make it. So I can see like that's a valuable lesson. The other really key valuable lesson was getting swept up in those first 48 hours and feeling the need to jump to stretch goals immediately, right? So I think there are books written on this stuff now. I have one. I supported it on Kickstarter, so but I was already well into the campaign when the book arrived, and so it's under here somewhere, Curtis. I swear.
It's like DEFCON 5 over there, you know.
Yeah. The war room.
You know, it's I mean, I'm very happy for you. I'm not surprised, but I'm happy for you, and it's just been what I really have enjoyed watching is not just the project come to light, but kind of seeing you really going knee deep in this whole thing about how to do the campaign, how to promote it, and you can genuinely see that you have this passion and you understand how important it is to market it and present it, you know, which I think is great, you know. The 108 that I botched over there. I was trying to be all profound and I got tongue tied.
Someone appreciated it. No, it's been weird. It's like I have been trying. It's been this combination of following playbooks, right? And there's like a few playbooks that have been like offered to me, like do these things, right? But then at the same time, I've been, for lack of a better word, I've been trying to hack them at the same time, you know, trying to just get to the crib notes. So there are definitely things that I did that were just like purely based on intuition. And those gambles paid off. And that's just like that weird kind of, you know, I guess. Okay, so here's the thing. I had to do a presentation for a group I'm really proud to be a part of, right? It's called Kids Comics United. I should have had a banner for them, but let me type that really quick.
That's great.
Right, because they supported. They gave me so much of Kids Comics Unite.com. Okay, good. I've been needing to check my spelling. So anyway, so they equipped me with a lot of like the resources, you know, video resources on how to do things, and I had a lot of people to check in with, you know. But then they let me do a presentation where I was able to break down like my, you know, the step-by-step process, what I did, how I got to Kickstarter, etc. And the one thing that really stuck with me was like when to ignore good advice.
Ooh,
I was getting so much, you know, I was getting so much good advice, you know, from everywhere. You know, you actually were one of the folks who got to see the pre-launch page.
Yeah.
So I remember you had some really good advice there, and there were a few other people who jumped in. You know, a friend of mine who makes a living doing copywriting, so he was doing it from like the sell point, sell text, do it this way, you know. And then a few others were more like literary writers, and so they were just like attracted to like whatever, the telling of the stories. So it all came at once. Others were like people who have done Kickstarter, so they were like very practical Kickstarter, you know, advice. But then I had to like, there were certain times I came up with this formula of can't, won't, will. I should, you know, I really wish I had a graphic that I could throw up, but I'd spend too much time looking for it. So can't, right? I couldn't do it because I didn't have the time, or I didn't have the specific skill sets to like put it in a spreadsheet. I'm like, what? You know, I've got notebooks, I've got all these little bits of paper, like I've got my method. And so even though there were points when I would try and use other tools, I would end up spending too much time trying to figure out the tool that was useful, right? So that was kind of like can't. So certain bits of advice were just based on can't.
Yeah.
And there were certain bits of advice that was like won't, you know, like there was a part of like my intuition or my gut was like, no, I'm not gonna keep it to just 4 reward tiers. I can't say that. I've been talking all day. Let me try it again. Reward tiers.
But you know, it's funny when you say that. It's like today I had like, you know, like an epiphany, and it's one of those things where it's like you say it a lot. I say it aloud to myself, and then I go, gosh, that's obvious, and maybe everybody else knows this. But I had this realization today that when you say yes to something, you automatically are saying no to something else, and when you say no to something, you're saying yes to something else. It's like that. It's like this cosmic law, right? It's like, yes, I can do this. That means no, I can't do that, you know? And it's that kind of game, right? That kind of like you're talking about playing, right? It's like if you can't say yes to everybody because a yes to this strategy is a no to this one, and vice versa, and back and forth, right? So yeah,
exactly. And so it's just like, what do you use as your compass in those circumstances, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just like, part of it was intuition, and some of that paid off, and part of it was really luck, you know, where I was just like counting on certain things, you know, like trusting that I had like gallery type, you know, people who've been to my gallery shows in the past might catch wind of it, right? So having something that was more like gallery style was just like I had the pieces and then people wanted them, and so it was just like this cool fit that, like, I don't know, knowing one's audience, I guess, is part of it.
Definitely. I think one thing that I liked that you did, and I don't know if it was something that, I mean, I'm imagining it was purposeful. You can let me know, but you started building up your audience way before the campaign. I mean, you had the newsletters and you were ramping up, and that's not something that I see every day. You know, a lot of times I see people just kind of all of a sudden they just pop up on the scene as soon as the crowdfunding starts, and then they're trying to ramp up their following while they're trying to actually, you know, get backers. Was that one of those intuitive things? Was that a strategic thing? I'm just curious because I thought it was so interesting to watch how you pulled that together.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a playbook thing where I was literally like, if you're gonna do a thing, if you're gonna launch a book, here's a 6-month to-do list.
Nice.
Do these things over the course of 6 months to prepare for that book launch, you know. And so I think that was a resource for people who are published authors or people who are working through a publisher.
Yeah.
But that same theory still holds, and a lot of those same steps were still proved to be valid, you know.
Totally.
Because it was also like the decision to launch the website, right? And to have a tigerstail.com, you know, set up, and then to start, like, you were there among the first, right? Who I reached out to be like, hey, would you like a little guest blog post?
Yeah.
You know, and then we worked out a set, and then because it was about, you know, okay, it was interesting. As I was refining the story for A Tiger's Tail, there came the question of like legitimacy and like what are the root sources of this story, and, you know, like, who am I to communicate this story, right? Like, where's this story coming from, that sort of thing. And it became like this great opportunity to have A Tiger's Tail be this place where I could create resources, right? Have people such as yourself who know the source material, who have like a rooted source from where these teachings come from.
Yeah.
You know, and then putting that there, and then, I mean, I'm still shocked. I was just thinking like the Tiger Talk videos, right? This, what we're doing right now, along with guests from California, right? Mostly in the Bay Area. I mean, one guest called in from Australia, one guest called in from Geneva, Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that about covers the range. Yeah. And then one guest is in Seattle, but he's been, you know, he talked a lot about his time in Singapore, right? So there was a lot of I wasn't expecting to have like that wide a net, I guess, you know, but
well, I kind of look from the outside looking in. It's kind of like, and I don't know if you see it this way, but I definitely see this project and this campaign as like a culmination of everything and everybody that you've kind of cultivated relationships with, the skill set you've cultivated, and the knowledge for decades now. I mean, it's like everything kind of came to a head, right? And I think that's why it's such a great project. You know, it's you know, really excited about it. So I think that's great.
All 85 of us, you know,
plus 3 tomorrow or tonight.
Yeah, well, okay, so we're like, we've gone past Justice League and we're kind of in Legion of Superheroes territory, I think.
Yeah,
so
yeah, definitely.
That's I don't know. I wouldn't want to insult you by saying you can be Karate Kid, you know.
You know, it's so funny. I used to work when I was a kid. I worked with Hank Canals, and he was one of the editors at Malibu Comics, and he went on to work at DC up until recently when they had their thing. He now works for Immortal Studios with Peter Shaw. And one of his favorite characters, I always remember, he loved Karate Kid. That was his favorite character. I thought that was so interesting. That was definitely, he always told me that was one of his favorite DC characters, and then he ended up working for DC. So go figure.
That's pretty awesome. You know, that's a very that's a pretty iconic design. I remember like it from my own child. And in fact, I remember when I was young, I had a large collection of the 8-inch Mego superhero line.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, a lot of doubles, a lot of broken pieces. I was kind of a little bit of a Frankenstein. I'd take them apart and put them together, you know.
Sure.
And so one of them, I made a Karate Kid out of one of them using some like yellow electrical tape to get that collar, you know, that nice Iron Fist super sharp collar. So
That's cool.
that was a fun one. So yeah, so iconic design, you know, for its time, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's been updated a bunch of times. I wish we had the visuals like we do with the Comics Foo show where it's just like blip, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But no, this is great, you know. Yeah, it's, you know, we were talking about in the Silverline show about iconic characters and why they last, you know. And in the past, I would always approach it from a creative sense. Oh, it's because of this design or this silhouette or this theme. But the realization actually came to me recently, and I didn't realize until I was saying it, was it's also the companies that stayed in business. I mean, that's the harsh reality, right? Is the fact that you had, you know, John in accounting making sure that the bills were paid and this person in payroll kept the company open, and it got sold to Warner Brothers and so forth and so on. And that's actually one of the things that keeps characters alive is the business. And it's kind of not as romantic, right? But I think that's definitely overlooked, this, because there's some great characters that are now in the public domain, right? So
Yeah. I mean, that brings to mind like the whole League of Extraordinary Gentlemen by Alan Moore, right? That whole opus of work based on public domain characters.
Yeah.
There was have you ever heard of Jenny Everywhere?
I'm not familiar. What's
Okay, so Jenny, there's even a Jenny Everywhere day. So Jenny Everywhere, this was early days of the internet, right? But she's a public domain character, right? And so she's got a specific set of character traits, and she's got a specific model of design. She's got a scarf, and she's got one of those leather aviator caps. You know, but then she's Jenny Everywhere, so she just exists on multiple planes of realities at all times.
Wow.
And so she's available as like consciously as a public domain character, so long as that she's in, you know, she follows these rules of like how she appears in other people's works of art. You know,
really.
So anyone is available can just use that character in a comic, but they have to understand that they can't necessarily, like, what happens they're like, you can't copyright all of it because her appearance is a public, you know, like her existence is there to make room for public domain art, if that makes any sense.
That's cool.
You know, so to use it, you're adding to the public domain canon when you make a comic featuring Jenny Everywhere.
That's really cool. I didn't know about that.
So yeah, I started multiple comics that I never really finished because I always had to go for the other projects, right? But it was always this cool little, you know, I was part of the message board when the character was developed, and I remember tracking it and just seeing it, and all of a sudden it was out there in the world. And so I think that there's a Wikipedia page for her or whatever, but
that's really clever.
You know, talking about like public domain characters, right? There's the Agents of Thunder Agents, right? Isn't that another one
I think so, yeah.
That's legendarily in the public domain?
Yeah, there was, you know, when I was working at Malibu, we had this line called the Protectors, and it was like the Avengers team of all public domain characters that were kind of like revamped into this team, and those characters are now being done by this guy named Barry Gregory. He has Barry Gregory has a line called Gallant Comics, and it's all these public domain characters that he's doing stuff on. And there's like a public domain Daredevil. I don't know if you ever seen that. It's like
with the boomerang, right?
Boomerang, right? And he's like half blue, half red, something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like I remember seeing that. I remember that from my one of my first comic book conventions. Seeing them, they're not timely. They must predate Timely or something like that. But those are old school characters for sure.
Oh, totally. Yeah, there's that, and there's even a public domain Blue Beetle. So he appears in certain comics, but people don't advertise him on the cover because they're afraid of the company that shall not be named, you know, taking umbrage with it. Even though a version of the Blue Beetle is actually public domain, from what I understand. So
right, but yeah, I mean, it's just that thing, like, you know, It's good luck getting that on the search engine, you know.
Yeah,
Getting
yeah. Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, no, so that's cool stuff. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So, want to take a deep dive into Kung Fu comics? Have you read
I'm always ready. I'm always ready for that.
Read any good comics lately, Curtis?
Read any good? What have I read lately? What was there? Actually, you know what? I was at a Japanese, the Japanese bookstore, Kinokuniya, right? There's branches all over the place. One out here in Santa Monica, and I hadn't picked it up in years. I picked up one of those big weekly Shonen Jump digest books, where it's like a telephone book,
Oh yeah.
just to see, even though I don't read Japanese, just to see like what's going on over there, because that's always like such a deal. You spend like $6-7. You have a telephone book size anthology, and just to take a look at all the artwork and stuff. And that was kind of the coolest thing I saw. That was just this weekend. But
Nice.
yeah, I hadn't read one of those in decades. And when I was reading, I forgot how the ink was just like newspaper. By the time I was done, my fingertips were all black from the ink,
Oh man.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, authentic. So what was the story? What could you glean from it?
There was
Genre.
there's so many stories, and there's like 12 or 15 different stories in those, right? Like 5 pages each. But one of them, I don't know what it is, because normally they'll have like a subtitle in English. This one didn't, but it was really, the action was really good. It was like this guy with almost like a European sword, and he was fighting in this high school. But I love visually what they did. I mean, they were doing stuff with the action where these great like Dutch angles and low kind of camera shots. And then they did that thing that I think's awesome, where when they're moving fast, you don't even have like a solid line. It's just all hatching, like a shimmer, to the body. And it was that. I wish I knew what that one was, but that was probably my favorite. And then they had like a One Piece and My Hero Academia in there and stuff like that. But yeah, I love looking at those books. I love looking at the advertisements and the covers, because it's just that Japanese aesthetic where we would never have those colors in print here. We would not put pink next to orange, next to lime green on a cover, with a huge font with like a drop shot. We wouldn't do that, but it just makes sense when you look at how they do it, So it was really, really cool. Really good stuff.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you, but I'm sure you've been busy this whole time.
Yeah, it's true that I've fallen very far behind. I've recently been reading, and this was a miniseries that came out a while ago. It was by Bad Idea. It's called Odin's Eye.
Okay.
And so it's got a very heavy metal kind level of like Euro art for it. It's all about Vikings, it's about a young Viking child who's being called by Odin to go seek out Odin's other eye. So, and it's just like the whole Viking mythology, but rendered in that heavy metal, like European, like very highly rendered, almost photorealistic style. And so that's been something that, like, if I'm gonna sleep that night, I'll read that and then clock out for a few hours, So that's been that's the most. I'm so far behind. I have so many piles to read. I've got a few Kickstarter ones that I haven't even opened yet. They're just still in their little mailer, and that those folks are like, please let me know that you've received it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love seeing that European stuff, like what are they called? Bande dessinée, right? Is the French term.
Right.
Yeah, there's one I got recently. Last year was called Claw. I don't know if you heard of Claw, but it's like this kind of. It's about this boy that realizes he's from a bloodline of these anthropomorphic kind of warriors that go back through history. I think it might be Italian or it's French. I can't remember. It was translated English, but it's just that gorgeous, like European style, where it's more illustration or illustrative than just comic book, and it's just gorgeous, just absolutely gorgeous. That series is amazing. I see that kind of stuff, and that's kind of what I would aspire to.
Yeah, I mean, I aspired to that for so many years. I'm still aspiring to that. I don't know. I've only just gotten like so lazy that I just want to get the stuff done. So I'm much more willing to let it be imperfect, you know?
I'd say no, but I mean, I've always felt from what I've seen of your work, you do bridge that gap between illustration and like American comic book. You know, not saying that American comic book style is an illustration; it definitely is. But there's a certain classical sensibility that you kind of see in the European stuff that differs from the more pop art that you see in most American stuff. You know, and I always feel like you have that quality with the hatching, with the texture that you have in your work. You know, so definitely. Like what we see right here on the screen right now, that's a perfect example.
Oh yeah, that. Well, you know, it's funny because that's one of those examples that actually I don't want to give it away, but those people who've been with me for 7 hours would know. Right? Earlier I was talking about like certain pieces that I've done and included in Tiger's Tail that are based on like classical works or works that you'd find in an art history textbook.
Yeah.
And so like this is one, the one back there, that one over there, wait, over there, right? You know?
All around us.
It's one of those ones where it's just like I consciously chose a specific composition to build this drawing around. And so
that's great.
At one point I'm gonna build, I might do it as an essay or I might do it as a video and show how I used a piece of like Renaissance art. That it's a fresco you'd see in a cathedral, and then I just turned it into a comic book spread or something. Just, you know, it's not like a 1-for-1 comparison, but it's like using the composition and using some of those, you know, the symbolism, maybe.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. Are you familiar? You're familiar with Gustave Doré?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's like way up there. I mean, that's like one of my favorite illustrators of all time. You couldn't tell by how I draw, but I mean, like, wow. I mean, that's like everything that I love. It's like fine art, it's illustration, and it has that comic book storytelling to it. I mean,
yeah,
gosh,
and it's got that virtuoso technique. You know, there was a period when I really tried to make a Photoshop filter that could create that line work that he does, where you know how he does everything on a horizontal. Sometimes he'll do like horizontal line, but the thick and thins will define the shape, and you're like, how does he do that?
And they were etchings, right? I mean, wasn't that what he was doing? He was doing.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Mike, that's what was so great about his stuff is it's accessible because it was prints. It was made to be printed. So
right.
Cool. Yeah. When I went to Paris, I was his stuff at that time at least was in Musée d'Orsay, and I was so excited. And I went there and I was looking. Where is it? And I went to the curator and like, oh yeah, that's in storage. We don't have those out. I would love to see his work, you know, up close. So yeah, definitely. I mean, in a way, what we do, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, is a derivative of that, right? Like the Japanese woodblock printmaking kind of stuff. I mean, we're that in the modern era, we're that kind of creature, you know, what we do in comic books and illustration, right? You know.
Yeah, totally. In the sense of that we're working as the art that we do, the images that we create are part of a means to an end, right? So like this is an original piece that I just want to get my brush a little bit wet so it doesn't get all dry and crusty, you know. So I'm talking with you, but please don't mind me looking away.
We're hanging out in the studio together.
Exactly.
We technically are.
Yes. Which is a whole other thing a whole other topic of conversation that's been going on today about like what it means to be able to do this sort of thing, right?
Definitely.
But to the point that you were making, right? Like this is an illustration, and this, you know, this when it's done, it could be a finished piece, you know, it could be something that I sell, something I give away, I don't know. But it's also serving the purpose of being part of the future cover for Tiger's Tail. Right. And so it's kind of functioning on two levels, right? It's already functioning on multiple levels, right? And so if I was to play those games where I wanted to base, like let's say I wanted to make these tiger stripes actually say something, like what if there were Chinese characters saying something? You know, that's something that's been like, why didn't I think of that 20 years ago, you know?
No,
But,
I mean that's the thing, right? I mean, we have print people, you know, as you know more than anybody, we have things that are in print and magazines and advertisements and all sorts of stuff. But because it comes from that illustration place, there's something more personal, to it when it's reproduced. I think, I was just driving past, of course I live here in LA, and I was just driving by some billboards with advertisements for some movies, and it was just like, oh, what happened? Why can't we have Drew Suzanne? I know why we can't, but it's like I miss those Drew Suzanne posters. I miss illustrated posters. Like nowadays it's all Photoshop and not the one that I saw, really bad Photoshop, and there's no excitement, there's no passion that comes from it. Whereas when I look at like one of Drew Struzan's posters, it was just like, wow. Usually, sometimes it was better than the actual movie.
Right. It tells a story in and of itself,
Yeah.
and you could just like lose yourself in that potential story before you even,
Mhm.
go to see the movie, right? Whereas the new ones, I mean, like, they're a collection of floating heads, right? And they're like, hey, do you recognize these people? Because
Yeah.
we want you to go see the movie, and so.
Which in a way is what Drew Struzan did, but he did it so well, I mean, not all posters are that way, but he kind of, I think, pioneered that kind of montage kind of look, but even I was looking at like the poster for Avengers Infinity War, and it was like the colors are cool, but it was like Robert Downey Jr.'s head was way too big for his body on that. And I just couldn't believe that the proportions, it's like, you have this amazing tool of Photoshop or digital art, but the proportions were completely off. And so you had that disconnect, right? Where there should be no disconnect. It's as realistic as real can get, so.
Is that what you'd call like the uncanny valley, right?
Yeah.
Or variation of that, like departure.
Yeah, definitely.
Or I wonder if it had to do with like, we're so used to seeing those, we're so used to seeing Iron Man's armor in action now.
Yeah.
So to see it static kind of almost calls to mind its unrealisticness.
Yeah.
As compared to seeing a static illustration of Iron Man's armor.
Mhm.
Even by I'm forgetting the artist's name who like did some of the Iron Man art and then got hired to do the character design for the movie. And so like, yeah, he did it was written by Warren Ellis. It was the Iron Man storyline Extremis, which became Iron Man 3.
Mhm.
But that artist, I can't, totally not forgetting the name. Like I said, I purged a lot of files for this month.
Yeah.
But he did a very super highly painted kind of comic. He even based the Tony Stark on Tom Cruise. So like he looked like Tom Cruise because this was when there were rumors of the Tom Cruise movie. And so that comic comes out and it totally like really, it was the one that updated Tony Stark's origin to be Afghanistan rather than Vietnam.
Oh, really? Okay.
So that was like one of Marvel's quiet like reboots.
Yeah.
But then that artist gets hired to do the Iron Man movie. And so the Iron Man armor looks exactly like how he painted the Iron Man comics. And so there was like this moment where it was perfect synergy,
Totally.
But then now at this point, with the way the Iron Man armor in the movies has just gone, full nanobot, right? It just doesn't have that same pimp my ride feel that the first Iron Man movie had, right? Like I thought that was its greatest success.
No, definitely. Yeah, I do love, speaking of Kung Fu, I love that Robert Downey Jr. snuck in his Wing Chun into the Iron Man movies. As a Kung Fu man myself, I definitely appreciated that. I thought that was pretty cool,
Oh, I know. We tried so hard to get him on Kung Fu Tai Chi magazine. We put every fish hook, every message in a bottle out there, and it just, we couldn't get through the filters. We couldn't do it,
Wow. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, he did a lot for the art in that sense, But yeah. I heard that thought that they were originally considering to have Tom Cruise. That would have been very interesting,
Oh man, it took me a long time to come to appreciate Tom Cruise, and I figured out the formula for it.
Ooh, pray tell.
So the formula for enjoying Tom Cruise movies is that the more he gets beat up, the more I enjoy his movie. So needless to say, Live, Die, Repeat is my favorite Tom Cruise movie. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
But I mean, he's kind of like an inheritor of the Jackie Chan school of like, I'll do it myself, right? So you got
amazing considering he didn't start out as this big action star. I mean, he was an actor's actor, right? I mean, at one point. I mean, he still is a great actor, but the action thing, and that was as he was getting older, which is kind of
yes, and just like the whole proving it, but then like I think it started with Mission Impossible, right? And the mountain climbing and kind of like, I'm not going to do the fights, but I'll do mountain climbing and that kind of thing. But then the fact that he just took it to like the Jackie Chan level where he's like, he's going to do it all. He's going to base jump when the character base jumps in the Mission Impossible movie or whatever,
Which is funny because there's like that shift, right? It's funny you say Jackie Chan because I remember seeing him with Jackie Chan talking about the first Mission Impossible movie and realizing that with the special effects, Tom Cruise could do what he would have to do in real life. Tom Cruise could do through special effects. And that was the moment that probably he was sensing his age and his injuries. And he started to come to Hollywood and try and, do things the other way. And and like you're saying, that was the time that Tom Cruise kind of went the opposite way too. So that's kind of funny,
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing that really, makes me appreciate, his stardom.
Yeah.
Outside of the fact that he's, a star or whatever, right? Like I've got my own opinions about stars and fame, the nature of fame or whatever.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's I spent several years working in Hollywood on some, it never came out, but it was like this fantasy live action movie. And was meeting with like different actors and directors and late night meetings and all this stuff, and it was an interesting experience. Big fan of the product. I don't know how big a fan I'm of the scene.
Oh man,
yeah.
I have honestly been to LA very little in the 20 plus years that I've lived in California. Coming out from New York, but the handful of times that I've been there, it's been to visit friends that I have who are part of the music industry, right? Okay. So I have like, I've mentioned it to you before that I have like a circle of friends that stem from like work I've done in nightclubs and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I would go, they're coming in from Europe. They're going to perform at a nightclub in LA and they're like, come to LA and we'll hang out. So of course I'll go. And to sum it up, you had to be on the list to get onto the list to get in. And I was just always like, I mean, I guess this is LA, but it's funny now to be like, watch certain movies and be like, oh, look, the Downtown Standard. We hung out up there, Nobody goes into that swimming pool, except for one person that I know,
No, that was the thing that was so interesting is just kind of seeing, some of of course, the superficial kind of side of it, like you walk into a room and immediately, and I guess this is true in a lot of places, but definitely in that kind of Hollywood scene, as soon as I walk in a room, they'd see what car you came in. You'd walk in them, you could feel them looking like at your wrists, at your fingers, like what type of jewelry you have on, if anything, and more or less like deciding if you were somebody that they wanted to talk to or not.
Right. They look at your shoes, right? Yeah. Everyone says it's the shoes that give someone away,
Yeah. And by then they've already decided, I still remember, we were at this one meeting in the Hollywood Hills and one of the producers of the film that I was working on, he knew that I worked on a Lord of the Rings video game, so of course he's trying to sell me as being big on the project. And of course I still have this kung fu mentality where I learned from my Sifu, you're always humble. You don't brag about yourself. You try and downplay things. And here I am in this kind of superficial environment. And he's saying, oh, Curtis is our concept artist. He's the best in the business and worked on Lord of the Rings. He's the best, this. And I said, oh, I'm okay. Yeah. You know, kind of try to play it down. And then when the guy walked away, man, he chewed me out. He goes, you don't do that kind of stuff here. He goes, if I say you're the best, you're the best. You don't play this nice guy kind of crap when we're talking business. It's like,
Oh man.
like it was, but I mean, I understand. You know, at my age now, I understand he was trying to, you know, get deals moving and stuff like that. And when you have somebody say, "Oh yeah, I'm just so," you know, Kung Fu people and martial arts people, that culture, you understand that that's actually the show. That's when you play your hand, that you have strength, that you're somebody to take note of. To the initiated, right, is when you downplay something or when you don't have to sell it. But yeah, show business, definitely not. Definitely.
Right. Well, it's almost like a different style of kung fu, right? That's like the showbiz kung fu that things are upside down in.
Oh yeah. The funniest thing that I always remember was we were working with I mean, I never got to meet him because he was behind the scenes and there's negotiations were being made, but this producer named Mario Casar, who's the producer of Terminator and you know, a bunch of the big action movies. And my acquaintance that I was working on these projects with would go meet with Mario Casar and kind of show the artwork that I had done and come up with ideas. And he would try and impress him by saying, hey, I have this actress involved or this actor or this person. And this guy, Mario, would actually say to him, you know, because he's a big producer, he would actually say, don't bring those actors by my house.
No.
He lived next to the Playboy Mansion, right? His big estate. I got to wait in the car while he got to go into the mansion, you know. And,
Oh man.
what he said is my friend explained to me, he goes, you know, he's a producer and the actors and actresses are like pawns in the game. They're interchangeable. They come and go all the time. He's not starstruck like the average person would be, right?
Mm.
And so he doesn't see them. It doesn't mean anything to him because he knows they're just actors. He knows they're hired guns for whatever project. And he doesn't want to be, I think he probably doesn't want to be manipulated by their charms, you know. He wants everything to be by the book business, you know.
I wonder if it's also like a thing of he doesn't want to be used in a bragging rights.
Yeah.
You know, because of that whole story and everyone's like, oh yeah, I had this meeting with so and so, right?
True. It's leverage, right? I mean, it's now somebody has leverage to use your name and your quote unquote brand for something. That's a really good point.
Fascinating.
Yeah, you must have encountered some interesting characters, you know, in that kind of music entertainment kind of world, I would imagine.
I had a few. I got to dance with Lady Miss Kier at a crack of dawn after party where like Delight, they played the night before, and then one of the DJs was DJing, and so we're just like, there's like maybe 5 of us left, and it's like the sun's coming up, and we're all dancing, and I look over, I'm like, who is this girl? Why is she so familiar? And you know, we're just dancing away, and it wasn't until later that I put the pieces together that, you know, Lady Miss Kier right there. So,
that's so cool.
You know, I mean, things like that, but it's definitely like a lot of what I did was the underground electronic music before it became EDM. So
yeah,
I went to the birthday party that Grace Jones threw for her brother in like, I don't know, 42nd Street somewhere in Manhattan. I don't even remember, like some unnamed like speakeasy type club, you know, that we just showed up. So, you know, she asked me why there are no checkered cabs anymore in New York. That was cool. You know, that was my brush with fame, you know, with a James Bond villain, right? So
that is cool. That's cool.
You know, but I didn't keep the receipts. I don't have the photos. I couldn't even find the James Hong photos. So
well, you know, all this was like pre social media, right? Nowadays, you know, it would have been out there and in perpetuity, right? You know?
Yeah, right. Now it's like let's take a selfie, right? That's the thing. Back then it was just, you know, there goes Grace Jones, you know.
Yeah.
But
that's funny.
But so yeah, stuff like that. But I mean, the music thing was a short and intense time period, you know, but it was what got me from New York to California. So it like the pressure built so much that I just like intercontinental ballistics, shot me over to the West Coast.
Yeah. Was it
And,
a culture shock coming over here from the East Coast? Was it
say that again?
was it a culture shock coming from the East Coast to the West, or was it?
I mean, it kind of was in ways that I hadn't expected.
Oh, really? Uh-huh.
There's it's a lot has happened since, right? And what's really been something interesting is how the internet and movies have really made like America like much more homogenous, right? So back in the mid 90s, right, there was definitely differences between East Coast, how you spoke, what you ate, and West Coast, how you spoke, what you ate. And so things like that, it was painful to realize that you weren't going to find good pizza, the way you recognized that as a New Yorker, but you had good burritos. So it was like that whole, that what you were saying, one thing's yes, one thing's no,
Exactly.
So there were things like that, but like I kind of, there's like a steady go West mentality, right? So there's a steady stream of like East Coast people who are like kind of trying to make it on the West Coast, right? Like, what's the Frank Sinatra song? If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. So, but if you don't make it in New York, you still can do pretty good elsewhere. That lyric got cut,
That should be our new tagline in LA. Like, can't make it in New York, you'll do okay over here. Come on.
Exactly. So, so when I came to San Francisco, there were people that I knew who had already come out to San Francisco. And so there was like a kind of a support system and we were all connected through the various, party scenes. And, these were DJs that I had thrown parties with. So they were still DJing. They were just DJing on the West Coast now. So I just kind of noticed that there was a kind of a different party. Like part of the motivation to come out West was that the kind of parties I was throwing on the East Coast had a very West Coast aesthetic, according to the people who regularly went back and forth.
Interesting. And
right?
so you were like a promoter, or what?
Yeah. So I would organize party. I would do nightclub design. That was a lot of fun, where people would be like, hire me to like, we've got this basement, we want to turn it into a new kind of nightclub. I hear there's a new scene coming up. Wow. Can you do something? So. But then it was like, like it started with T-shirts, where I would sell T-shirts at rave parties, and then little by little, they're like, why don't you set up a little chill out room and put up some of your art, And so I do like the crazy installations and okay, here's the perks, right? I knew I could find anime. That was not very popular to find. So I had this selection of crazy VHS tapes of like really obscure anime pieces that I'd collect at the New York Comic Con. Bring them over to a party, plug them into a bunch of TVs with a bunch of splitters, so you can go into this one room and just see different cartoons being played. And, and then that became like the art installation that I kind of got known for, And so then it just would scale up until eventually I was doing whole nightclubs.
Wow.
So that was fun. But then it just, that kind of work is not designed for longevity. There's no pension plan and that sort of thing, So you either go one way with it or you go the other way. And the other way is, I'm going to go do something else, Because I still loved comics, right? And I was still like in the days trying to get my comic pages done, And then at nights I'd be out doing promotions,
It kind of bringing it back to comics. I mean, it's such a special time as a comic book creator, because before, you could self-publish, but wow, talk about a major setback financially. But it's kind of like now, I think in the past it would have been like, for A Tiger's Tale or my book, for Shadow Ghost, it would have been like, gosh, I hope I can create this thing. And I really hope a big publisher will actually be able to believe in what I'm doing to get it out there to people. And now we can do it ourselves. That is without it being filtered or changed. That's so special,
It's true. That's part of the thing that's made this such a revelation is how, first of all, I need to rely on your skills as a proofreader.
Okay.
Right.
That looks just about right.
All right. Because you have suffered firsthand at my tendency to like miss a keyboard stroke here or there.
Don't worry about it. Thank you. Thanks for.
But yeah, so you were saying, yeah, like we're in a position now where Curtis, if one person wants to buy your comic, it could be arranged where it's just like, bleep, and they get that one comic.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a great, and it's a great time. It's also it's such a polarizing time. Did you hear about DC yesterday about the news about their offices? That was.
I did not actually. Fill me in because I've been out of the loop on such things.
I had never been to any of their offices, but I heard that they had an office in Burbank that was supposed to be just phenomenal. I mean, just like a cathedral to comic books, and of course they had their big layoffs last year. They had a couple rounds of layoffs, right? A lot of key staff lost their jobs, and just this week, I guess they started letting people come into the office to clear their stuff out, and now DC Comics doesn't really have a set office. People are either working from home or they're using they're calling it a hot desk model. I don't know if you ever heard that term.
I have not.
I didn't hear about it yesterday, but so basically it means that there's an office with less desks than there are employees. So it's like people can come in and borrow a desk and work in there, but nobody has a desk. And so to see that shift from them having from what I hear, these magnificent offices to not having an office at all, kind of shows the kind of this shift in the paradigm, right? Whereas, with what's going on in comics, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's like both. It's what's going on with work, right? Everyone wants to work from home now, and we've proven it could be done.
Yeah.
So there's an appeal that way, but then there's also that it's like it cuts both ways, right? Because people, there's some people who might want not to work from home, but it's gonna happen.
Oh, definitely. And this whole kind of live streaming and Zoom meetings and all that, I think is phenomenal. I mean, it's allowed me to keep my sanity through all this, and we've gotten to connect,
Yes, and I mean you're like my seafood for all this, right? 'Cause I'll say that really it was joining you folks on Silverline Live, right? Like I had been watching Silverline Live for a while, checking in when I can, and then once I finally became a guest and just saw how smooth the system was, right, and how so much of it is really just like people are just doing their thing, and like you all have a rapport, so you've already done the work of like building that community within that context.
Yeah.
And then the tools were just like boom, right there, make it happen.
No, definitely. I mean, I think it's this cool moment where and I appreciate you saying that. It's kind of like the audience is more forgiving, that they understand that we're at home streaming this, so nobody's expecting like crazy production value. And at the same time, the tools like StreamYard and all these things are really robust. I mean, we can do some pretty fun stuff with it, So.
Yes, if I was the type that prepared in advance.
That's all right. You had your hands full. I think I see a.
Oh, look at that.
Here.
Yeah, we've got some people. Yes.
Yes,
Rob. I've been holding on to the tail all day, but we're at what? 8 hours and 13 minutes. I wonder what things are looking like. You know what? I've got my dashboard on that table. I'm just.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna look on my phone. I want to see as well.
My phones are occupied.
Let's see what we got here.
Okay, so we are at 85.
Nice.
And we are at 278%.
Wow.
And 21 hours to go.
Wow. Less than
you and me, Curtis, 21 hours.
All right, I'm ready.
Think of this as training for your own forthcoming Kickstarter.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be picking your brain about that. So what time was it? Was it within 24 hours? Within 24 hours it was backed. Was that right?
Yeah, 18.
What was that like? You must have. I mean, I'm sure that you were hoping for something like that, but I mean, you can't really ever fully expect that. What was that moment like?
I did not, I had like I had cautious hopes that I would have to consider back stretch goals,
Yeah.
right? But I was really just trying to imagine like 100 backers paying $20.
Yeah.
That would pretty much, loosely speaking, right? That would do the whole thing.
Yeah.
One thing I did, right, which really made it a lot easier to jump in, was that I kind of formulated the project so that if only 20 backers backed it,
Mhm.
I could still afford to get 20 copies made.
Nice.
And then I could send it to them, and I would just be like, I had been practicing like shipping and stuff like that because of the anthology that I was a part of last year.
Yeah.
So I had kind of worked out how to send stuff to people. And so I was like, okay, if the Kickstarter fails, at least I will get, whoever was down, I'll get them a copy, and I'll try and use like the whole lesson as something to talk about. And
Sure.
until those copies came and went out, right? And then I would see what I did wrong and make corrections. When it happened, right? Like the thing is that I didn't really have a plan as to how I would really launch. And so the opportunity to launch my campaign as a part of another Kickstarter's closing ceremony just kind of like happened because of the nature of community and the nature of Kickstarter, right? And so I was invited to be a part of Ryan Claytor's Kickstarter campaign, A Hunter's Tale. Right. And so this is another example. This campaign was great, right? And it was A Hunter's Tale. It's a comic based on his father's poetry. Awesome story. But then I was just like, oh, Hunter's Tale, Tiger's Tale. Oh, that's so cool, And so we had been chit-chatting back and forth, and he invited me to go to launch live instead of the 1st, which I had been talking about for 6 months. He's like, what if you went live on the 31st? Would that be crazy? And then I could be backer number 1.
That's so cool.
And so I was just like, okay, and this is a thing I've been exploring a lot, is like the nature of formlessness and the nature of improvising, and how important that it has been for the campaign,
Sure.
as well as just how important it is that I've had to come to terms with recognizing that that's a major part of, what I'm about, right? I'm a very, I'm like, hey, 6 hours notice, you want to do this thing, right? So
definitely. And I think we might have a comment here from some.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Almost. What up, Steph? Good friend from the East Coast, also an incredible supporter.
That's great. Yeah, it's funny. It's like I always find those kind of same lessons, of course, in martial arts and stuff. It's like you never want to put an expectation on how you're going to achieve your goal per se. You can have a plan, but you have to adapt, right? And it's kind of like everybody when they're fighting, they always go. A lot of people go for the head, but that may not be where the target. I remember, you're familiar with Henry Puyi, right? Because he was,
Yes, the Mantis Kung Fu master, right? But also like known for having a style of Mantis Kung Fu that's very unorthodox as compared to the traditional 7-star praying mantis. Am I getting that right? This is just off the top of my head.
Yeah, he did a Haka style of a southern praying mantis, and much respect to him and his lineage. He's no longer with us physically, right? But I still remember my Sifu YC Wong. I would be at the studio, and he had all those great posters of all the different demonstrations he did going all the way back to the 60s. And I would always ask him about the other Sifus. I would point at them and say, Sifu, is he good? Does he have a good Kung Fu? And my Sifu is so diplomatic. He would say, oh, he's a nice person, which was just his way of kind of not saying that the guy was great at Kung Fu. And then I'd say, what about that person? Does he have great Kung Fu? He'd say, oh, he's a good fighter, but he's not a well-rounded person. And then what about this person? Oh, he's a well-rounded person, but he doesn't have good fighting. And so day after day, this would happen. And one day I pointed at it, and one of the people I pointed at was Henry Puyi. And Henry Puyi, my Sifu goes, I said, what about him? He didn't say good kung fu? He goes, high level kung fu.
Oh man.
So I said, okay, I'm going to file that away. And years later, I with my Sifu's blessing, I went to several seminars with Henry Puyi, and he was just absolutely phenomenal. Just one of the greatest masters of our generation, hands down. But back to that point, the one thing that he told me about fighting, he said the enemy tells you how they want to get hit. He says you don't go into a fight deciding how you're going to hit the person. Let them tell you by where they have the openings. And it's that same kind of strategy, right? Like you go into it with your plan of attack for this campaign, but the fate, synchronicity, whatever you want to call it, had those openings and you took it. So that's great.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so awesome that you mentioned, Master Puyi. Like first of all, I mean, he's an institution, right? He was in probably the first episode of the magazine that would become Kung Fu Tai Chi.
That's right.
And then we covered him a couple of times. I met him once. I got to do a photo shoot with him, really early on. And I remember Gigi, my boss, right, the publisher at the time, she pulled me aside and she was totally trying to like express how this dude has lived the life. Like he was cooked in the pot of the Chinese herbs because he had gotten beaten up so badly that his master had to cook him in the pot, right? Like that's like an iconic story, right, of the master being cooked in the pot. That I don't know, is that a deep cut for people who haven't watched?
Well, he told me the story himself. This is kind of like stuff that we don't talk about on live streams, but it's fascinating. I really love that man. He was phenomenal, and he told me that his story was he was a made guy in the New York societies, and you should be able to read between the lines because there's not many that I'm talking about here.
Hey, I'm from New York.
Yeah, right? And his Sifu was the big heavy there, and he had retired to Taiwan. Henry Yi got in a horrible car accident where the bones in his leg were shattered, and he told me that essentially he was the only way to get healed was he knew his Sifu could heal him. So he went to Taiwan, and the Sifu went ahead and to literally put his leg in that kind of like boiling herbal medicine and was able to kind of reconstitute the bones and heal his leg. And to complete the training, he had to teach him the special Qigong from their style that was only meant for the lineage holders. And that was the only way to rehabilitate his student. So once he was rehabilitated, the problem is if you have a good Sifu is that you have a good Sifu. In other words, the students don't want to take on the sacrifice because they see how hard it is if you have a really great teacher. So his Sifu, Lam Sang, said, I want you to take over. And he said, no, I don't want to do it. And Sifu was very upset, so he took the lineage and he ended up dedicating the rest of his life to it, gave up all the kind of worldly possessions and benefits of life he had. And it was because of that instance where he got injured, and the only way to heal him was doing that and teaching him that special Kung Fu, right? And this is what he told me himself. And it was, and he was a phenomenal man. Not to go too much further, but the one thing that I still remember is I was very enamored with him. And one of the last times I saw him was at the end of the seminar, and I just said to him, I said, I'm so grateful for you dedicating your life to Kung Fu so we can see what this high level is. And I kid you not, Patrick, this was so trippy. His eyes, when I said that, I kid you not, the pupils, it looked like if you put blue dye in milk, his eyes, I saw this blue color in his eyes start to swirl when I said that. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Man, Chi magic.
I know, he was absolutely on another level. So
yeah, and I mean the masters that we've lost. I was looking at how I've been going through old photos and stuff over the course of this campaign, right? Like I did an interview with the comic book Yeti, and they asked what was one of my coolest stories, and this led to my one-on-one photo shoot with Lou Reed. I think I've told you about this, right? Lou Reed, godfather of punk.
Yeah.
Diehard Tai Chi practitioner. So I got to do a one-on-one photo shoot with him in like a little conference room in a hotel. Insane. But he got excited. But so here I am pulling out I still have the negatives. Who even develops negatives anymore?
Right.
Yeah.
But
I got like a pile of the snapshots. They're over there somewhere. I'm not gonna go grab them. But alongside them is another collection of photos with Master Pan Ching Fu.
Oh, the Iron Fist.
The Iron Fist, you know, and I remember like with the calluses that are like an inch off of each knuckle,
Yeah.
you know. And so there's another one who was just like, you know, he was a gangbuster in Hong Kong, right? He uses kung fu to break up those gangs. And it's just like singular art style, right? Saying like, you know, he was a kind of a quirky dude too, but like that singular practice that he had, you know, and it's just like he transferred his teachings on, you know, but I haven't heard track of the where, what, and how.
Yeah.
But just one of those unique, you know, like in the pantheon of unique masters, you know, from the generation just behind us, right? It's just
Definitely.
that I don't know. So I guess this is in keeping with the oral tradition here, talking about these masters, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you started to notice that the people that study kung fu, at least in my school, were chi magic. Yeah, exactly. Is it? You need to share, is it magic or is it chi? Right?
Yeah. Oh, it's a new T-shirt coming to an online shop somewhere. You know?
Speaking of whose idea was it at Kung Fu Tai Chi to have the Got Chi shirt? That you guys rocked that forever. I remember that. It was you. That was you.
Yeah, that I pitched it to Gene, and he just was like, "Okay, we'll do that." And it just, you know,
You
it was
got
like,
the font right too. The font was like the exact font too.
oh yeah, I mean, I just went straight to the logo, and I was like, I'm gonna build it based on the logo. I'm not gonna even try and like search for whatever, I forget the name of it is, but
Yeah.
I was told the name eventually, but I was like, I just wanted to get it exactly the way, because we did a version where we used the Chinese character instead of chi, so we took it one more iteration, so it was like got and then the Chinese character for chi. So I was like trying to match the typography using the Chinese character. So
See, I'm gonna fanboy out here. So I love that. What about the Bruce Lee foot shirt? Was that something that you guys made, or that was you too?
yes, totally.
Was it? Who was it? It was the Hopga student of David Chin that would always model that.
Yes, Chris Heinzman.
Chris Heinzman, right?
Who has been in the cage, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah. He's a fighter. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Yeah, no. You know, I was talking to my wife the other day, and I was like, you know, it's like the timelines were just a little bit different, and I had known both you and Gene earlier. I'm like, oh, I would love. Maybe I could have been on staff at Kung Fu Tai Chi and hanging out with you guys all the time as a job. That's like, I look back and I go, oh, just. I zigged instead of zagged, or something changed, you know. I mean, I'm here now, so that's great. But
oh man, I mean, you know, the secret origin, like Gene and I ran into each other at a Grateful Dead show before he came to work for Kung Fu Tai Chi magazine.
Really?
And for the longest time, he thought I was a deadhead, but I'm not a deadhead. I'm like an old school raver from New York, you know.
So what were you doing at a Grateful Dead concert then?
I was on a date with friends, you know. And so I was like, hey, I can hang. I've been to many a party, so I'll go to this Dead show. I've heard, you know, like a lot of my, like, there was in an alternate reality, I would have followed the Dead to get to California because,
okay,
you know, there was a lot of, in New York, there was a lot of crossover between the underground party scene and the Grateful Dead scene. The music was just different.
Yeah.
But so there was always this little bit of a crossover. So I was like, okay, I'll go to a Dead show. It was like, you know, it was in Mountain View. It was at one of the outdoor, you know, stadium kind of setups.
Yeah.
You know, and we were like, I'm wandering around on my own, checking things out. I run into Gene, and then just as we're both like recognizing each other, some random third person shows up. His pupils were like that. And he's like lost. He's like, I'm lost, you know? And it turns out Gene, right? He does volunteer medical work. So he was there in the capacity as a medic. And so he's trying to talk to this guy and help this guy who was obviously, you know, not all there. And then I'm there, and I didn't know that Gene was there in the capacity as a medic. So I thought he was just there being helpful. So I'm like, okay, I'll be helpful too. And we're trying to help this guy figure out where he was last, and we send him back away, you know.
Oh, that's
And then it was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go too. See you later. And then whatever, we part ways, And then it wasn't until like whatever, a year and a half later, where he ends up, coming to work for the magazine.
So the first time you folks met was at that show?
The first time we met was at a photo. Was kind of a kung fu function.
Okay.
Right. Shaolin Monk had come into town. We were gonna do the cover photo shoot. I was directing the cover photo shoot, but Gene Ching's Sifu Wing Lam was, I think, hosting the Monk.
Okay.
So after the photo shoot, we all got together for like a vegetarian dinner, and so that was how I met Gene Ching as like part of the kung fu entourage of the
I
moment.
love that from a Shaolin Buddhist vegetarian feast to a Grateful Dead concert. That just shows you the scope.
Yes, and then we came back. Oh, so then the thing is that's not long after he was working for the Jump. He would invite me. My dog is back there. I don't know. You can almost, see the. There he is. Hi, Milo. You're on television. So yeah. So then he gave me the opportunity to volunteer and work shows in the capacity as a medical volunteer, which
that's so cool.
is a roundabout way of me sharing that story.
Wow, well, that's good. I found out the origin of you folks meeting, and I was able to find out for certain where the Got She shirt and the footprint shirt came from. So I already had a tremendous amount of respect to you, but my hat goes off even further knowing that those two iconic shirts.
Oh man, that's what I've been promising, right? Kung Fu secrets from the Kung Fu forest.
There you go. We delivered. That is so cool. That is so cool.
Oh man, my dog is. I think my dog is here to tell me that we are at 8:57 p.m. and I'm just amazed that this is still happening.
I'm so impressed.
I still have friends with us. It's not just us. It's not just you two and my dog. There's people out there. But you can see him. Look at that. It's so funny. He is not budging until this show is over.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, I was tempted to grab the laptop and show you, but I think that would have destroyed everything. But let me update you. This is as far as I've gotten.
Looks nice.
You know what they say, like this is another thing I've been told, that's when you're painting a tiger, you save the eyes for last. Oh, this is a dragon. When you're painting a dragon, you save the eyes for last so that it doesn't bite you.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I'm kind of playing a little bit loose with that little bit of lore, but yeah, let me just if you don't mind staying for these last minutes so that we could.
Definitely. So we're less than 1 day. Get those 3 backers, and then tomorrow night around this time, we'll be on Pops Van Zant's show. So we'll be posting that link.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's great, because I've been getting that reminder and I've been like, wait a minute, is this really happening, or is this a glitch in all of my organizing? So
no, I'll write him for the link, but he said tomorrow. So we'll be what time will, I wonder if we're going to be on as this finishes up, or if it will finish up just before we go on. I think we're supposed to go on at 7:00. Let's see. 21 hours. I think we're going to get on there just probably right after it's concluded.
Wow, that's pretty. Yeah, I have it. I don't know. My stuff's all chaotic, man.
Yeah, not a problem. But
I got it set for 9 a.m. What do I know?
we'll do the victory lap on his show. I think is what we'll.
That's crazy. That'll be awesome.
That'll be great. And then you, I think, are going to need to take a nap.
Yeah, I think I have that scheduled for maybe Thursday. I don't know.
Yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yes. Well, Lent. Well, I'm not going to give up sleep for Lent, right? It's Fat Tuesday. I want to party a little bit after this.
All right, I don't blame you.
Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. So it's 9 p.m. My dog is laying down here in protest, but I wanted to take a quick look.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at.
So I'm going to hit refresh.
All right.
I don't imagine much will have changed.
Not yet. It looks like.
But it's still cool. I mean, it's all, I think I would just be in a very different headspace if those numbers were different, right? Obviously. So it's all been this crazy. It's like a game. It's like this weird game where I haven't been told. Been told some of the rules, and then I've been told what I haven't been told what I can't do. So I'm just kind of like, can I do this? Apparently, yes. Can I do this? Can I work on a cover? I got pretty close. That's almost done. But I mean, the conversation was too valuable to turn away.
Well, I think that the best thing about this is I can say from top to bottom, this all is distinctly Patrick Lugo. The project, the campaign, everything. I mean, you really put this has an auteur sense to it, and I'm just so happy for you. And I can't wait to get my copy because, of course, I secured the Grandmaster 2 version, which I highly recommend.
Oh man, I just had some postcards here. I've got little mini stickers of it too. I've got a bunch of stuff. I'm adding more. I should show you the cool. Everything's been pushed aside because I'm in studio mode. So you'll have to wait, Curtis. I'll get that stuff to you. I'll get that stuff to you when it's ready. It's gonna be awesome.
Not a problem. Well, big congratulations and thanks to everybody for supporting the project, and hope you can get some rest tonight before the final leg tomorrow.
I'll get some.
Yeah.
I'll get some. Curtis, thank you so much for all of your support throughout this whole endeavor and since before. It's been amazing. So
always. I'm just so happy for you, and I can't wait. So we'll have a good evening then.
Yes, have a good night, Curtis. And for all the folks, I know there's a few out there still. I know there's one out there still, at least.
Yeah.
But thank you all for your participation, and thank you, Curtis, for making this a grand finale.
Oh, my pleasure. Honored to be here, and we'll catch everybody later.
All right. Good night, all. And now let me thank you